Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Foreign Affairs Editor of Sky News, Ms. Deborah Haynes, and Defence Editor for The Economist, Mr. Shashank Joshi.
Very much for joining us here today. We are delighted to have you here at this third iteration of NATO Engages, marking 70 years of the Alliance's history. Now, the most important thing for us today is to bear in mind this is a town hall event. This is not a crusty think tank event where we are going to bore you with panel after panel for hours on end. If that happens, just start booing and Debs and I will rescue you on the stage immediately.
Yeah, as Shashank said, this is all about NATO engaging with a wider audience, and for you, the audience, to engage with us, to learn more about what NATO is and why it matters. And we're having this event as leaders arrive in London for this summit. So if they decide to engage, such as President Trump on Twitter, then we can share that with you, and you can share your thoughts with us. We're going to take you through why NATO matters by looking at its past and also thinking about its future. We're going to be hearing from individuals who will be talking about key events that meant something to them, such as the invoking of Article 5 for the first time after the September 11 attacks. In terms of now, we're going to be looking at how NATO is adapting for current threats, including the Russia challenge, the challenge of great power competition, which means the rivalry between big global powers such as China. And we're also going to be looking at the future, with NATO about to enter the space domain, NATO even thinking about climate change, and NATO also looking at disruptive technologies and asking how that changes the very nature of war.
We are very grateful for all the speakers today, but we also know we have a very accomplished audience, equally talented in your own fields as anyone here on the stage, and we're particularly grateful to have non-traditional security voices, the sorts of people who may not focus day in, day out on the bread and butter of NATO issues. But first, we'd like to thank our consortium partners, those who have helped organize this event today: the Atlantic Council, GLOBSEC, King's College London, the Munich Security Conference, and the Royal United Services Institute.
We'd also like to thank our institutional partners. There is a long list of them, but it's important that they all get a mention. So they're the British International Studies Association, the Brookings Institution, the Coalition for Prosperity, Elcano, the European Council on Foreign Relations, the German Marshall Fund, Global Focus, the International Institute for Strategic Studies, the International Centre for Defence and Security, bear with me, Jagello 2000, the Leonard Merry Conference, LSE Ideas, the New Strategy Centre, the Polish Institute of International Affairs, RAND Europe, nearly finished, Foundation for Political, Economic and Social Research, and Women in International Security.
And that's all we have time for today. Thank you. Okay, sorry. I will also thank our media partners who are bringing this event to the wider audience, the wider world. That's Defence News, NBC News, and Wired UK. And I thank our sponsors who've made all this possible: BAE Systems, Improbable, who we'll be hearing from later in the day, General Atomics, and the German Federal Foreign Office.
Now, why did you want to come here today? It's to listen to a really exciting lineup of speakers. We've got heads of state and government, we've got ministers, we've got military chiefs, and we've even got a superstar Afghan singer.
What we're really keen on is active audience engagement today as we tackle these issues. We'll have a number of formats. We'll have small town hall type discussions, but we'll also have spotlights on particular specialist issues by experts and specialist speakers. And we'll have storytelling sessions where people talk about how NATO has affected them in very personal ways over the years.
This whole event is being live streamed, so if a camera points in your direction, give it a wave to people back home. And you can also engage by using social media, Twitter or Facebook. It's hashtag NATO Engage.
That means you Russian trolls as well.
And really importantly, if you haven't done this already, can you please pick up your mobile phone? I've done this, and I'm useless with technology, so you can all do it. If you look in your app store, you can find the NATO Engages app. if you can download that, this is the way for you, not only by sticking up your hand and asking questions, but for you to be able to engage with our panelists and our speakers, and also for them to engage with you by posing questions to you for you to answer.
All right, we're going to warm you up, so please open the app. We'll actually test whether you've done this now, if you followed instructions well. Open the app up. We have a couple of vitally important questions for you to test how this works.
There's a lot of people looking at their phones. This is positive.
Yep, okay, all right. And could we please have the first question up on the screen, please? And if not, you'll see it on the app. Okay, I'll read it out to you. What's the best part about being here in London? I'm going to give you a few seconds to reply. We're not seeing it on the screen, but we've given you a few options. It's a multiple choice question. What's the best part about being here in London? Is it the tea? Is it the rain? Is it delays on the Piccadilly line? Is it the NATO Leaders Meeting? We're not seeing it on the screen, but I'm trusting that the technology is doing its work and generating results for us as we speak. And if we're not getting them now, we'll get the results a little bit later. I'm sure you're all itching to hear how we feel about the capital. We also have another question for you. In recent weeks, there has been, none of you will have missed the pretty vigorous public debate from different member states about the strategic future of the alliance. What should it focus on? Where should its priorities lie? Has it allocated resources in accordance with the challenges it faces? So we'd like to get your view on this at the beginning of the day, and we'll see how this changes. Could you tell us, please, in your opinion, what should NATO's main focus be in the future? Should it be deterrence against major power competitors? Should it be countering terrorism? Should it be securing stability in conflict situations around the world? Securing democratic and liberal values against other state models? Or all of the above? And you should be able to see those options on your phone now. So please vote. We'll give you a few seconds, and we will come back to the results, and I will tell you how this room breaks down, and we will, no doubt the Secretary General later on will be paying very close attention to your strategic guidance to him.
Thank you, Shashank. I hope that was clear. So that's enough of the housekeeping and the explanations. We want to get on with business, and I'd like to welcome on stage the chair of our first session. She is the Vice President of King's College London, Ms. Funmi Olanishakin.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a real privilege to be here today to participate in this important NATO Engages event on innovating the alliance. We at King's are incredibly proud to be one of the 5 consortium partners responsible for putting together today's proceedings. We have many King's students volunteering on the ground today. A particular thanks to them for helping to make this such a memorable day. I am hugely encouraged to see such a strong turnout of young people in the audience from many of the alliance's member countries. It will be you, the next generation, that will have to live over the longer term with many of the decisions taken in the NATO context in the months and years to come. It is essential that your voices are heard, so you make your own distinct contributions to the discussions and debates so vital to shaping the future of the alliance. This week is tinged with sadness for us at King's. On Saturday, our beloved colleague, Professor Sir Michael Howard, MC, sadly passed away. In founding the Department of War Studies almost 60 years ago, and I'm a student of war studies as well, Sir Michael established King's as the go-to place for the study of war and conflict in its various forms. In this session, we're going to hear perspectives on innovating the alliance, from the Right Honourable Ben Wallace, who was appointed Secretary of State for Defence on 24th July. Ben Wallace has a military background as an officer in the Scots Guards, since service in Northern Ireland, Germany, Cyprus, and Central America, and been mentioned in dispatches in 1992. Ben Wallace's parliamentary and government career have seen him in many important roles. Most significantly for today's event, before becoming Defense Secretary, Ben Wallace was Minister of State for Security at the Home Office in the UK's Interior Ministry. Security is not an abstract concept for many young people, even in NATO member states like Britain, and Mr. Wallace was in that role during the terror attacks of 2017 and the Russian state attack in Salisbury in 2018. He oversaw the response to the terrorist attack on the Manchester Arena in 2017, which deliberately targeted young people attending a concert, killing 22 and injuring hundreds, and with victims as young as 8 years old. He's therefore an ideal person to open an event about today's challenges and the future of NATO. It is my great pleasure to welcome the Secretary of State for Defense to NATO Engages, and I now hand over the floor to him. Many thanks.
I'm going to get my desk. Yes, I am. Welcome. This is Rob.
We have a good NATO weather forecast today. It's nice and sunny, so don't believe the hype about London being rainy in December. We can fix a lot of things in the alliance, and the weather is one of them. And I'm happy to spread that fake news as I go. It's also great to see such a diverse audience in the room, because we don't just have NATO officials and think tanks here, but students from across the alliance, I understand from 70 countries for 70 years. Today's leaders you're going to hear from, and perhaps tomorrow's leaders, are sitting here in the room. And it's fitting that this conference isn't simply about reflecting on NATO's first 70 years. It's also about how NATO can contribute to make the world safe for another 7 decades, and how we can adapt to the new challenges facing us, from cyber threats to climate security. Historians of NATO know that our alliance has always risen to whatever challenges has been thrown at it. After the carnage and slaughter of the Second World War, 12 nations came together to guarantee one another's security, protect our freedoms, and keep the peace in Europe. We came together to defend our common values, and that most noblest of cause, to defend those that cannot defend themselves. That purpose is as true today as it was then. Our alliance held true to that mission through the long winter of the Cold War. Then, when the Berlin Wall fell some 30 years ago, NATO was instrumental in safeguarding the peace and stability of a continent in flux, turning former adversaries into allies by holding out the hands of friendship and freedom across the continent of Europe. And when the world changed again in September the 11th, 2001, NATO stepped up once more, invoking Article 5 for the first time, as we all stood together in support of our US allies and in solidarity against the scourge of terrorism. Since the events of 2014 and Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea, we have adapted again to reinvigorate our deterrence and our defence, with enhanced forward presence, rapid reaction and higher readiness. Today, our alliance is not just standing sentinel on the borders of Eastern Europe, it is reaching across continents, and we have more than doubled in size to some 29 countries, soon to be 30, and each of us remains bound by the common values of that founding treaty: freedom, democracy, human rights and the rule of law. To those that doubt the potency of NATO, you should ask yourself why, if an organisation is without purpose, do our adversaries put so much effort into destabilising our alliance? But today we face new challenges, and keeping with our best traditions, we must continue to adapt. Traditional warfare has changed. The threats are no longer only conventional, no longer only overt. Our adversaries are striking from the shadows. They are pursuing new tactics to divide and destabilize, exploiting new technologies to exacerbate the uncertainties of an uncertain world and to undermine our way of life. 6 years ago, the Russian Chief of the General Staff, Valery Gerasimov, wrote that the rules of law has changed. As the role of non-military means in achieving political and strategic goals have grown, he said that long-distance, contactless actions against the enemy were becoming the main means of achieving combat and operational goals. With social media, cyber and more open societies giving our competitors unparalleled opportunities to achieve their aims, the Gerasimov doctrine is here to stay. And hybrid warfare is our new reality. It is constant and challenging to all our aims. Our allies in the Baltics and our partners in Ukraine and Georgia are only too familiar with such tactics. But this is happening right across our alliance. It's happening here in Britain. Before taking up this post, as Fumi said, I was the UK Security Minister for over 3 years. I got to see into the shadows and see the daily attacks on our societies that many do not. Cyber attacks, disinformation, assassination, corruption, all prosecuted on our open and liberal societies. The urgent question is therefore, how can we individually, but as importantly collectively, respond? I believe that the answer is threefold. It starts with investment. Investment in both our conventional forces, which are so important to effective deterrence, and in those new capabilities needed to address the challenges that lie ahead. In this context, I welcome the news that Canadian and European allies will be increasing their defence investment by $400 billion by 2024, which represents significant progress towards our shared pledge to spend 2% of GDP on defence, though there is, of course, still more to do. And I'm proud that the United Kingdom has been taking a lead in NATO. Not only have we consistently spent 2% of our GDP on defence, but we are the first ally to offer our offensive cyber capabilities to the alliance. Today, British servicemen and women are standing shoulder to shoulder with NATO allies, including 1,000 British troops leading enhanced forward presence in Estonia and supporting it in Poland, as well as similar number in Afghanistan, developing Afghan leadership and counter-terrorism capabilities as part of NATO's Resolute Support Mission. Next, as the title of this conference reminds us, it's about innovation. NATO is now looking at the ways in which new and emerging technologies will continue to change the threat landscape, from hypersonic missiles that reduce our decision-making time in the face of an attack, to quantum computing, potentially rendering current encryption obsolete. We must understand that these challenges are what we face today, and we must adapt to them accordingly. And we must consistently be on the hunt for the next geopolitical disruptors, such as demographic shifts or climate change, or the next technological advancement that changes the rules of the game completely. Maintaining our technological edge is the only way we can avoid obsolescence and deliver on our most important pledge, keeping our people safe. I'm pleased to say that when our leaders meet tomorrow, they will recognise the progress that NATO has made in adapting to these new challenges, agreeing a plan for NATO's response to emerging and disruptive technologies, recognising 2 new operational domains in space and cyberspace, and developing plans to confront and deter hybrid tactics of the kind I've been speaking about. But strong those achievements are, there's always more to do. While the alliance is faster, fitter and fairer than it has ever been, we will have to keep changing, keep adapting to tomorrow's challenges. And finally, it comes down to solidarity. Our comparative advantage over our competitors has always hinged on our togetherness, our unity. We are a civilian-led alliance of democratic states. That is not a weakness, that's our greatest strength. And while differences of opinion are normal in any democratic organisation like ours, we ultimately succeed because each of us trusts that the other will have their back. Our joint commitment to Article 5 is the cornerstone of our solidarity. It is the cheapest form of defence. But you can't have that without engagement. And that's why we're all here today. NATO needs your insight, your challenge, your new leadership to provide the same level of protection and security to future generations as it did to our forebears. As Security Minister, I always used to say that security is not a competition, it is a partnership. That incredible partnership has protected our nation for 70 years, and as long as we keep our solidarity, staying true to our values, our guiding light, then NATO will remain the greatest defensive alliance the world has ever seen, and continue keeping our people safe for many years to come. 70 years ago, at the signing of the North Atlantic Treaty in Washington, the US President at the time, Harry S. Truman, said, "Men with courage and vision can still determine their own destiny. They can choose slavery or freedom, war or peace." His words on that day are as true now as they ever were. We must stand together. No side deals, no separate voices. Our adversaries strive for that division. They fund that division and target that division. But we will not let them succeed. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Executive Vice President of the Atlantic Council, Mr. Damon Wilson.
Good morning everyone, and welcome to NATO Engages. I want to thank the Right Honourable Ben Wallace, our hosts, Her Majesty's government, for helping to set the scene with those set of opening remarks. You heard from the Minister a strong commitment to the alliance, a sense of how NATO has safeguarded our communities, our populations over the past 70 years, but how it remains focused today on its transformation for the future. You heard the Minister just say, no side deals, no separate voices. This is meant to be the 70th anniversary Leaders Meeting, a capstone to a year of celebrating NATO's 70th anniversary. It was meant to be after Brexit, and yet here we are in the midst of a British election. Brexit still plays out. Leaders are gathering in the wake of acrimony over Syria, strong words from President Macron challenging his peers with sharp rebukes from some other NATO leaders. Many of you, many NATO officials today are holding their breath watching Donald Trump's Twitter account to see what he might say. But beneath all this noise, part of what we want to unpack today at NATO Engages, beneath the noise, things are happening. And that's the conversation we want to have today about how NATO is preparing for its future. We're going to watch this leaders meeting unfold over the next 24 hours in really three big areas. One, about the unity and solidarity of the alliance despite that noise. And you're going to see that come through in a big deal on common funding, on progress on sharing the burden within the alliance. You'll see the family expand as they welcome North Macedonia, Prime Minister Zaev, to the table. But you're also going to hear more, as the Defense Secretary said, about NATO's transformation, about its capabilities. It's not just money, it's for what? With more forces in the East, the Baltic, and the Black Sea. And I think we're going to see some of the strongest language we've ever seen alliance leaders used about the challenge faced from Russia. But the last point the Defense Secretary laid out, perhaps the most important to inform our conversations today, is about the future, about how this alliance adapts. We will see alliance leaders take up China, perhaps the first time in a summit declaration, a summit statement. We'll hear about China. You've heard that space and cyber introduced as new domains as NATO focuses on the future, and we'll focus today on technology and how that impacts the security environment. And finally, climate as well is something all of our leaders are recognizing as an urgent issue. We're going to begin this debate with a terrific conversation with some terrific friends, colleagues, panelists on what's NATO's role in an insecure world, adapting to an era of great power competition. So I want to invite to the stage the panelists who will help us kick this off. Tomáš Vališák, the Director of Carnegie Europe. Cory Shockey, Deputy Director General of the International Institute for Strategic Studies. Thomas Gomard, of the Institut Français de Relations Internationales, IFRI. And Gülnar Aybet, Senior Advisor to the President of Turkey on Foreign Policy. Welcome. It's a pleasure to have you with us.
strange.
We're going to use this session to set the scene, to get into some of the issues that we've heard from the Secretary of Defense. But I also want to use it to put this conversation in the context of the real world, what's happening right now. And I want to start with you, Gülnar, if I may. Share with us a little bit of the view from Ankara, the view from Turkey on the alliance. President Erdogan has spoken out quite strongly in reaction to President Macron's statements in the past few days. Many have raised questions about what kind of relationship Turkey is building with Russia through mill-to-mill ties on the S-400. There's acrimony within the alliance on the approach to Syria. And yet, President Erdogan came forward to say that Turkey is the most important, strongest member of the alliance in that retort. So give us a perspective from Ankara to help us understand how President Erdogan is coming into this leaders meeting.
Thank you, Damon. Good morning, everyone. I want to start a little bit about posing some questions about NATO
1, 2.
before I go. Question surrounding this summit is not so much about the role of NATO in an insecure world, but how NATO stays together, I think, in an insecure world, which is a very fundamental question. Now, NATO has never been shy or short of trying to adapt itself, and it did this very remarkably in the 1990s, which was great. But the problem is the 1990s are over. And I think this is one of the things we need to digest. So all of this triumph of absorbing the post-communist states through projecting stability, enlargement, partnership programs waned with new challenges, such as the rise of Russia and China, the alteration of trade routes with new initiatives like Belt and Road, cyber attacks, hybrid warfare. Technology transcended our traditional understanding of boundaries and regions. And when we add to that the growing geopolitical instability, particularly in the Middle East, that's left fragmented states and the greatest refugee crisis of our time. Amidst all these geopolitical changes, we also have an essential ideological battle within the West between those who would like to preserve an international liberal order and those who prefer an inward-looking protectionist policies. Now, that's a pretty long list of how much the world has changed. So I suppose leading on from that is a question, why is NATO still facing this new world with the tools of the 1990s? And in the midst of all this change, the biggest challenge, I think, for NATO is that allies are beginning to have different security priorities. Today, one of NATO's allies, Turkey, faces a dire national security threat from terrorist attacks. These are augmented, planned, supported, and trained from across our border from Syria. It's a 915-kilometer border, and it's NATO's border. But NATO allies, unfortunately, have failed to understand this existential threat of the YPG to Turkey. Just in this last operation, we have closed off over 460 tunnels that lead from Syria into our country. These tunnels augment and support terrorist attacks that kill Turkish civilians, Turkish armed forces. These are the armed forces of NATO. So if NATO members do not acknowledge this existential threat to Turkey, I think this will undermine NATO. But Turkey does not question NATO's foundation or its purpose. It questions the alliance's understanding of Turkey's national security threats. And it believes that we should engage in a realistic and frank dialogue about this. It's about time. We do not question the validity of Article 5. On the contrary, we expect it to be fulfilled. A NATO that is fit for purpose would acknowledge this existential threat to Turkey. And this would actually make NATO stronger, not weaker. As I mentioned, we have a very long list of challenges. Isn't it better that we start working together to address them?
Thank you, Gülnar. Let me pick up on this. You mentioned a battle, ideological battle even within the West. Thomas, let me turn to you. You're here after President Macron has sort of set the terms for a little bit of the debate over the next 24 hours in a way that he was trying to challenge Europe to be a more geopolitical, geostrategic player. by shaking up his peers with the brain-dead comments, as everyone's familiar with. Can you unpack a little bit what you see as French strategy coming into NATO, into this leaders meeting?
Sure. If you allow me, I will stand up because this chair is a sort of instrument of torture, to be honest. So I prefer to stand up. And
not trying to throw the French off balance.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's a bit difficult for nowadays to be a think tanker in France because our president is much more provocative than all the think tankers, you know.
You stole your thunder.
So now my job is certainly to be more balanced. So we are in a completely reversed situation. Now, more seriously, what has been said by President Macron is obviously very serious. And I think that what is expected is to have a real strategic dialogue, a real strategic discussion, and not to continue as if everything was okay. For sure, it's not the case, and that it was said rightly, for instance, the assessment made by Turkey is very important. There is also the different assessment of Russia. There is also the different assessment regarding the future of the transatlantic relations, for instance. So let me focus on the transatlantic relation because I do believe that NATO is the key element for the future of the transatlantic relation. The thing is that the North Atlantic is less important in strategic terms than it was previously. There is a shift of the center of gravity towards North Atlantic to the east of Asia. That's a fact. We should adapt to that. It's a real concern, namely for Europeans, which will be much more in a peripheral situation than the US in the next decade. So that leads me to see that if NATO should be useful, and I do believe it will be useful in the next decade, it is precisely, you know, to contribute to the future of the transatlantic relation, which is at the time being in danger, because the other part of the transatlantic relation, it is the EU, which is more and more often blamed by the US in terms of trade policy, for instance. So I do think that the future of NATO is certainly to try to improve the relation with the EU, precisely to contribute to the future of the transatlantic relations. So I stop there on that, but I do think that, you know, what has been said many times by President Macron is just to avoid Europe to be sandwiched in the next decade between the US and China.
So let me turn to Corey. We've just heard, you know, President Erdogan's challenging the status quo, President Macron's challenging the status quo. Perhaps no one more is trying to challenge the status quo than President Donald Trump. How do you see the United States, which has been so focused on this issue of burden sharing, but in a way that has produced questions about America's commitment in the alliance? Now that this is not President Trump's first NATO engagement, how do you see the U.S. approach to this evolving?
Well, I was super sympathetic to Thomas's problem of the president being so provocative that it doesn't leave space for anybody else.
Mine is less valuable.
But
Corey, we've known you long enough to know you can be provocative.
Thank you, my friend. President Trump is particularly ungracious in how he engages the burden-sharing argument, but he's not wrong. And he's not alone among Americans questioning why our closest friends in the world aren't contributing more to our common defense. That's a very widespread view in the United States. And what's wonderful about the NATO alliance is that under Secretary General Stoltenberg's leadership, NATO allies have responded to that, right? The challenge for a collective of free states is winning the argument, right? Because we all have to agree in order to move ahead together. And NATO allies have responded really positively, even when asked so rudely and so demandingly by President Trump. So on behalf of my fellow Americans, can I just say thank you, my friends, for being so generous to us in a difficult time? Because that's actually what NATO's done really well for 70 years. All of us have important differences with each other, but the fundamental bargain of the NATO alliance is that each of our countries feels safer cooperating together to protect ourselves. That's the basic bargain, and I still think it's extraordinarily robust.
So perhaps, interestingly enough, perhaps no longer new, but the newer members of the alliance, perhaps today, are the status quo members. Tomáš, you're sitting in Brussels, you come from Slovakia. Give us a little bit of the perspective of how this is seen from Central Europe in the context of our conversation. In an insecure world, our allies in the East are those that have felt the most insecure because of Vladimir Putin's actions. How has the alliance, in your view, adapted to the concerns and interests of Central Europe in transforming its ability to deter and defend against a revanchist Russia?
Great question, Damon, and thanks everyone for coming and taking the time. Good to be here. So far, so good, Damon, is the short answer, in the sense that the response after the 2014 Russian aggression to Ukraine has been appreciated. The deployment of the 4 battle groups in the 3 Baltic countries and Poland does make a difference. But there's also a newfound concern. I mean, some of it is, of course, about the US commitment to NATO. I agree fully with Cory. The border-sharing debate is as old as the alliance itself. You can read the books on NATO history. You'll find echoes of it even before NATO started. They were from late 1940s. But there's something new in President Trump's tone, a sense that, that he brings a zero-sum approach to international relations, which does make us worry in Central Europe. And more recently, confusion, going back to what Thomas said earlier, confusion more than anything else about French ideas and French policies, particularly with regard to Russia. Now let me dwell a little bit on this last point. There is no sort of reflexive insistence on things always remaining the way they are. There is, I think, opening towards debating what better sort of living arrangement one can reach with Russia. I guess we're a bit more we have lower expectations perhaps than France of what might be achieved in terms of improved European-Russian conversation or European-Russian security architecture. But what there really is where the really main confusion lies is what exactly is President Macron's plan for engaging the Central European allies? Countries that have tried really hard in Central Europe, countries like Estonia, which have troops in Mali, not just Estonia, the Czech Republic and Romania too, that have tried really hard to put themselves in the shoes of France and of Paris and to understand the French concerns and the French view of the world, are finding that there's little compensation, if you will, little so quid pro quo. When President Macron did give the speech on more recently to The Economist, the interview in which he mentioned the need for resetting relations with Russia, he cited President Orban, or Prime Minister Orban, as the example of who is the so good Central European, somebody who understands his point of view. So let me end with this confusion about how exactly you agree with the French, and opening perhaps to, again, exploring better relationship with Russia as well as a better, bigger role for the European Union and Europe writ large in security matters, but a confusion about what exactly President Macron wants.
So it's a bit ironic that NATO has come together to begin transforming itself because of the challenge from Russia, and we see a far more vigorous alliance than we've seen deploying in the East because of the challenge from Russia, and that, if you've just pointed out, President Macron perhaps suggesting a reset with Russia. I want you to speak to that. Explain, Thomas, how France sees Russia. President Erdogan doing military relationships, raising questions about the relationship with Russia. And President Trump, perhaps unwilling sometimes to call out Russia for its actions. So help me understand this, that the alliance has transformed more than it has in decades because of a Russian challenge, and yet 3 key countries are raising questions. Thomas, what is Macron trying to do?
Well, that's a very important issue, and I will try to clarify this confusion. First of all, and it's not to be provocative, but I think we should not portray France as a pro-Russian country. France, within NATO, didn't buy Russian weapons, so it will be also a question, on this side. Very first point. Second, I think we should be back, to the situation in Ukraine. In fact, many critiques can be made, about what was done with the Normandy formats, but to a certain point, it stops the escalation from my point of view. So we'll have the next meeting, 9th of December, and I think it's positive for all of us in terms of stabilizing, European security. Third, I think that what is said, by President Macron should be also understood in the overall context. Yes, he said rapprochement with Russia because he does believe that it's a very, tricky situation in which we have today less contacts with Russia than during the Cold War with the USSR. There are less working channels at the time being. And that's a paradox, because the situation is completely different from the one during the end of the Cold War. So that leads me to the overall, vision of President Macron was to say, yes, rapprochement with Russia, without being naive. He said all the time, in his discourse. We know pretty well the Russian regime, believe me, because there was interference, during our election, like in the US and so on. I can elaborate on that. But you have this rapprochement, and you have also another thing which is very important and which has not been underlined in my view, which is also the Indo-Pacific strategy. That leads to the concern, which is, to some extent, addition with rapprochement with Russia plus Indo-Pacific strategy leads to China, which is maybe a way also to have a real discussion with the US.
So I'm going to pick up the China theme in just a minute, but let me play out Russia first. So President Macron and President Erdogan have had a little bit of a public spat coming to the summit, and yet we're hearing that perhaps both of them are pursuing in their own ways some kind of rapprochement with Russia. Turkey has bought weapons, the S-400. Gülner, what is President Erdogan trying to do with Russia?
Well, I think they're two separate issues. Turkey's relationship with Russia is largely a compartmentalized relationship. When it's a pragmatic compartmentalized relationship, areas where we do agree on, where we can cooperate, we do. Things we disagree on, we leave them outside the door when we have to cooperate. And this is a necessity because we're very close to each other. We're sort of reliant on each other in the energy trade as well, supply and consumption. And we've got the Turkish Stream project as well. So there's lots of issues there that bind us together and compel us to cooperate. But like I said, it's a very compartmentalized relationship. Now, the S-400 is a separate issue because it's really a requirement. We have a military requirement for our own air and missile defense, which we've had on the table since the 1990s. And we did try to purchase it through other means. We asked for the Patriot about 10 years ago. The United States didn't give it to us. We looked at other avenues. And we settled for the S-400 because it fulfills this gap in our defense systems for the time being. But it's not the end of the road. So we want to develop our own air and missile defense system, which we will do. But further down the road, we'll still look at other options. So it's not, it doesn't end with this. But as NATO Secretary General has said, Jens Stoltenberg has said, that this is actually an issue, it's a bilateral issue between the United States and Turkey because of the US concerns about the F-35 program. And now we've set up a technical committee to look into this and to allay the concerns of the United States. It is not a NATO issue. This is a standalone system. And Jens Stoltenberg himself has said, NATO cannot interfere in the procurement choices of their allies. So that's basically,
Gülner, I saw Corey shaking her head during your comments. Corey, Russia, Turkey, Congress and the White House aren't exactly reacting on the same page. Congress has been quite outspoken about its concern on Russia, potential for sanctions, and now you're hearing voices raise these concerns about sanctions. Should Turkey even be a NATO ally is actually a conversation in our Congress. That's not really where President Trump's voice has been on this. How is this dynamic, how is the United States approaching this dynamic, handling Russia and allies that want relationships with Russia?
So the fundamental thing to understand about the American government is that it was built by people who distrust government. And so all of the various checks and balances, it's very easy to think that the President of the United States is the only important voice, but that's actually not true. The courts are an equal voice, the Congress is an equal voice, states balance the federal government. We're a big argument in the United States, and that fits who we are as a political culture. And so, for example, I find the president's attitude about Russia genuinely shocking, and so do the intelligence agencies of the United States government. But the president is disinclined to share their view of Russia's interference in our elections, of the threat Russia poses for us. And so what you see is the Congress taking action to counter the president's decisions. Because in the United States government, like in the alliance, you always have to win the argument. And the President of the United States hasn't won the argument with the American people or the American Congress about Russia. So when the new Congress was seated in January of 2019, one of the first legislative actions they took was denying the President of the United States money to remove any American troops from Europe because they didn't trust the President's judgment on NATO and on Russia. So we're a big mess, we're a big argument, but it's important to understand how strong the counterbalancing forces are from an American public that likes our allies, that's worried about a Russia that would invade Ukraine and take Crimea and change borders in Europe by violence.
So one of the things that we have seen agreement within the alliance, within Congress and the Senate, is to welcome our 30th ally into the alliance. I'm delighted to welcome the Macedonian delegation. We're delighted to have y'all as allies and to be part of the conversation. We're looking forward to having Prime Minister Zaev with us. Welcome. Welcome to the family. You'll see that once you join the family, it's like any family, we've got a lot of disputes within them, and I want to turn back. One of the reasons I referred to North Macedonia is that folks have begun to notice that China has started to be present in Europe, has started to play an interesting role in the Western Balkans and Central Europe in particular, across Europe. And we're going to see a leaders meeting that probably for the first time has a more structured conversation about what China is. We may see a statement that comes out that for the first time will refer to China, underscoring that this merits being an issue for the alliance. It doesn't mean there's a common approach yet. And so I want to ask this last question, then I'm going to turn to the audience, so get your questions ready. China. You sat around the NAC table, but you've also been in Central Europe, and many have been worried that has China been using Central Europe, the Western Balkans, the soft underbelly, to create a hold in Europe that will at some point, I think as you said, Thomas, force Europe to hedge between the EU and the United States?
Brilliant. Before I get to that, Damon, let me add my congratulations to North Macedonia. Slovakia was among the biggest supporters of enlargement because we lived through the transformative effect enlargement or accession has had on our country and society. And I'm delighted that the alliance and the allies have been able to continue extended that effect further southeast. So congratulations. On to China. The existence of the 17+1, for those of you in the room who don't know, that's the special format of agreement that many Central European countries and countries of West Balkans have with Beijing, that has obscured the reality of real divisions among Central Europeans on China. Now, the 17+1 is sort of a political umbrella which produces an annual statement to which I wouldn't attach much significance. The reality of it is the Central Europeans are essentially a good microcosm of the broader NATO divisions on China itself. You have countries within, in fact, divisions within the countries. You have within the Czech Republic, for example, national security establishment that is sharply laser-focused on the consequences of Chinese investments into things like 5G, whatnot, and actually producing some of the best analysis among NATO countries on the potential consequences of being too naive about allowing China to dominate the next generation of IT. And you have even within the same country some of the best examples of how if you're soft on corruption, if you are soft on checks and balances, if you are soft on the powers of a judiciary, you allow not just China, but Russia and other nefarious actors to weaken your own ability to defend your own interest. The reality is China, much as Russia, isn't necessarily creating dependencies or creating vulnerabilities. They are preying, they're in many ways taking advantage of our own failures within Central Europe just as much as in broader Europe, again, to clean up the judicial systems, to clean up the political act, to clean up things such as campaign financing. The best response to China and Russia in many ways isn't to get more alert and more paranoid about China and Russia, it's to take a look inwards. Fix the weaknesses, vulnerabilities within our systems, because that is what allows China and Russia to have the undue influence on the politics they've had in some Central European countries lately.
Thank you. So our Tomasz talks about China and Russia together. Thomas used China as a rationale for why Macron might be talking a little bit differently about Russia. How does that divergence in strategy play out, Thomas?
Well, Europeans continue to believe in free trade. They are against protectionism. Okay? So the real issue at the timing is with the US on that, plus with China and its attitude in investing, in Europe. There is no possible free trade without, maritimization. So for me, when I am thinking about China from a European point of view, it is to say how we do think simultaneously about the future of the trade and the sea power. Problem is that, many European countries don't understand that there is a world east of Suez. But I think that it's very important in strategic terms to try to explain to other Europeans, especially to Germany, that it's very important to take Indo-Pacific into consideration if we want to continue to have an open trade system. On a more, naval point of view, we have observed that the Chinese are more and more present, in the Mediterranean Sea, also in the Baltic Sea. So that's something on which we should think gently. But my point on China is much more, related to the sea power than to think about, Russia and China gently. It was said, down by the US since 2005, approximately. At that time, I must say I was very skeptical. It was said in a statement by President Bush. Now, what is interesting, it is the growing imbalance between China and Russia, which is very, believe me, uncomfortable for the Russians. So we should take this comfort into consideration if we try to anticipate, the next decade.
So, Corey, at the last summit, the Americans showed up with a tough message on 5G, and it hit some shoals. But now we've seen an evolution in this debate in Europe a little bit. How do you see, how should NATO be thinking about, why is NATO talking about China?
NATO's talking about China because China's predatory behavior is making many countries in NATO nervous. And I think you see with the progression of the 5G debate in NATO countries that you're right, Damon, the United States came rolling in and said, anybody who buys a Huawei component is going to be excluded from intelligence sharing. And that sent a big signal. It wasn't a particularly graceful way to talk to your closest friends and closest security partners. But I also think that the United States is not the only country who's worried about China using technical components, not just for espionage purposes, but for undercutting governance and the rule of law in the societies in which they're operating, as Tomasz just said. And I think the German debate about 5G, where the chancellor started out very strongly supporting the free trade argument for China being able to be part of this system, and the German intelligence agencies, the German security leadership got increasingly nervous as they got more attentive to the problem. So I think it progresses the way most arguments in NATO progress, which is one or a few countries raise an issue that they're really nervous about, and NATO's the place where we talk about what we're nervous about. And everybody started to come to their own conclusions about it. And I do think the American position, as uncharitably as it was, and as undiplomatically as it was rolled out, is picking up substantive adherence. And that's a good thing for us all. It's good that we have these arguments. It's how we build a common position. And there's just no substitution for winning the argument.
Thanks, Corey. Where are my mic runners? I want to just see mic runners. I want a mic here for our Estonian colleague and a mic here for our Portuguese colleague. And I'm starting with you. I don't see my mic runners. Who are they? Run forward. So please go ahead. You start. Introduce yourself.
Hi, hello.
Welcome.
Hi, Damon. Katarzyna Pisarska, I'm the founder and director of, program director of the Warsaw Security Forum. Thank you for a fascinating panel, very dynamic, great job. But I do have two questions. One is to Gulnur. I completely agree with you that allies are becoming, that the biggest challenge for us in NATO is that we have different security challenges and we have different security perspectives. But with all due respect, the fact that President Erdogan threatened to block the plan to defend the Baltic states and Poland is completely unproductive. I think you have lost a lot of soft power only by that statement. I think it raised a lot of red flags in Central Europe and questioned a lot of Turkey's commitment to our region. So I just wanted to ask you, what did that statement serve for? And do you think it was the right thing to do?
Gunnar, I'm going to take a couple of questions. So thank you. Our Polish colleagues putting on the table one of the controversies in the run-up to the summit about the defense plan in the East. So Gunnar, we'll come to you on that, but let me take our Estonian colleague and our Portuguese colleague here.
Well, thank you very much, and thanks for an excellent panel. Sen Sako from International Center for Defense and Security in Tallinn. My first question was overtaken. I have exactly the same thing for our Turkish friend. The second one is to you, Monsieur Gomart, kind of explaining President Macron. And the question really stems from the fact that he has repeatedly said that he does not really trust the US anymore, and he wants to build a new European security architecture together with Russia. Now, is he aware that this is exactly precisely what Putin wants? To tear down the existing European security architecture and rebuild a new one where Russia is at the table and the US is not, meaning that Russia would replace US as an outside arbiter of European security.
Thank you, Sven. I'm going to discipline our questions to keep them tight to get as many as possible. Let's turn to you, sir.
Thank you, Damon. Ricardo Leite, Member of Parliament from Portugal and President of Unite, a global network of parliamentarians for global health. The issue is around Russia, once again. The last time I heard the argument on compartmentalizing a relationship with a friend of mine who has a mistress trying to justify how he's going to keep his relationship with his family, I'm not sure that's going to work. And within NATO, if we must discuss, and I'd like to hear your opinion, what kind of bilateral and multilateral relationships we can have beyond the family so that the family can continue functional. But I heard everyone, or many of you, mention the need to reset the relationship with Russia. My question is, how does Crimea play in that situation? Are we going to give it up altogether? The sanctions clearly are not working. What's the next step? Thank you.
Ricardo. And a brief question, Ambassador Poptodorova, the final one in this opening, please.
Thank you, Damon. First of all, congratulations to North Macedonia, coming from a neighbor that have always supported the membership of Macedonia in NATO. You wouldn't be surprised if I bring your attention a little bit farther east from Central Europe, from the Balts. We are discussing Russia and Turkey at great extent. How would you discuss, how would you comment Russia's influence plus combined with Turkish interests in the Balkans? Would you agree, and I'm trying to be not as provocative as President Macron, but almost, would you agree that the Balkans may turn to be the soft belly of transatlantic security?
Terrific. Thank you, Ambassador. Gunnar, why don't you start off with quick responses here, and then we'll come down.
I'll start off with the issue about this defense plan for the Baltics and Poland. Now, this is actually an internal NATO matter. I don't think we should even be talking about this. And I think the way it was leaked to the press has also led to a great deal of misunderstandings, and it's been pulled into different directions. Turkey has always been there for the defense of its allies. We've been part of the planning process. We're going to be heading the command of the Spearhead Force, of the Rapid Readiness Force. And these are internal NATO matters. Now, but now it's out in the press, of course. These kinds of negotiations do happen within the alliance, behind closed doors, about certain documents at the approval stage, right? Now, The same document of the similar sort for Turkey's security actually framed the YPG as a terrorist organization. Now, some allies, I think actually one particular ally, had an objection to that, and therefore they have blocked Turkey's defense plan. And in turn, at that moment, this other defense plan was about to be approved. And right now, Turkey's position is that this cannot be security for some allies, but it has to be security for all allies. What this debate has done, which was unfortunately supposed to be an internal debate, and it's very unfortunate it's been leaked out in this way, is that it's actually forced us to face the fact that, you know, of course we have different security concerns, like we've talked about China and so forth, medium, long term, but then there are also immediate national security concerns. And there you cannot have a compromise and address the immediate national security concerns of some allies and not address the immediate national concerns of another ally. So in terms of national security concerns, we really have to be on the same page. Otherwise, we will not be able to agree on anything else.
That's the time on the clock. I'm going to.
But I wanted to say a few things on Russia, but maybe let the others pitch in and then come back to Russia, because I was asked about that.
Okay,
yeah.
Let me pick up Thomas, because there was some skepticism about French views. Quick response to the skeptics out there.
I would respond to your question coming from this gentleman and this one. So the question is President Macron aware that a discussion directly between Europeans and Russians are the one expected by Putin? Yes, he is. He's aware. Now, what does it mean? That means also, if you read all the statements, you know that it is always said that we should have a dialogue franc et direct with Russia, with our allies. And, I have already mentioned the term naivete. There is absolutely no naivete about, the nature of Putin's regime. That leads me to your question. The assessment which has been made also by President Macron, it is to take into consideration 2013 and the fact that all weaknesses, all Western weaknesses, give a way for Russia, especially in Syria. Where is the coherence, and the consistent approach? Unfortunately for all of us, it is in Russia. If you remind, 2003, there were 3 countries against, the intervention in Iraq: Russia, Germany, and France. Okay? It was a much more difficult time than our times, I think, for sure. So the problem is also to accept that. It's to accept our own failures and the fact that we let, the field to the Russians. No intervention in 2013. Have a look about the consequences, in Syria. So I stop there.
Thomas, I'm going to, just for the sake of the audience, I'm going to jump to the next 2 questions. This gentleman here and the young woman over there. Please introduce yourself. Quick questions in our last 3 minutes. Flip it on at the bottom, on the middle.
Hello.
Destine, yes, you just talk right into it. Yep.
Hi there, Justin Bronk from RUSI. I'm an air defense specialist. My question was to Gulnar. You justified the S-400 purchase, which is one of the key splits within NATO, on the grounds of a key military requirement. How does that sit with the fact that the S-400 system, particularly if not joined up to Turkey's air picture, common air picture, which is NATO standard, so cannot be integrated, A, can't be used against enemy aircraft because you won't see IFF, identification friend or foe, or even air traffic control information, but also the fact that the S-400 system is not actually compatible with defending against the short-range rockets, artillery fire, and mortars from Syrian territory that you're actually concerned about?
Thank you, sir. All right, to the young woman over here in 15 seconds, a short question, please. Have confidence, speak right into it.
Thank you. Would you say that many of the differing opinions within NATO come from a different approach to an issue, or like a different end goal as to what you're trying to achieve?
All right, terrific. So to do this wrap-up, that's a great question. If you look at these issues in tactical, micro, the day-to-day, my gosh, look at all these differences and divisions. Thomas reminded us this ain't new. This is a family. This is where family problems get fleshed out. So how significant are these divisions? And if you take perspective on this alliance, Gunnar, first answer, Thomas, Corey, Thomas.
I'll start off with Russia, because that was something I was going to say. Now, I mean, having a compartmentalized relationship does not mean a lack of principles. I think that's what you were alluding to. It actually helps in the sense that if you have a geostrategic reality like we do, you know, you just have to look at the map where we are, then you have to have these sort of strands of cooperation with neighboring states. But the compartmentalized part has allowed us also to be very firm with Russia when it comes to Ukraine. And you know, we have very good relations with Ukraine. We're actually selling them drones right now. So, you know, we've also got a defense agreement with them. And and Russia doesn't mind that because we're, you know, doing things in other areas with them. So, but I think overall, we're quite happy to sort of continue like this with our own policy. But because we do value NATO, I think it's important for NATO, as you said, a family, to have a wider strategic picture about how we deal with Russia. And we totally support that. And as for the S-400, how we're going to use it, in what context, as a standalone system, I can't talk about that. You can appreciate that. But it will be a standalone system, and all the technical questions are being addressed by the joint US-Turkish committee.
We've hit the clock, so I'm going to ask my remaining colleagues to give us your headline conclusion. Tomáš.
Sure. Let me do that really quickly in the light of time and only address the last question. Are there fundamental disagreements among allies, or are we looking at tactical differences? My sense, putting on my Central European hat, is that there is no fundamental disagreement between Central European allies and the rest on even the controversial issues, sensitive issues of how do you treat Russia, what exactly is Europe's role in defense. I had a good fortune recently of editing a report for NATO on NATO's next 70 years. A chapter on deterrence was written by an excellent Polish think tank. The author is here in place. It was very open-minded, took a very broad view of deterrence. There is no reflexive insistence on status quo. What there is, my last 10 seconds, is a concern about the way the conversation was opened. We're open, I think, to exploring whether a better relationship with Russia is available. We understand the need for Europe to stand more on its own feet. It comes not just from President Macron, but also from President Trump. But how you proceed makes an awful lot of difference. We have a security order in Europe that works. It's not perfect. Can it be improved? Absolutely. Is it good that we have almost very little conversation with Russia? No. So we're open to looking at how you fix it. But you don't start out with a presumption, as President Macron seems to have, that the US will inevitably bow out of the European security picture. You don't start out with a presumption that a much better arrangement with Russia can be had, that it's realistic, because evidence suggests otherwise. And I'm a son of a doctor, my last sentence. The first rule in medicine is do no harm. And I think that would be a very good way that's a very good philosophy and a mindset to keep in mind as we start thinking about a better security architecture for Europe.
Good advice, Thomas. Corey.
I think we often disagree on the ends because we have more than one end we are trying to attain. We often disagree on the means because there are many different ways to successfully navigate problems. And we often disagree on the language in which we talk about them. But what makes NATO successful and what makes it valuable to all of our countries is the fact that we let ourselves be persuaded by each other, and we identify where our interests overlap and where we can find common approaches. And that's why NATO is so successful.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Corey. Final word, Thomas.
Yeah, I think that NATO is a family with new members. Welcome to North Macedonia. And in each family, there are turbulent people. So, you know, France is an Atlantic and also a Latin country. And I think that President Macron prepared a very lively dinner for tomorrow.
That is right. Our presidents, our prime ministers, the leaders have given us a lively conversation. Please join me in thanking our opening discussants. Couldn't have done a better job. And thank you for being such active participants. Your show will continue, please.
Thank you, Thomas.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will include remarks in Polish. If you require translation, headsets are available at each seat on the floor. Please tune to Channel 1. That's Channel 1, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. To introduce our next speakers, please welcome to the stage Director General of the Royal United Services Institute, Dr. Karin von Hippel.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to this session on Defense and Deterrence for a New Era. I'm Karin von Hippel, the director of one of the crusty think tanks that Shashank mentioned earlier, but it's really a privilege for all of us to be part of this consortium. And I'd also like to thank all of our partners and all of our incredibly hardworking colleagues who have been putting in a lot of time over the last few weeks. Today, it's really a pleasure to welcome two extremely distinguished speakers. They include His Excellency President Duda of Poland. Most of you know that Poland was the largest country of that early wave of new member states 20 years ago. And today, of course, Poland is really one of the most active members of the alliance. He will be joined by His Excellency Prime Minister Zaev of the Republic of North Macedonia. As we all know, North Macedonia is about to become the 30th member of NATO, its newest member. And I think it's fair to say that both countries are extremely committed to a strong alliance. The two speakers will be really discussing how NATO can meet the challenges of this new era of the 21st century. I think given all the issues that were raised already in the morning session, there's a lot for them to talk about. And so we're looking forward to hearing that. Now, I promised, I'm about to introduce our moderator, Stephen Sacker, who, as all of you know, is the presenter for BBC's Hard Talk, and I really promised him a rousing applause from everyone here. So please join me in welcoming this panel. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It is a great pleasure to see a packed hall. It's also my honor and privilege to have two fantastic guest speakers with me today. Two leaders who've taken time out from what is, I know, for both of them, a very busy schedule here in London with the NATO summit just ahead. But they've taken time out to be here to discuss with me some of the very, very important questions facing the NATO alliance right now. Just by way of introduction, I'm Stephen Sacker. As Karen said, I present the Hard Talk show on BBC News. My day job is grilling and challenging people in power, holding them to account, and I'll be doing a little bit of that today. But both of my guests, I think it is fair to say, are viewing this NATO summit as something of very great significance. President Duda, of course, representing Poland, one of the states which I would say right now is at the forefront of discussions of NATO's future. Poland very proud to meet the 2% of GDP spending commitment on defense. And we have Prime Minister Zaev of North Macedonia, who of course is on the very cusp of joining the NATO alliance. I was just talking to the Prime Minister. He believes that the final phase of ratification will be done early in the new year, and then North Macedonia will be the 30th member of NATO. So, two wonderful guests to have with us. We have billed this as part of the NATO Engages event here. We've billed this as a discussion of defense and deterrence in a new era. And I think it is fair to say that NATO right now faces hugely important existential questions. So I'm going to ask both of you to open up with just some short opening remarks addressing the challenges that NATO faces today. I think challenges which get down to what is NATO for in this new era. So with that in mind, President Duda, would you kick us off?
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. He told me that I have 2 minutes to open this discussion, but this is very difficult to answer this question, a very complicated question, in 2 minutes, because you have to look at the history of my country. The truth is we've been for more than 40 years behind the Iron Curtain. Yes, Poland was not fully independent, was not fully free country, and in 1989 we broke down the Iron Curtain. We won this very important battle, and we became a member of a really free world, democratic Europe, and that was, I can say, our dream to join NATO, the strongest military but defense alliance in the world. We dreamed about it. We dreamed about joining the European Union, and we did it. First NATO in 1999, yes, and after 5 years, in 2004, we joined European Union. And if you ask me about NATO, about our membership in NATO, about my vision of NATO, what I can say. First, we are very proud to be in NATO, yes, because as I said, NATO is the strongest military alliance in the world, and we can say that Europe, but especially this Euro-Atlantic area, is one of the most peaceful and most safe areas in the world now because of NATO existence. And what can I say more? What is our goal? Looking at NATO, yes, we would like to have NATO strong. We would like to have NATO united. We would like to preserve this cohesion of NATO. And what was NATO's best achievement during the last few years? I can say that was the establishing of NATO presence in the eastern flank. Yes, that was very important for our country. That was very important for Baltic states after the Russian invasion, first in Georgia, 2008, and then in Ukraine in 2014. This enhanced forward presence in the eastern flank is one of the greatest achievements of NATO now.
Great. Well, if I may then, I'm going to stop you there, President Duda, because what you've laid out there is a vision based, as you put it, your words, on cohesion, on unity, and a real focus right now on NATO's eastern flank. So those are all key points that I want to keep in my head, and we will come back to in the discussion. Now, Prime Minister Zaev, I want you, again, briefly if you can, just as we approach this NATO summit, to lay out for me, as an incoming member, what you see as the purpose of NATO right now, and particularly bearing in mind your own interests in the Balkans.
So thank you very much. Thank you for inviting us. For us, it's a specific pleasure because we are the next member country of NATO, 30th member country of NATO. It's good for NATO because 30th is better than 29. But of course, for the region, for the Western Balkans, Southeastern Europe, it's a precious achievement because mean more stability, security, safety, and immediately mean investment, foreign and direct investment. Everybody who is here must remember that Balkan in the past was full of conflicts, wars, ethnical wars, a lot of damage for the region, but for the whole European continent. Now, NATO membership after Montenegro, we are next member of NATO. That means really a lot of stability and security. Our citizens for this region, I can talk from the citizens from Republic of North Macedonia, so much belief in NATO, in unity, in stability, so we even changed our constitutional name. We became Republic of North Macedonia, of course, because of building good relations with our neighbors. We are a country without open bilateral issues with any countries in the neighborhood, but of course that opened the doors for our strategic goal. We fulfill our dream now, like Poland fulfilled 1999, because strategic goal for us means security, stability, no anymore young people to be part of conflicts, to die, etc., but also to participate, to keep peace all around the world and share peace all around the world. But also, as I mentioned, that bring a lot of economic aspects, because also that strength rule of law, democratic values, freedoms, etc., etc.
Excellent. Well, Prime Minister, thank you very much. Thank you both. So you both, as I frankly expected, are leaders who've come to NATO using the rhetoric of unity, of cohesion, of stability within the NATO alliance. But now that we get to the Q&A, I'm going to introduce perhaps a little bit of sort of skepticism into the conversation. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I should say I'm going to sort of quiz the two of them for 10 minutes or so, and then before we end the session, I absolutely want to see hands in the air, and I want to get you guys involved as well. This is going to be question and answer. It's going to be proactive and interactive, so do frame your own questions as well. But let me start, President Duda, by suggesting to you that everything we've seen, whether it be from President Donald Trump and his deep skepticism about the preparedness of Europe to burden share in a realistic way, or whether it be from President Macron, who, as we know, in recent days has expressed his fear that NATO is brain dead in terms of having a meaningful conversation about its future strategy, there are deep divisions and disagreements within the NATO alliance. Would you accept that?
You are talking about the political discussions, yes, but I also look at the results, yes. What is the result? The result is NATO presence on the eastern flank. This is the result for me, yes. This is what I expected. This is what we have now in Poland.
But with respect, even in that, Mr. President, you have big problems. The Turkish government is now saying that it will block some of the new arrangements on the eastern flank, defense of the Baltics and I guess Poland as well, unless you all, as a united alliance, sign on to the notion that the Kurdish groups in northern Syria are terrorists and formally acknowledge that fact.
Yes, but NATO is an alliance of almost 30 states, yes, 30 countries, and there are many interests, yes, and of course this is the huge field of the discussion of the negotiation. I talked yesterday with Mr. President Erdogan, and I hope that we will find a good solution.
But the point is, the outside world looking at NATO today hears your language about unity and cohesion, but sees a reality, you call it politics, but sees a reality where increasingly the alliance isn't functioning as it should because of these internal divisions.
In general, I don't agree. Because look at the perspective of last 30 years, yes? In the 90s, we can say that NATO didn't exist. Do you remember something about NATO in the 90s?
Well, it was a different era in the 90s. Of course,
yes,
NATO was still heavily
time
defending Europe's borders.
Time changed. Yes, but we had new events. Yes, we had, as I said before, we had Russian aggression on Georgia, in Georgia, yes, in 2008. We have now Russian occupation of Crimea and part of Ukraine, and it started in 2014, so 5 years ago, and we still have a threat of the next invasion. And what about NATO? And NATO, in my opinion, NATO has shown that is alive, because there was a very fast reaction of NATO for all this changing of the situation.
Just one more point, then I want to get to Prime Minister Zaev, but President Macron, and I'm sure you read his Economist interview just as I did, he is suggesting now that NATO has to move beyond regarding Russia as the prime threat, and your focus is on the eastern flank, but he's saying it's time for NATO to actually move beyond the eastern flank question and look at what is happening in the Sahel, for example. Look what's happening in terms of the global terror threat, in terms of cybersecurity, in terms of artificial intelligence. He actually wants a fundamental reset of the NATO strategic mind. You're suggesting NATO's strategic mind is stuck on Russia.
Yes, but I don't. But I still don't see a problem. We can discuss about this. Because, you know, I believe in 360-degree policy, yes, and for me it's crucial that we have to look around. This is not the only problem of the eastern flank. We are a member of NATO, but we understand what it means that we are a member of NATO. This is not only the problem of our security, of the defense of Polish and or Baltic states borders. Yes, this is also the problem of the southern Europe. Yes, this is also the problem of the terrorist threat and other. So I understand it very well, and I'm ready to discuss about it. So that's why we spend more than 2% of our GDP on defense, because we are ready to fulfill all our duties or our responsibilities as a NATO member.
Fascinating stuff. Thank you very much. Prime Minister Zaev, I want to come to you. Just some quick-fire questions. Number one, we've just been talking about Poland's commitment to beating that 2% of GDP threshold on defence spending. You're the new member coming in the new year. Can you guarantee to us all that you will be spending more than 2% of GDP on defence?
I think that in the last 2.5 years we have achievement what is very rare in the European continent. We even doubled our expenditures for defence. We was 0.8, 0.9. Now we are more than 1.4% of our GDP.
Right, so you're still far short of what the Americans have demanded for a long time.
Yes, but the goal is not later than 2024 to achieve 2%. I think that we will get it that earlier. And also we spend it more than 20%, in the moment 24% for modernization of our army, what is also one of the very important thing. What is, as I mentioned, it very rare in the other member countries in European Union. Poland is a good example, but also we are the next member country, and we started 2.5 years, and we do it 0.2% every year more.
I wouldn't say patience is Donald Trump's greatest virtue, and when he hears you saying, well, we'll get to 1.4% and then hopefully we'll move to 2% over a period of time, he may not regard that as hugely impressive. And when you said to me, you know, we've dreamed in Macedonia for a long time, North Macedonia, we've dreamed for a long time about joining NATO, I just wonder whether you worry that at the time you are now joining the alliance, the Americans are clearly having a conversation back home about whether they have a future in this alliance. You probably saw John Bolton, the former national security advisor to Donald Trump, said that he believed if Donald Trump wins a second term, the United States may go into full isolationist mode. Are you worried about the viability of the alliance, in particular America's role in the alliance?
As the President mentioned it, it's a political debate, really. I think that every member country will never forget the reasons of preparing NATO, like biggest alliance in the world, fighting for keeping peace and stability and security. And in that mind, of course, there will be inside debate, of course, in the future. Can happen a lot of reforms in NATO, in alliance. We must be more prepared for defense and deterring. Of course, it's a third decade for 21st century will start next year, and the NATO must be prepared for the new challenges, but I don't believe that something big will happen with somebody who will go out from NATO. So the power of attraction of NATO, it's really big. and I think that we'll continue in this direction, but of course there must be inside debate for final decisions having of that matter. You know how you mentioned it, hard talks can be easiest one if we have really clear vision for our future, also in NATO, because we believe that we will be very soon full members of NATO.
Well, I'm all for a bit of hard talk, that's for sure. So, but I suspect some in our audience may be for a bit of hard talk too. So let me just quickly scan the room now, see if there are any hands going up who want to join the conversation at this moment. I've got lots more questions, but I do want to make this as interactive as possible. So if anybody at this point would like to ask a question of President Duda or Prime Minister Zaev, you, sir, have a hand up, so we'll get to you. There's a microphone there.
Hello, my name is Filip Daravenda. I'm a student from the University of Kent. This is a question to North Macedonia. Do you believe that Poland has become a global, a regional superpower with the Free Seas Initiative and its close link with the United States? Do you see working closer with Poland and its initiatives? I mean, as you spoke about Donald Trump cutting his kind of ties with Europe, do you believe that Poland could be a bridge between the US and Europe in that sense?
Okay.
Yes, of course.
Well, you're sitting here, so I didn't think you were going to...
No. So Poland is one of the countries who was in the past one of the biggest supporters for our country to achieve not only solutions of all these bilateral issues, but standards, what is needed to fulfill to be full members of NATO and also a member of European Union. Of course, that kind of politics from all Visegrad group before, and especially Poland, was a good example for us. How they manage with the situation, how to help each other, so they share the whole experience with us in 6 Western Balkan countries to achieve as soon as possible all needed criteria. So we fulfill all criteria, having in mind that we are a democratic country, that ruling of law is very important, like the criteria in NATO, complete freedoms, of course, and that is very helpful for us.
If I may, Prime Minister, and I want the President's view on this as well, I want to pick up on that question by just reflecting again on politics. Now, you two say, Stephen, politics is politics, but the alliance goes on. But the fact is, just last month, you received a major kick in the teeth from France because President Macron basically blocked your accession talks going ahead for North Macedonia and for Albania, and he said, you know what, I'm not happy anymore with the entire accession process, we've got to restructure it, reframe it, and we're going to call a halt to further accessions. Seems to me that creates another big political tension inside NATO, because here's Macron saying, I want more focus on the EU as a strategic defense alliance platform, and at the same time, he's blocking you from EU membership, which creates tensions inside NATO. How worried are you about these new tensions within Europe?
It was really unfair for us, like candidate countries. We are candidate country 15 years, and we have 10 positive recommendations, and now they confirm all 28 countries there in the European Union Council. They confirm that we fulfill 100% of the reforms. Upon that, we find solution with Bulgaria. Upon that, we find solution with this, through this historical agreement with Greece. Through this agreement, we even change our constitutional name normally. And he decided, also he mentioned it, that now Europe needs more time because of future reforms. Of course, was very disturbing for us, and we was very much disappointed. But we're continuing with these reforms, what we do, and we hope that this mistake, because it was mistake for Europe, not only for us, will be changed very soon. All countries, only France was the only one who expect the debate for the new methodology for enlargement of European Union, and we hope that we will continue very soon our path to full membership of European Union.
To be blunt about it, President Duda, do you see the things that President Macron is doing right now in a European context and in a NATO context as being deeply problematic? Would you use the same language of mistakes being made?
I'm sure that Euro-Atlantic Alliance is one of the crucial elements of our stability. I'm talking about Europe, not only about Poland, about our stability and our security. Yes, and the question is, what shall we do to preserve and to protect all this achievement we have now? Because I can say that, look at the European Union and look at the NATO. Of course, we know there are many problems in both alliances. Yes, there are tensions, and we have Brexit in European Union. Okay, I know, but can you show me the greatest successes in the entire world than those two unions, yes, two alliances, NATO alliance and European Union alliance? No, this is two best institutions created in the world during the last 100 years, yes? And of course we have tensions because we have many countries, as I said, many countries with their own interests, yes? And we have to discuss how to improve the problems, how to improve mechanisms. And if you hear the voice of Mr. President Macron, yes, I would like to ask him, Mr. President, don't talk about the brain of the NATO and etc. etc. Let's please propose us what can we do to improve our cooperation in NATO, in your opinion. Okay. Yes.
Yes.
But concrete, please give us concrete proposition. Yes. What shall we do? Okay. This is the first element. But
Mr. President, we're running short of time, and I want to ask some very quick fire questions. But I also want to get at least one more audience question in, and we're short of time. Sorry, Mr. President, but we'll come back to you. I promise you.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Paul Taylor from Friends of Europe. To both presidents, you've talked really only about the Eastern Front and the Balkans. But many people inside NATO also see security challenges in the south. And really, there's been no thought, apparently, given at all to that at the moment. So what more do you think NATO should be doing in the south? Who should be taking care of security in the Sahel, stabilizing Libya, looking at possibly peacekeeping in the Near East and so on? Are those roles for NATO, or if not, for whom?
Okay,
Thank you.
Good question. But both of you, can I ask now for really brief answers to the point, because we want to squeeze in as much as possible. So, President Duda first on that one.
I have no doubts that we have to look at the NATO as the alliance of all member states. Yes, so this approach, NATO 360 degrees, is the crucial idea in NATO, and we should look at the eastern flank of NATO, and we also should look at the southern flank of the NATO, and we have to achieve all, and we have to try to answer for all the challenges we have there. So this is, I have no doubts.
All right, and Prime Minister Zaev.
I think if we mention that NATO is the biggest alliance in the world and the more important war and peace factor, the world also have a responsibility to keep peace all around the world, and of course some aspects of more focus in the south, because there is really need as soon as possible peace. Everybody who can help can address there and to be more focused. Also NATO have bigger responsibility for that.
Right, so you're both talking about, you know, the 360-degree approach, but let me ask you a very simple question. You can almost answer it yes or no. Is Vladimir Putin's Russia still the #1 threat to NATO?
I think the NATO have the threats in front of alliance connected with the modern world, with 21st century. Cyber threats, security threats, that kind of hybrid threats, what is happened very much, and we must be very much focused all together to share experience, yes, how to find of that, to deter that, and of course to defend from that. That is the modern threats. Sometimes can happen also from inside of NATO countries. It depends what kind of radical structures are playing or not.
Russia still the #1 threat?
I don't want to assess which threat is higher, which threat is more dangerous. Yes, we have terrorist threat now, we have threat of Russian imperialism, we have threats on the Middle East, yes, we have many threats around and we have answered.
I sadly have a threat of my own to deal with now because I've got a red badge up there saying time's up, which is most unfortunate because I know there are lots more questions in the hall and I know hands are still going up, but I have been told under strict pain of punishment that if I overrun too much I'll be carted off and sent to the Tower of London or something. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry that I haven't managed to squeeze more questions in. I think you'll all agree that the input from both of our leaders here has been fascinating, nuanced but fascinating. So I thank you, President Duda and Prime Minister Zaev, very much indeed, and I thank you all for listening so patiently. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chief International Correspondent at the BBC, Ms. Lise Doucet.
Good afternoon, ladies. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. And happy birthday. I have to say that I have never been to such a big birthday party in my life. And on top of it, a 70th birthday party for NATO. What a great privilege for all of us to be here. The NATO Secretary General describes this 70-year-old as active, agile, adapting to the future. Wow, not bad for a 70-year-old. You know, they say 70 is the new 40. Hashtag sure. Now, I'm told about half of this audience is actually under the age of 40. Where are you? All the under 40s. Oh la la. 70 is the new 40? You'll find out. But, do you know, others are making other comments, commenting on the mental health of this 70-year-old, saying the 70-year-old is brain dead. And also, others make ageist comments, saying the 70-year-old is obsolete. So what kind of a birthday party will this be? Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the man who will set the table for the birthday party, Jens Stoltenberg. Good morning. Good morning. Happy birthday.
Thank you so much, and happy birthday to all of you.
Yes. And I must begin with the question I think that is on everybody's mind.
And that
How was your breakfast with President Trump?
It was, as always, a great breakfast, and we had omelette and some sausages and brown toast and orange juice. So that was a great breakfast, and as always, paid by the United States. So we have fair burden sharing.
Oh dear,
yeah.
Be careful.
Yeah.
I hope there was a bit of burden sharing there, and the Norwegians perhaps provided some sausages but a lot of words must have gone back and forth across that table. Let's just randomly pick 3. Very, very nasty. That's how President Trump has described President Macron's comment about the NATO alliance, declaring it strategically brain dead. Now, I know Norwegians and NATO Secretary Generals don't use words like nasty, but at the very least, the comments by President Macron weren't nice?
I have a comment what he has said, and I don't agree. And I think that more important than that I don't agree is the fact that when you look at NATO, you see that we are actually delivering. We are doing more. We are acting together. We are proving every day that this alliance is agile, is active, and it's delivering. I have, for instance. So we have just implemented the biggest reinforcement of our collective defense in a generation since the end of the Cold War. For the first time in our history, we have combat-ready troops in the eastern part of the alliance. We have tripled the size of the NATO response force. We're able to reinforce if needed. We invest in high-end capabilities. We step up in the fight against terrorism in the new training mission in Iraq. And European allies are investing more in defense. So if you just look at the substance, you can see that this alliance is delivering.
Well, some say it's the most successful alliance in history, but there now seems to be some fundamental disagreements about this alliance's future, its mission, and at the very least, to be the NATO Secretary General at this time, the fact that big people are raising big questions in public must be a matter of concern.
So yes and no, because...
Let's deal with the yes first.
Yeah, because yes, of course, we should never question the unity and the willingness, the political willingness to stand and together and to defend each other, because the whole purpose of NATO is to preserve peace, is to prevent conflict by sending a clear message to any potential adversary that if one ally is attacked, it will trigger the response from the whole alliance, and by doing that, we preserve the peace, we prevent any conflict.
So let's be clear on this, because as you know, deterrence is not just a question of military hardware. You're doing well on that front. It's also a question of perception and political credibility. And therefore, NATO's credibility has been dented by these very public rows about even your founding principle. One for one and one for all, for one and one for all, collective security.
Yes, but then I think, but I also strongly believe that the best way of expressing this well is actually through what we do. Action speaks louder than words. And the fact that we have these troops in the eastern part of the alliance, for the first time combat-ready troops, which are multilateral, multinational troops, headed by or led by the US, Canada, United Kingdom, Germany, that sends a very clear message that if any of these countries are attacked, NATO is already there. It will trigger the response from the whole alliance.
The Baltic expansion was a huge achievement, but you have President Erdogan coming, telling you that if you don't recognize his Kurdish enemies, the Kurds in Syria, as terrorists, he's going to block the Baltic expansion. Can you find a form of words to come out of this summit with healing that rift and keeping the Baltic expansion?
It's well known that we have some issues related to how to designate the YPG, PYG, the organization in Syria. There are different views among NATO allies. But we have plans in place to protect all the Baltic countries and Poland and all other allies. And more than plans, we have forces. The fact that we have forces there sends a very clear message about our readiness to protect and defend all allies. And sometimes you also hear that the US is leaving Europe. That's not correct. The US is actually increasing their presence in Europe. It's correct that after the end of the Cold War, US gradually reduced its military presence. The last US battle tank left Bremerhaven in December 2013, but now the US is back with a full armored brigade and pre-positioned equipment for yet another brigade and even more. So there's more US presence in Europe, more US troops in Europe. I can't think about any stronger way to demonstrate US commitment to Europe than that.
Okay, but let's deal with it just one issue by issue. So, do you think by tomorrow, when the declaration of some kind is made, you will have found a form of words to resolve this growing rift with Turkey?
I will not promise that, but what I can say is that we are working on that and that we already have plans in place. What we are discussing is the revision of plans. We are constantly updating and revising plans, but it's not like NATO doesn't have a plan to defend the Baltic countries. We have a plan, and as I said, we have the forces, and we have the presence. So I think that's the strongest expression of our collective defense, our commitment to NATO's collective defense goals.
President Macron has defended his comments, and he actually says it's been a wake-up call for NATO, so it's been helpful. Others in the alliance look at it differently. They're saying actually his comments backfired because some big NATO partners like Germany doubled down on their commitment to NATO. How would you describe his intervention? We'll take, I know you can't criticize, let's just take the personality out of it. That intervention. Helpful, a wake-up call, or backfired?
No, I will not go into that. What I will say is that I don't agree. And then the most important thing is for me actually what NATO does. I expect.
But did it force you to, for example, I understand there is going to be at this meeting. It's not a summit. There's going to be an agreement on a wise persons group to look at NATO's future strategy?
What I expect the leaders to agree is that we will conduct a process, a reflection on how to further strengthen the political dimension of NATO. Exactly how we organize that, I expect the allies to ask me to put forward proposals. But the important thing is not exactly how we organize such a reflection. The important thing is that we reflect on not whether we need NATO, not to question the fundamentals of NATO, but that we reflect on how can we further strengthen NATO, especially the political dimension of NATO. And I think that's a good thing, because we are 29 allies from both sides of the Atlantic. Of course there are differences. It would be strange if 29 allies with different political parties, different history, different geography, always agreed on everything. But the lesson we have learned from history is that despite these differences, we have always been able to unite around our core task to protect and defend each other, because it's in our national security interest to do so. And we have to sometimes remember that it's not the first time there are differences between NATO allies. Going back to the Suez crisis in '56, or when France decided to leave the military cooperation in '66, or the Iraq war in 2003, and many other examples, there have been differences. But this alliance has shown incredible strength, resilience, and ability to deal with these differences without weakening the core task of this alliance.
But still, you're absolutely right that NATO has had to deal with these challenges consistently throughout the decades. But there wasn't Twitter in 1956 or in 1966. There wasn't the kind of social media, which means our perceptions are forged by the fact that there's this instantaneous information. And this is something that every morning you wake up, you must wonder what's going to be on Twitter today.
Yes, but I think you just have to realize that that's a different world, that's true. But if you look at, for instance, the opinion polls, especially in the United States, it's record high support for NATO. And not only in the public opinion in the United States, but also in the Congress. They have stated again and again the strong support for NATO. So there is this big paradox that while people are questioning the strength of the transatlantic bond on both sides of the Atlantic, actually there is stronger popular support for NATO than it has been for many, many, many years in most of the NATO allied countries, especially in the United States. Second, we are doing more together in North America and Europe than we have done for decades. With more US presence and European allies stepping up. You know, I'm a politician and I'm used to be criticized for having good rhetorics but bad substance. In NATO it's the opposite. We have bad rhetorics but extremely good substance. And that's a good thing.
Let's take some questions from the audience. The lady in red and the man in blue.
I'm Patricia Sasnal from the Polish Institute of International Affairs, and I want to ask you about the substance, Mr. Secretary General. It seems to me that there is one country behind the controversies in the political lack of cohesion within NATO, both when it comes to President Trump's criticism of NATO and President Macron's ideas for NATO in the future, and that's China. So my simple question to you is what is NATO's idea for China?
And it's on the agenda for the first time in a NATO meeting.
Yeah, so I think the answer is that it is a very important thing that we have agreed in NATO that we need to address the rise of China together. Because until now, China was not on our agenda in a way. We left that to different allies, especially the United States and some other allies which are present in the Pacific, but China was not a NATO issue. But we have now, of course, recognized that the rise of China has security implications for all allies. There are some opportunities, but also some obvious challenges. China has the second largest defense budget in the world. They recently displayed a lot of new modern capabilities, including long-range missiles able to reach the whole of Europe, the United States, hypersonic missiles, gliders, and we also see that this is not about moving NATO into the South China Sea, but it's about taking into account that China is coming closer to us in the Arctic, in Africa, investing heavily in our infrastructure in Europe, in cyberspace. So we just have to understand that this has implications for NATO. And it is for the first time, we have then decided that we need to address this together, and we have work going on in NATO to then develop a common approach to China. Not to create a new adversary, but just to analyze, understand, and then respond in a balanced way to the challenges China poses.
And there was a question here. No? Question went away? Then to this gentleman.
Solomon Pasi, the Atlantic Club of Bulgaria. One question and one invitation, Secretary General. The question is to follow up on the question on China. Isn't it time not to make a new adversary from China, but to make a new sort of a dialogue, establishing NATO-China Council in the way in which we have NATO-Russia Council? It may work better than the previous one. This was a suggestion which the Atlantic Club of Bulgaria made some 10 years ago, but today I would upgrade it with one idea more. In order to understand the Chinese, we need sort of a technological bridge with Taiwan, which may help us a lot. And the invitation follows. Since Lord Carrington, your predecessor, you are the first Secretary General of NATO who hadn't had the chance to address the Atlantic Club of Bulgaria.
Okay.
I was not persuasive enough, so I make use of this occasion to invite you to address the Atlantic Club of Bulgaria, like your first predecessor, Werner, did.
All 500 of us will be there, don't worry. Okay.
Okay, but I recently visited Bulgaria, so I have to come back, I understand.
Let's just get a sprinkling to see what the mood is in the audience. Can we get a microphone? The gentleman with the people think it's an auction here with their papers in the.
I'm Harlan Ullman with the Atlantic Council. Secretary General, thank you for your comments. As you know, NATO spends about 15 times more on defense than Russia does. Only 4 NATO states physically border on Russia, 6 if you count the Kaliningrad. So I'm wondering, why is spending more money going to make NATO more secure? And spending more money really doesn't address what I think is a primary Russian threat, namely active measures. Could you comment on both those, please?
I didn't get the namely
active measures.
Active measures. Why spend more? So let's take first the issue of a NATO-China Council.
We don't have any plans to establish a NATO-China Council, but we believe in also, of course, also have political contacts with China. We have some military lines of communications. The Deputy Secretary General, the former Deputy Secretary General, visited China, I think a year ago or something. And of course, we are not going to establish a new adversary, but we just have to take into account that the rise of China has implications for our security, and we're now analyzing and addressing that together. On defense spending, you know, I'm always a bit careful about these figures, partly because, you know, when you compare NATO defense spending with Russia defense spending, you use market prices for currency. And you don't take into account the huge cost differences. So of course the cost for a soldier and officer in Russia is totally different than the cost in a NATO allied country, or in Norway, or in the United States, or Britain. So if you try to introduce some kind of purchasing power comparisons, then those figures are totally different. So I'm not saying, I'm only saying that to find precise and accurate ways to measure is not so easy when you compare so different economies with so totally different cost levels. Second, NATO's increased defense spending is not only about Russia. It's correct that it was triggered by the fact that Russia used military force against neighbors in Ukraine, in Georgia, but also by the fact that we had to step up in the fight against terrorism. It was a big military undertaking to liberate all the territory that ISIS controlled in Iraq and Syria. And we need to respond also to new threats, including in cyber. We need high readiness of forces and all that. So we all reduced defense spending after the end of the Cold War to record low numbers. But then when we do that when tensions are going down, we have to be able also to increase defense spending when tensions are going up. And 2% is historically not that high. During the Cold War, it's more like 3 and 4%. So yeah, I think it's the right thing to do, and I welcome the fact that actually allies now are increasing. When we made the pledge, 3 allies met the 2% guideline. Now 9 allies meet the 2% guideline. All allies have stopped the cuts. All allies are increasing. And the majority of allies have plans in place to meet 2% by 2024. So this is a huge difference, and that shows that NATO is delivering. We are agile and active.
You've often said, Secretary General, that there's a two-track approach to Russia, dialogue and deterrence.
Yeah.
Some NATO members are saying there should be more dialogue. Do you think the balance is right now, or is this something you think should be discussed here in London or outside London?
So first of all, I strongly believe in this dual-track approach because I think there is no contradiction between deterrence, defense, and dialogue. Actually, I believe as long as we are strong, as long as we are firm, we can also engage in a dialogue with Russia. And I say that also because that's my Norwegian experience. Even during the coldest period of the Cold War, we were able to work with Russia on issues like the delimitation line in the Barents Sea, fishery, energy, environment, many other things. So it's possible to make deals with Russia. And I strongly believe that NATO and NATO allies can do the same. I agree. Also, we need to deliver on deterrence and defense, and we are delivering on that. But at the same time, I think that we could do more and should do more on dialogue. This is partly to try to strive for a better relationship with Russia, but even if we don't believe that we're able to improve the relationship with Russia, at least in the near future, we need to manage a difficult relationship. Avoid incidents, accidents, with more military presence, with high tensions. We have to make sure that we have as much transparency and predictability as possible to avoid dangerous situations from occurring. The last thing I will say about dialogue with Russia is arms control. We need to find new ways of addressing arms control. The demise of the INF Treaty is really a serious setback. We need to find, and that was one of the issues we will discuss at the leaders meeting tomorrow, how to reinvigorate, how to find ways to conduct credible, real arms control, especially in the nuclear domain.
Okay. I wonder if there's more under 35s who want to ask a question.
There is a woman over there. And
there, okay.
You're not able to see her because she's...
And then there's 2 women here, and there's the man here.
Thank you, I'm 32. Dr. Catherine Wright, lecturer in international politics at Newcastle University. So NATO reaffirmed its commitment to UN Security Council Resolution 1325 and the Women, Peace and Security agenda last year in the revised NATO EPAC policy. I wondered if you could tell us, Secretary General, what is the value of women, peace and security to NATO? Thank you.
Okay, do you want to hold that? So there's 3. Okay, the man took the microphone. Okay.
Hi, good morning. Alessandro Marrone from International Affairs Institute, Rome. As NATO is a political-military alliance, not just a military one, how do you see possible developments in terms of partnership with countries in North Africa and Middle East and effort to stabilize the southern flank of NATO? Thank you.
Okay. 1325 for women, peace and security.
So women, peace and security is extremely important for NATO, and actually when I was Prime Minister of Norway, Norway actually was the first country to finance a special post, the special representative on women, peace and security, and now this is a permanent position in NATO, because we realize that gender equality is not only the right thing to do, but also the smart thing to do. This is partly about mobilizing women as part of the armed forces in our member states, but also, of course, when we do missions and operations, to make sure that we do everything we can to prevent sexual abuse and other ways of misconduct, partly by our own forces, so they're all trained and in a way also learned how to behave, but not least by reporting when we see examples of misconduct or sexual abuse or bad behavior against women and children. And also when we train. Once we train the Afghan forces, we train forces elsewhere in the world, Iraqi forces, then women, peace and security is part of that.
Okay. And in terms of counterterrorism and cooperation to the south? Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
That's of course important. I strongly believe that NATO has to be able to deploy large number of troops in big combat operations to fight terrorism, as we have done, or to address crisis, as we've done in the Balkans and in Afghanistan. We have to be able to do that again. But in the long run, it's better to train local forces. Prevention is better than intervention. So I strongly believe in working with partners and enabling them to stabilize their own country. And therefore we work also with partners in North Africa, especially Tunisia, but also other partners in North Africa, helping them to develop their defense and security institutions, intelligence, special operation forces. Because if we are able to do that, then they will it's more likely they will succeed in stabilizing their own countries, and that's important for them, but of course also important for us. If our neighbors are more stable, we are more secure.
Okay. The ladies here.
Natia Siskoria, I'm an associate fellow at RUSI. Thank you very much, Mr. Stoltenberg, for your very useful comments, and most importantly, thank you so much for your continuous support to Georgia. Yet we see that almost every single day Russia keeps violating the Georgian sovereignty. So my question to you is how likely it is that countries like Georgia and Ukraine that suffered the most from the Russian occupation may be offered a membership into an alliance in any foreseeable future? Thank you.
So NATO decided at the NATO summit in Bucharest in 2008. I was there myself in a different capacity. I remember we decided then that Ukraine and Georgia will become members of NATO. This decision still stands. At the same time, we have not put in place any exact timetable. What we focus on now is how we can help both Georgia and Ukraine moving towards Euro-Atlantic integration, implementing reforms, modernizing the defense and security institutions. And speaking about Georgia, we have more NATO presence in Georgia now than ever before. We have a training center outside Tbilisi. We had a big exercise there. We have political close contacts. I visited, and North Atlantic Council visited Tbilisi not so long ago. We actually also went to Ukraine. So we are working with both Georgia and Ukraine, and I think that there is a lot between full membership and nothing. And what we do is that while we are helping Georgia and Ukraine moving towards NATO, we are also delivering more cooperation. That's good for Georgia and Ukraine, but it's also good for NATO, because Georgia and Ukraine participate in NATO missions and operations, for instance, in Afghanistan.
Okay. It's fantastic there's so many hands going up. This is truly the spirit of NATO Engages, but sadly we have 4 minutes and 18 seconds to you.
Thank you very much, Elena Melikishvili, political scientist. My question is about 2%. You say 2%. I think it's more quantitative measurement, and it has taken a lot of attention of NATO member states, though you kind of underestimate the importance of qualitative aspects and qualitative feedback you need from your previous operations in terms of, as you said, managing difficult relations with Russia, and also, as my previous colleague said, about active measures. So how helpful is it to talk about quantitative metrics when we have qualitative problems?
Okay.
Thank you.
Qualitative versus quantitative.
Also, we need both. And what we agreed when we made the pledge to invest more was that we agreed to spend more and spend better. So therefore, this is part about spending more, investing more, but it's also about spending better. So we also agreed, for instance, that we should invest more in research and development. We had this 20% pledge that 20% of the defense budget should be allocated for research, development, and investments in new capabilities. So we have to do both. But I think in the long run, it's obvious that you cannot get more out of less. So we could not continue to cut. You need input to have some output. And the problem is that, of course, I agree that it is quality, it is the output that matters at the end of the day. It's harder to measure output, so therefore I think it's important that we focus on both on quality, but also on the need for having more resources. And the good thing is that that's exactly what NATO is doing now.
Okay, so there's a question over on this side. The hand went down. Just this one here, yeah. The woman with her hand up, yeah. I'm really
I'm a student
sorry.
at the University of Sheffield. With regards to emerging security threats, how important do you think the Arctic will be as a setting of increasing tensions with American attempted intervention, perhaps more jokingly with Greenland, but also Russia's involvement with their increased presence there?
Question, thank you.
Well, the Arctic is, the importance of the Arctic is increasing for several reasons. Partly because we see more Russian presence up in the Arctic. We see also China is increasing their presence in the Arctic. They define themselves as a near-Arctic country, trying to be a member of the Arctic Council. And of course, the melting of the ice means also that the whole geography is going to change, because it will be easier to have economic activity, sea lines of communications, and so on, also in the Arctic, and also from the Northeast Passage, and actually perhaps also the Northwest Passage. So this is changing the whole importance of the Arctic. Therefore, we also need to make sure that NATO is present in the Arctic. And some of the investments we make in new ships, maritime capabilities, surveillance capabilities, but also aircraft capabilities are relevant for the Arctic. At the same time, I have always been part of this tradition where we used to say that we have the high north and low tensions. And we should at least try to maintain cooperation with all the Arctic states, including Russia, in the Arctic Council and also in the Barents Sea Council. So this, again, we have this balance between military presence but also political cooperation with Russia up in the Arctic.
Listen, I'm very sorry, we only have 30 seconds left, and I think let's try to give a message to the Secretary General to bring to these very important meetings of the Alliance. At the 70th birthday, how many of you in this room are in a mood to celebrate the Alliance at 70? Okay, and how many of you are coming to this birthday party, well, a little bit worried that some things have to change?
But I would like to change. Yeah, NATO has to change.
Just one last word from you. I mean, if you Google NATO 70th, the words which would come up on social media would be muted celebration, dysfunctional family, fractious, headaches for you. What words would you use to describe this moment in light of both the challenges and successes at your door?
That NATO is the most successful alliance in history because we have always been able to change. And as long as we continue to change, we will continue to be the most successful alliance in history. So I'm extremely in favor of change. You ask people whether they were in favor of change or were in favor of celebration. Also, I'm in favor of change and celebration. And that's the message.
Happy birthday. Yeah. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Don't wander off too quickly. History. I don't think she meant France's withdrawal from the military command, the Suez crisis, or the Iraq War, but we touched on all of those, and I think the interesting thing on that is the sense that the alliance has weathered more serious political crises in the past, and that's a reminder of perspective, historical perspective, that is quite interesting. The other interesting takeaway is China, and we touched on China a bit in that session. It's worth us pausing and taking stock of the fact that the communiqué from this leaders meeting will for the first time mention China in measured, cautious terms, but it will mention China. And I think as we look forward to future iterations of NATO Engages and other NATO events, we are going to see China mentioned with more frequency and the different ways it impacts on the alliance. Deborah's now going to fill us in on some of the news taking place outside of this hall.
Yes, we sort of said to you at the beginning that while this conference is taking place outside, leaders are gathering, holding bilaterals and making statements. I was interested to hear from Jens Stoltenberg about what was on the menu during his breakfast with President Trump. But you might be interested to hear what President Trump then said to the media. While the focus here is very much about alliance unity, it's important to understand and appreciate the cracks. And President Trump did launch a pretty ferocious attack on France's President Macron, taking issue with that declaration by the French president that the alliance was experiencing brain death. President Trump actually said that that was a very nasty statement, and he said that statements like that are very disrespectful, which is quite interesting coming from him, given it wasn't long ago that President Trump was making pretty disrespectful remarks about NATO. So a reminder that there are a lot of issues bubbling around outside while we're trying to focus inside on the real issues.
We can talk about those issues all day long, but we did promise you we'd have a forward-looking approach, and that's absolutely what we're going to do, and our next session exemplifies that. We are going to have a presentation by model NATO students who spent yesterday running a special simulation of a natural disaster crisis and its implications for the alliance, which shows you how the next generation is thinking about some of the challenges that the alliance faces. Please welcome to the stage Mark Webber, Professor of International Politics at the University of Birmingham, Capucine Guillet, a student at King's College London, and Vida Costa, a student at the University of Birmingham. Please give them a very warm welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yesterday, a mere 500 meters from this venue at the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, 90 students from 15 different UK universities, many of whom are in the audience today, came together in a model NATO crisis simulation in order to deal with an extreme natural disaster, resulting in an unprecedented humanitarian crisis. This was a crisis which tested the resolve and resilience of the alliance. I am now going to hand you over to two of the participants in the model, Capucine Guillet and Vida Costa, who will tell you how things went. Capucine.
Thank you, Mark. Hello, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here today and a great opportunity to speak to such a distinguished audience as well. As Mark said, we dealt with a catastrophic natural disaster, embracing an earthquake in Turkey, Romania, and Bulgaria, with repercussions across the Mediterranean, notably in Italy. Unusually, these events also extended to the mid-Atlantic because of the geological fault lines that lie through the Mediterranean into the Atlantic Ocean. This had devastating consequences for the Canary Islands, involving a huge landslip into the sea, initiating a tsunami that was predicted to hit a number of littoral states of the Atlantic, both member countries and non-member countries. We were aware that NATO has some experience in managing natural disasters, but the scale of the events that we had to deal with was very much beyond NATO's purview. So the main challenge for us was to configure the alliance and decide upon priorities, aware that this crisis could not be reversed, but that it was one that we had to contain in order to minimize the loss of life and to deal with the humanitarian fallout. In the model, we did this through 3 committees, which replicated those of the Military Committee, the Civil Emergency Planning Committee, and the North Atlantic Council. And for the outcome of their work, I will now hand over to Vida.
Thank you, Capucine. And good afternoon to everyone. It is wonderful to be here today with you. As you've just heard, our model NATO had to deal with a disaster that was beyond any one agency's capacity to deal with on its own. However, NATO has substantial resources that it can deploy in cases of natural disasters. Despite the gravity of the crisis they were facing, I am pleased to say that our 3 committees demonstrated NATO's unwavering commitment to its 3 core tasks: collective defense, cooperative security, and crisis management. Framed by these 3 core tasks, we were able to respond to the immediate crisis points, taking into consideration both the urgent and the long-term consequences for the stability and security of the alliance. Delegates were mindful that amidst this crisis, national interests had to be attended to, but nonetheless, they managed to find common ground and arrive at a consensus. We used all our resources of diplomacy to overcome national differences, as well as to arrive at cooperative arrangements with other international organizations, notably the European Union. So demonstrating the importance of working together in order to ensure we are prepared to overcome any challenges that might come our way in the future. The diplomatic, political, and logistical challenges of dealing with a disaster of such severity and scale was a particularly rewarding learning opportunity. I strongly believe that in order to engage the future generation of political, military, and diplomatic leaders, we need to ensure that young people have the ability to benefit from the sort of learning opportunity we were fortunate enough to experience yesterday. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Co-Director of Thinking the Unthinkable, Mr. Nick Gowing.
The 11th of September 2001. Where were you that day? What do you remember when the first vivid images and the first vivid reporting came in from New York City and then Washington? I remember I was on a number 72 bus heading for BBC Television Centre, about to start my presentation shift. It took on a whole new series of realities. How we unpicked the chilling video. Was this a movie? Was it a Hollywood movie or something far more serious? Were unthinkables really taking place? Were they unraveling in front of our eyes in the way that many of you will remember? A member state of NATO, then 19 nations, the alliance appeared to be under attack. Already horrific dimensions were unfolding before us. But on a scale unknown, how did the alliance cope? That's what we want to do in this storytelling. Was it a declaration of war by enemies unknown and unstated at that time? Should Article 5 be invoked? NATO Secretary General was Lord George Robertson, coming to the end of his second of 5 years as Secretary General. He, along with all the NATO ambassadors, was at the regular Tuesday informal lunch in NATO headquarters, preparing for the NATO Council the next day. One of his security detail came in and told him what was happening. For this storytelling of how NATO handles a massive crisis, here's Lord George Robertson. Hello, and welcome. Thank you for being here and for listening to a story. As I'm constantly reminded, part of history, not part of current affairs. But that's the fate of those of us who are in the political business as well. So I just want to say that they say 50% of this audience is under 30. So just let me say to you that I started my political career, I think 58 years ago,
demonstrating against the arrival of American nuclear submarines in the River Clyde in Scotland. And look where I ended up. So that should give you hope, or maybe put you off at the same time. The morning of the 11th of September 2001 was, for most of us, just an ordinary Tuesday morning. The ritual in NATO is that every Tuesday, the ambassadors, the mighty permanent representatives to NATO, meet for lunch to prepare for the following day. There's no interpreters there, it's informal, it's off the record, and it's a free discussion takes place. So to have it interrupted by one of my bodyguards was something quite exceptional. And to say that a building in New York had been hit by an aeroplane was clearly a matter of some shock. So we thought, well, you know, accidents happen, these things happen, and we continued with our discussions. For a bodyguard to come in a second time was almost complete sacrilege, but to say a second aeroplane had hit a tower, we knew things had changed. We abandoned the lunch, we went back to NATO headquarters listening to the BBC World Service. On the way, we arrived there, and we, like the rest of the world, watched horrified as the pictures were relayed from New York of what was happening there as well. And I think Nick Gowing was actually presenting the BBC that day, so we were watching him and listening to his commentary. So the circle has come fully round as well. And then I became conscious, as we all did in the room, that we were not just onlookers. We weren't just ordinary people watching with horror and shock at what was happening on the other side of the world. We were in a military headquarters, and we were on the flight path to Zaventem Airport as well, and who knew what was going to happen next after what was happening in New York. So we ordered that non-executive staff left the building. We convened a meeting of the ambassadors, all of the ambassadors immediately, to look at the situation and express our solidarity and shock and our horror and our sympathy with the American people at that time. And then discussions started to take place. And overnight, we thought, is this the subject for Article 5? And there were people who say, come on, that's not what Article 5 was for. It was for a Soviet invasion of Europe. That's what it was meant for, not a terrorist incident in America, especially when we didn't even know whether it was domestic or from foreign reaches as well. But the debate went on, and I certainly said, look, this is an attack on an ally. My view is that we are going to declare Article 5. And overnight, Assistant Secretary General Edgar Buckley and my Chief of Staff, John Day, prepared a statement. The following morning, we consulted with the Americans. We consulted with some of the key allies. We had a statement there in embryo. But still the worry, still the controversy was there. But I have to say I asserted that we had to do it. I went that morning to speak to the foreign ministers of the European Union. Nobody asked a question, and we felt it would have been improper for us to raise the issue of Article 5 at that stage with them. Came back to NATO headquarters and prepared the statement and got ready for the North Atlantic Council. We convened a meeting of the ambassadors at 3:30 in the afternoon. I said to them, there is the statement, the draft statement. Take it back to your capitals. It cannot be changed, not even by one word. And I want you back here at 8:30 in the evening with the answer from each of the capitals. And I then went back to my office and I phoned up prime ministers, foreign ministers, presidents in the various countries to point out the urgency and the importance of what this meant for the alliance as a whole. Now, I have to tell you that I am a politician from the west of Scotland. You know, Scottish politics, even today, is a pretty rough house. So I had to use all of my skills, all of my persuasiveness in order to be able to make sure that not one of the other 18 countries in the alliance thought, postpone it for a day, change a paragraph. But at the end of the day, and remember, even in one country, I spoke to the whole cabinet through the foreign minister's mobile phone. And at 9:30 in the evening, we had an agreement from all 19 countries to the statement. And I then went to the press conference in the NATO building, absolutely packed, and I read out that statement, and I've got a copy of it here today. I read out these words. The Council agreed that if it is determined that this attack was directed from abroad against the United States, it shall be regarded as an action covered by Article 5 of the Washington Treaty, which states that an armed attack against one or more of the allies in Europe or North America shall be considered an attack against all of them. So for something like 48 hours, I had been working, talking, cajoling, negotiating, arguing, and really it was only as I read out these words, standing at that rostrum in this packed press conference, that even I woke up to the significance. This mighty alliance of nations, years old, having been born in order to defend Europe against a potential Soviet invasion. Here it was on the 12th of September 2001, invoking Article 5, the self-defense component part of the Washington Treaty. And the import of that was very, very significant. Around the world, it was a signal to the American people that this alliance was standing by them at a time when they were under attack. It was a signal to the Europeans that they were on the side of America, that they were on the side of the free, ordered world, and that NATO meant business. And it was more important than all of that, probably. It was a signal to the criminal killers in the caves of the Tora Bora Mountains in Afghanistan that NATO was alive and was well and was standing by the people that they had attacked. They could hide, and they did hide, but they could not get away from this mighty alliance at this time. And I think that was such a powerful moment in the world, a powerful moment for NATO. The founding fathers of NATO were so worried about the viability of the NATO alliance and what it might mean that they actually put a break clause of 10 years into it. Wouldn't they be surprised at this birthday party today that we are now 70 years old? And here we were, declaring Article 5 because one of the allies, the biggest ally, the most important ally in the alliance had been attacked, and we were standing with them. On that day, and with these words, NATO changed completely, and so did the world. NATO was in business, and the world was a better, safer place as a consequence. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in the lecture hall and library downstairs for lunch. Would you mind please handing your headsets in as you leave the auditorium, and please rejoin us by being back in your seats by 1 o'clock. That's 1 o'clock, please, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly return to your seats. The programme is about to continue. The programme is about to continue. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, would you kindly return to your seats? The programme is about to continue. The programme is about to continue. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I hope you had a good lunch and you're rested and ready for another afternoon. I hope you agree with me that this morning's been a really interesting and hopefully innovative and engaging session where we've heard from different leaders from different countries who aren't afraid to address the fact that NATO has challenges, including internal challenges with Turkey, the row over Turkey with Macron's comments, but also keen to look to the future and celebrate 70 years of defence.
Next up, we have a discussion on artificial intelligence, hypersonic missiles, and the implications for future warfare. Now, when I was writing a piece on AI in warfare earlier this year, I spoke to a number of senior military officials who'd been involved in thinking about this for the UK and other countries, and several of them pointed me to a company that was doing worlds to help decision makers. We're now going to have a presentation from the CEO and founder of that company, Improbable, Herman Narula, who will talk a little bit about how his company is using that technology to help simulate scenarios, crisis dynamics in ways that are directly being used by the Alliance. All, please welcome to the stage Mr. Herman Narula.
Right. It's wonderful to be here and a real privilege to talk to such an interesting audience about these topics today. I think what I would like to start with, rather than jumping right into technology, is talking for a moment about what the problem actually is that I feel that, you know, in our discussions with institutions like NATO really needs to be addressed and to be considered. And I think at its heart, it's very simple. There's a fundamental challenge in making decisions in the world that we now find ourselves in. And, you know, the basic principles of making decisive decisions, coming to consensus, understanding a situation, have been used to great effect by government and military organizations for decades and decades and decades. I think the problem we now have is we have sort of three new and unique demons that need to be dealt with. And they kind of confound many of the challenges and problems that we face in the modern world, whether climate change, whether security, whether hybrid warfare. And those problems are really straightforward: complexity, speed, and confidence. And in particular, I think complexity. You know, we're now drowning in information, drowning in complex, multi-domain, multimodal problems. Problems don't sit in their boxes anymore. They tend to come out and infect each other. Climate change impacts security. Migration impacts everything. There's so many different interconnected systems we now need to deal with in the modern world. And one of the consequences of that is unintended consequences, really, in many ways. An impact can impact the world in ways that no one previously predicted because of how fast and how connected the world has become. So what do we do? How do we create a better model for decision-making in a world where this situation exists? And I think one of the most important key ideas to remember is technology is never going to solve this problem unless we find a way to augment and improve human decision-making. I think there are technologists out there that believe that AI is a magic panacea that will fix the issues we all face in dealing with making choices in a complex world. I think that is fantasy, and it will be fantasy for a considerably longer period of time than we would all like to believe. And it's not only technological. I mean, AI is very limited, but it's also cultural. You know, in this room and across NATO and other organizations, there are human beings that have been trusted to make critical decisions. In the end, those decisions must be accountable. They must be, as a democratic, liberal sort of society, we're all comfortable supporting. So we need a technological solution then that can ultimately improve how humans make decisions and, more importantly, help them manage complexity. That's going to be key to any real future for massive decision-making organizations in a hyper-connected world. And I just want to underscore this problem. Like, this is a crisis that just gets worse the more connected the world becomes. The more systems that we start introducing that start talking with one another or operating autonomously. The more connected our world becomes in trade, in online worlds, in communication, the harder it becomes to deal with this issue. And I think at a certain point, if we don't augment and upgrade our alliances and our partnerships and our institutions, they'll just snap. They'll just be unable to deal appropriately with a changing world. So what then could be some of the ingredients that could go into that solution? After just saying AI was not the answer, I'm now going to bring AI back to the table for a moment, because there are some things AI can do very, very well. And one of them is find patterns. What AI is very good at in the modern world is helping us understand how to sift through information and make that available to human decision makers in a useful way. And I see a big future and a big part of everything I'm going to talk about today. In the back of your mind, think about the value of AI as you know it today as a tool in enabling a lot of this. But beyond AI, I want to introduce or even reintroduce some of you to another concept, which is the concept of models. Now, you've all encountered these in different forms. As a kid, when playing with simple toys and tools, or even in the context of large-scale simulation in areas like weather. But models are very profound and very powerful. There are ways for us to create representations of the real world that can give human beings an intuition on how the real world operates. Models really are there to be played with, to be experimented with, to create and provide insight. And they're used in a military context today. In a very simplistic context, one might argue, literally paper modeling is still an important tool used by many institutions to make important preparations and plans. But we're now in a world where we can do so much more than that. We can augment that in profound ways. And that's because we're living in the age of distributed computation. So for those of you that don't know, distributed computation is the idea that we can make massive applications by bringing together thousands or hundreds of thousands of machines and huge amounts of computing power. And combining that with AI and modeling techniques means that we can start to recreate the real world. And we can start to create profound models of the world that have utility beyond that which we have previously seen. And this is already happening. In fact, billions of people are already engaging with technology like this. They're just having fun with it. They're just playing video games. And gaming and gaming technology and virtual world solution in the way that we look to represent the world, model the world, create interactive simulations that I think have profound implications for decision makers. And the reason for that is really because the technology is going well beyond what we've previously seen. These are just examples today of games powered by technology like ours that instead of running on a single machine, run on thousands of machines. That game there, Seed, involves literally millions of artificial intelligent NPCs working together in a persistent world. And all of this is a kind of Cambrian explosion of new opportunities that have only happened in the last 5 years. So you get the idea. The things your kids are playing at home may actually have more of an important role to play in the way our society runs than we've previously considered. You put all of these things together, the technology behind gaming in virtual worlds, distributed computation, AI, modeling, wargaming, and you can start to build a picture of what a better framework for decision-making might look like. And I think that better framework for decision-making would have some pretty profound implications on how we plan and how we train. Planning today, it's extremely static and extremely slow. It means making massive, long-term preparations for consistent, well-understood situations and picking between plans. Now, we know in a hyper-connected, ever-changing world that that just isn't as effective as it could be. We need a much more adaptive way of planning. We need a much more a way for large institutions to improvise, to operate on their feet, to think with agility. And that can't happen in a world of static planning. Similarly, training. Training in defense institutions has always been, in many ways, a cost-saving measure when it's been done through virtual worlds. It's been a way of practicing rote behavior. But in a hyper-connected, ever-changing world with new challenges that need to be dealt with at the speed of geopolitical change, we need an environment where people can train at massive scale and where they can plan in a much more adaptive way. So really, putting all of that together, what I would prescribe as a key idea in how all of this can change things is to imagine a world where we can partake in perpetual connected rehearsal. Imagine if we could represent and recreate the world at realistic scale and have hundreds of thousands of individuals interacting within that world, planning, practicing, trying scenarios long before they are augmented or used in the real world. That would be a sea change in how we think, in how we make decisions. It would create experience of events that have not occurred. It would create the ability for us to play with our assumptions, to try things that we have not tried in the real world or could not try in the real world. And the technology to do all of this isn't miles away. It exists right now. It's here now. What's really required is to embrace the idea that a better way of operating could exist. So what we call the single synthetic environment is really the key basic principle behind putting all of this together. This is the idea of defense institutions taking together all of their siloed training and planning and running a single virtual simulation of an entire theater or an entire strategic context. And for the first time, institutions in the UK, the US, and now NATO are beginning to trial and practice this type of environment. And all of this is, I think, going to change the way we think about making choices. So my time is up, but I want to show one quick thing before we go. This is a simulation that hopefully will augment itself and start running, that looks at an entire theater and models population, traffic, infrastructure, telco networks, power grids, real-world training, all of these things coming together in a multi-domain simulation that is already producing very interesting conclusions about how we can make choices and how we can make decisions. So I think this is an inevitability. I think this is technology that is going to get embraced, and I think this is probably the future of how we can augment humans and make better choices in the way we operate. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please now welcome to the stage Director of Live Media Content at Fortune magazine, Ms. Maithri Siratharan.
Well, that was a fabulous presentation. Thank you very much for that, Herman. I want to quickly introduce the rest of the panel that Herman's going to be joining us on. Carlos Avian is the co-founder and CEO of QSide. He'll be running us through some really interesting technology that he's been developing as well. And of course, General Andre Lanata is the Supreme Allied Commander of Transformation at NATO. We're honored to have you join the conversation, General. And of course, Herman, thank you for sticking on with us. My name is Maithri Siratharan. A few points of housekeeping. I will be coming to you for your questions pretty early on in the conversation. I'm going to gather about 3 at a time. I would request you to keep the question quite short, introduce yourself and the organization that you work with, and that way we can get many, many more points of view across the room. Right, so as we get started, and we've had a chance to listen to Herman's spotlight. General, I'm going to come to you to bring up a few points that Herman did. We're looking at hyper-connected worlds, as Herman said. We're looking at warfare changing, the landscape changing, and the question for NATO at this point is, are you changing, and are you changing fast enough?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to share some thoughts with you. Welcome to Herman and you. Of course, our environment is changing. It's not new. Probably the fact today is that we are facing a new kind of change. You talked about the pace of this change, new kind of wars. We can talk about shadow wars. Somebody talked about that recently. We face confrontation in multi-domain, space, cyber, formation sphere. Herman talked about, and For organizations like NATO, we already need to deal with a new technological and industrial ecosystem. So it makes many things together. It is the reason why we are challenged and we need to adapt. Since its inception, NATO proves that it has adapted. 70 years ago, we faced many different changes, and we continue to adapt. I can say maybe two comments. Military cooperation is working quite well, even since these 70 years, things move so fast and continue so fast. So I want first to deliver a very positive message. Despite some political concern, we all recognize military cooperation is still there and works on the field. Our forces are able to work together. I'm not saying that everything is perfect, but we prove that we adapted our military instrument of war through these 70 years. Second, my command helps NATO military instrument of power to adapt. We continue to scan this environment to understand trends and to inform the political level. We plan the forces we need for tomorrow through a defense planning process. We explore new technologies, and Herman well knows how we try to partner with new partners. We deliver new capabilities through command-funded capabilities. We educate and train. We are very keen to look at interoperability through all these different strands. Regarding especially the theme of today, emerging technologies, we also work a lot on that. It proves that we are looking forward. Tomorrow, I hope, I'm confident that the leaders will approve the emerging and disruptive technology roadmap. We work a lot on it. And ACT was at the beginning of the story, pushing some elements in order to inform the political level.
And I think we'll come back to that because tomorrow is going to be quite interesting, and the next couple of days will be interesting to listen to. But when you're working with the startups and the environment that you're working in, data becomes a big issue, and data has always been a big issue, and sharing it amongst NATO members is another big issue, let alone the world, where I want to come back to you, Carlos, and talk about some of the technology that you're developing. You don't currently work with NATO. Perhaps this is your opportunity to pitch it. He was 35 under 35 with MIT, so there you go. It's a good opportunity. Tell us a little bit more about protecting the data, because that's where the arguments really begin. Do we share the data? What happens to the data when it's out there? It's not just the NATO and the political circles that are grappling with that problem. You've got technology companies grappling with that problem. So tell us a little bit about QSight and your tech.
So something that, that we've been seeing with artificial intelligence and this type of new technologies like quantum computation also, is something that is opening a whole new range of possibilities for developing and deploying and augmenting our capacity for doing things. But at the same time, we have to be also conscious that these two technologies in particular can pose a threat to the way that we exchange data online, right? And for a society that we're increasingly connecting everything that we can on the internet, our critical infrastructures, our vehicles, our private communication. So we need to balance and not only develop the technologies, but also making sure that we can protect the way that we exchange data online. Because in this hyper-connected sphere, if we can no longer share data in a secure way, then we might get into trouble. So this is like the downside of these developments, but the good news is that these two technologies at the same time can be used to help us improve the security of our data. There is a lot of efforts on deploying what is called quantum-safe cybersecurity solutions. This is something that is happening, that standardizations are moving along, that organizations are starting to try, and that is evolving very fast. So you need to be very quick on adapting, on deploying new things, on testing them, but at the same time, because of the criticality of the matter, we need to also make sure that's compatible with what we've been doing so far and being able to complement to the point in which we can get to communication networks that are future-proven, so that we do not have to worry that our private information, our secrets, our confidential or classified information, at some point in the future might be unencrypted, so basically that become on the public domain.
So this picks up an interesting point that I want to kind of wrap this initial roundup with you, Herman, is there is so much technology that's being developed in the private sector, in the startup space, but there's also hesitation at some level amongst many startups of working with the defense industry or with military or with government. How do you make that thinking change? And what does NATO, for example, need to do to appeal to Carlos, as they did to you?
I'd say I think NATO has a unique ability to solve this problem, because NATO is a consensus-building organization, and it has, I think personally, a pretty good brand. You know, in the startup world, in the engineering community, there can be a lot of cynicism towards intelligence organizations, defense institutions in your home country, etc. I think NATO has a fairly positive initial read. I would say, at least from my own internal conversations and beyond, mostly because people are less familiar with it. You know, it feels like a more kind of multinational, more consensus-building organization to people. I also think NATO has a power to make commercially the ability to work with defense institutions considerably easier. Because one of the challenges you have when trying to work as a startup is you have maybe one customer, two customers in your home country that are in that space. NATO can open that up to lots of other customers and create standardization. One thing I would add, though, is I think it's a mistake to imagine that we can carry on with the idea of defense institutions and governments simply being customers for technology, the way that they have been for large hardware and platforms. That's just not how this type of technology works. They have to be co-developers, participants. They have to be involved in the process of making this. And I think what we've found in our interactions is that that willingness exists, but it needs to be supercharged with cultural change and with a real ability and comfort in taking risks.
Maybe two comments, one on NATO roles and responsibility, and then the other one on the best way to partner with new high-tech companies. First, on NATO roles, everybody should understand that NATO do not own the whole capabilities that NATO is able to provide on the field. 95% of these capabilities are coming from the nations. So NATO role is here to coordinate this endeavor with 29 nations in order to bring all these capabilities into the same direction, bringing interoperability, bringing the same priorities, and so on. But regarding innovation, nations are able to provide their own solutions and partner at their level. So at the NATO level, we try to understand, give the strategic direction, organize interoperability, organize procedures, concept and doctrine, and so on. Bring everybody together. Regarding now the best way to partner with these new companies, as I said a few minutes ago, my opinion is that we face something which is different than the way we are used to develop and provide our capabilities. Before, we were used to direct innovation. And this innovation was mainly coming from the traditional defense industrial system. Today, especially in the digital world, this innovation is driven by the market and by small companies, much more agile than the traditional defense structure. And it is the reason why we need to adapt to understand these new ecosystems. They are not waiting for us. They don't need us. The market is driving them. And in order to find the best way to partner with them, to bring them and to go to their way of work in terms of more bottom-up approach, more user-centric approaches, and it is the reason why we partner with society.
Could you explain the user-centric approach a little bit more and the bottom-up versus top-down?
I will explain that to you very easy. If you ask to a soldier, what do you need regarding artificial intelligence, he will not be able to say anything. On the previous world, we were used to ask to the users, what do you need? and they write a requirement, and we forward this requirement to the industry, and a few years after, too much years on my opinion, but a few years after, we had the right product. Today, it doesn't work like that. We do not bring requirement on the table, we need to bring issues, operational problem on the table, and work together with solution provider in order to fix that problem. That's more bottom-up, that's only bottom-up, and it's a question of partnership between operational users and solution providers. And after that, we bring that to the field, we experiment, and we implement, we fix, we adjust, we adapt, and we implement into our capabilities.
I think that brings up a question that I know it would probably be on a lot of people's minds. A few things that you all touched on cannot negate from the fact that there is a debate ongoing whether the strategic alliance as declared by President Putin between China and Russia puts them ahead of the curve when it comes to AI, hypersonics, in terms of the data that they are able to sit on, utilize. The Chinese are currently, by many, many reports, also attempting to set international regulations on these. Does that concern you as private sector folk who have to develop based on data that's out there and the validity of that data? And how much does it concern you when maybe there is a debate that is NATO a little too slow, maybe the perception of you being slightly behind the curve than the Chinese and the Russians as competitors? Who wants to go first? Feel free.
I mean, I think it's worth mentioning it's difficult. There are two problems with this as the question is posed. The first is that in some technologies and advantages, I'm not a soldier or a politician, but just to use analogies and examples that are neutral, how much resource or production capacity or money somebody has. There are very clear linear advantages and disadvantages. In an area like AI, I'm not so clear that there is such a thing as being ahead or behind in as obvious a way. Because when technology that is not scarce, that can be developed and then copied very quickly, is created, appropriating it from either side becomes really, really straightforward. AI is not something that is, in my opinion, particularly defensible. The techniques and technologies behind deep learning, once discovered, and now being applied by everyone. You can go home and do it. So I think that's one point. These technologies may require a different set of perspectives on advantage. The second is that the real problem for private sector companies is we have markets in the world, China is an example, and probably the big example, which are completely protected and totally controlled by state-backed industrial giants that have not only a local captive market to develop enormous success and resources in, but have a very close relationship with government and that allows them to have access to data, to resources, to infrastructure. I'm not making a comment on whether that's good or bad. We work in China, it's the biggest games market in the world, but I think there is an opportunity to think of how close partnerships between government and companies in NATO countries can create a similar explosion of economic value. Maybe there are non-intuitive things we could do that could be great.
If I can get Carlos's perspective and then General yours, then we'll take some questions from the audience.
So I guess that going a little bit on the AI and the data sharing perspective, something that is happening actually, there are massive investments in China, for instance, to deploying what is called quantum safe cybersecurity, or even massive investments on developing quantum computers, right? So in this perspective, the fact that they concentrate all of this capacity into investing in just a sole research center might give this edge, but I guess that in the US and Europe and many of the other countries, we do have the people that can lead these efforts, and it's a matter of coordinating. The opportunity is there, the people is here, so basically leading on this space is essential. Not only from the quantum computing side that can be used for a lot of computing things, but also as a code-breaking machine, but also on security, because security is a kind of a binary thing. Either you have it or you don't have it, right? So there is no, I can put a backdoor so I can look at information when I want. If you put that, you put it for everyone. So on this respect, I guess we are on an opportunity setting that we should definitely exploit.
Does it concern you, sir?
Maybe some comments. First of all, you mentioned hypersonic. For me, the AI and all this digital innovation is very different than hypersonic, which is more traditional one. top-down, directed innovation. We identify clearly the goal, and we put the energy and the investments in order to reach this goal. And I'm not sure we are late on that. There is a competition, and it is a traditional strategic competition on that field. Regarding the other world, if I may, things are different. There is also a competition. Our competitors are investing a lot. We know that. But the question is not about technology. As Herman mentioned, the technology is there, and it's there for everybody. So the question is the pace of adaptation, not the technology. And we are not late on the technology. We are the best skills, the best startups, industries. At 29 nations, we will succeed at this level. The question is the use we will have with this technology, and it is the reason why here we need to find a new kind of partnership between governments and this new high-tech ecosystem. It is something we need to invent here. And we already experiment new ways to partner with them. On my opinion, it is the best way. But I would like to mention also another thing here. In this world, data will be key. Data is the new fuel, the fuel of the 21st century. And the way we collect, share massively data will give us more options and more powerful tool for tomorrow. So it is also a question we need to solve, including with this high-tech world, because some of them...
You're not concerned that we're sitting with massive amounts of data coming out of China and Russia and them having a quote-unquote strategic alliance?
That's the point I would like to come. My opinion is the Chinese system is much more integrated than our one, partnering between government, industries and armed forces. And the question is, of course, because we apply different rules and we protect our values, we need to consider this ability to build this integrated system, because we see also on our side a kind of reluctance of some IT company to partner with governments. This is, in my opinion, a very Western question.
Yeah. Let's get two questions from the audience. If you have one, the gentleman with the glasses there, and the lady in the front in the brown jacket. So we'll go to the gentleman first. Please introduce yourself. Quick question.
Paul Taylor, Friends of Europe. I'm working on transatlantic defense industry cooperation, and my question is really for the two entrepreneurs. I get the feeling from everybody that I talk to that we are tying ourselves in knots in the West, and that particularly the US transfer of technology and export restrictions are a major showstopper for collaboration between tech businesses and the defense establishment in general. Is that your experience? How much of an issue is ITAR, to name it, for you in your business decisions, and does it need to be made more flexible or perhaps just done away with? Thank you.
And the lady in the brown jacket in the front.
Sir, nice to meet you. Currently doing a master's at King's College London, but my question is that NATO Secretary General highlighted earlier the importance of arms control treaties in NATO. I wanted to ask, what do you believe to be the future of arms controls with lethal autonomous weapons? Do you think that the ban that the United Nations Convention on Conventional Weapons group of governmental experts is working on is the way forward, or do you believe that a controlled use or a policy of non-use is more realistic? Thank you very much, sir.
So maybe we start with the first question, or do you want to start?
Yeah, I would like to answer this first question. In my opinion, this is a little bit too early to think about arms control regarding these new technologies, as we just started our journey in this environment without understanding what kind of regulations we will need to put in place. Of course, there is a competitions. We can be concerned by this competition, but first we need to understand what we really faced. And to do so, we need to explore, investigate, understand in order to identify where are the key issues. I think that data will be one. It is clearly identified. But on my opinion, because also our competitors will not wait for us, we need to progress now. and not slow down this exploration and investigation. That's only my recommendation at that time.
Do you want to take that one?
One more point I'd add just more broadly, which is I think it's a natural human reaction that technologists and politicians and military people alike all need to accept that everything we're talking about is very scary. There are lots of terrifying new technologies that, even as a technologist, I don't really understand that well. I mean, I'm in simulation and AI, but I look at what's happening with modern approaches to CRISPR, and I'm much more terrified of that than I am of AI, right? It's natural to then want to control and to want to restrict. I think the problem is we just don't know where this rabbit hole goes yet. We don't fully understand these technologies or what their parameters are of constraint. Is it really even meaningful to export restrict AI? How do you export restrict an algorithm or a technique? That doesn't really make sense. So I think a more liberal approach today is probably wisest, because we need to see where these technologies go and where they develop, and then we can always come to those questions later.
Let's take the first gentleman's question. What do you think about the flexibility?
So in our space, for instance, so cybersecurity is a very, let's say, regulated framework in that respect. So it is true that from a commercial standpoint, even also the export control is something to take into account when partnering with certain institutions. That is something that you really have to take care of. But I think it's also an opportunity for startups that we can be very quick and adapt fast and integrate new methods to bring this value down to an organization that is structured and that have the potential to get to those many use cases for our society, and for that organization to get all of these quick changes. So I think that the point with cybersecurity in particular is that I don't think it makes sense to talk about cybersecurity for the military or for the civilians, right? So it has to be everywhere. So basically, it's a no-brainer that we need to learn to work together and deploy it for everyone.
We have time for one more question, very quickly. Can we take it from the gentleman at the back?
Hello, my name is Mohammed El Saer. I'm a student at King's and scholar of the Foreign Office, traveling scholar. So given the ongoing debate regarding the hypersonic missiles, I just would like to know, should we expect a similar program, a joint program, comprehensive hypersonic missiles program from NATO or not? Thank you very much.
As I said, as I mentioned already, NATO do not own military capabilities except some common funded capabilities dealing with command and control, logistics, and infrastructures and so on. So these hypersonic devices are mainly developed, not mainly, are only developed by the nations. What NATO brings to the table is trying to coordinate all these developments into a common military instrument of power in order to keep the edge. That's only our role. And so we do not develop at the NATO level any hypersonic programs.
So let me try and wrap this up, because we are running out of time, and try and get a nugget from each one of you when it comes down to this new kind of arms race, which is now a thought race, a data race, a technology race. What is it in one line that you think your tech, your organizations can contribute in ensuring the safety of the very folks that you service?
So I think deploying a communication system that is future-proof and safe, so that gives us the freedom to keep exchanging information online, and this will give us the freedom to exploit all of these AI, quantum computing capabilities from a secure standpoint.
Better decision-making.
Can't be shorter than that. Thank you, Herman.
I would like to thank you for these two teams which have been chosen for this roundtable. From hypersonic to AI, it shows the spectrum we have to embrace, which is very large, and the challenge is there. But I'm very confident on the success for us, because we own at 29 nations the best technological and industrial base, the best skills, the largest investments capabilities, so we will succeed. It is a question of data. Data will be key, data sharing, data policy. It is a question of adaptation and speed of adaptation.
And Carlos has your card. General, thank you so very much for that. Please say thank you to this wonderful panel. Herman, General, Renata, and Carlos, thank you.
illuminating panel. Just to wrap up that conversation on technology, I think it might be worth ending on a sobering note to reflect on the fact that European government spending on research and development, about 1% of total European defence spending, is at the lowest level in almost 10 years, which in a way highlights the importance of the investments and the work being done in the private sector, a conversation that's happening in the United States, a conversation that's happening in Europe as to how cutting-edge work being done in the private sector can mesh with government. This is going to be an increasingly important issue for the Alliance over the next decade. Now, just as AI and hypersonic missiles and issues like that would not have been on the agenda of a meeting like this 15 years ago in the prominent way they are today, similarly, climate change would not have occupied the sort of central position that it does in the thinking of future security issues. So the next section is going to touch on how NATO needs to be thinking about this, extending the theme of the next 10 years, rather than just focusing on debates to do with Syria or Russia or the short term. So for our next spotlight presentation, please join me in welcoming to the stage the Director Emeritus of the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, Hans-Joachim Schallnhuber. Thank you.
I'm not going to talk about 2%, but 2 degrees, actually. There is in parallel now the conference in Madrid on global warming. So NATO has been around for 70 years now in order to keep the world safe. But we have to ask, what type of world will it be in 30, 40, 50 years from now? And when you think about global warming, resource depletion, pollution of the oceans, the air, then this is quite a challenge, actually. I'll refer to that slide behind me a little bit later. But since this is an interactive forum, let me ask you 2 questions. Who here in the audience thinks, and raise your arms, that you are better off today than your grandparents were? Raise your hand. Okay, that's a big showing. And who thinks that your grandchildren will be better off than you today? Very few, actually. And this is telling you a big story, actually, because somehow we think we are the golden generation or the golden generations who actually live at the peak of human civilization. But human civilization is really at threat because of global warming. So behind me there is this slide. We published a paper last week, actually. It's a coincidence, in Nature, the leading science journal, on the so-called climate emergency. And if you think global warming is something which is coming in an incremental way, you know, smoothly we can adapt to it over hundreds of years. What you see behind me is a cartoon. These are the vital organs of the planet, if you like. If global warming keeps on going 1 degree, 2 degrees, 4 degrees, when some of these vital parts of the Earth system, we call them tipping elements or tipping points, will be pushed into a new mode of operation. Greenland ice sheet may melt down, 7-meter sea level rise. The Indian summer monsoon, if it falters, it will affect 800 million people. And the Gulf Stream, if it is shut down, and that happened many times in the history of this planet, it will change the climate of Europe. So I'll show you how the scientific evidence has changed over the years. So next slide, please. Or actually, I can do it myself. It's even better, you see. Very interactive. This is the paper I all advise you to read. It's easy reading, but very scary in a way. And what we have shown there is the scientific assessment, the IPCC. So on the left-hand side, you have in 2001, when do we think that these tipping points will be transgressed? And you see, it's only when the dark red actually shows up So between 5 and 6 degrees warming before this would happen. When you go through the years 2007, 2013, and finally 2018, so the last IPCC report, and now you see the danger zone has come down to between 1 and 2 degrees. So it's precisely the Paris Agreement. And if we keep on doing research, it might be even worse. What is even worse and what is really risky is that these tipping points might interact to bring about something like a runaway greenhouse effect, or maybe a global tipping point, and we might be pushed into a hothouse Earth with 5, 6, or 8 degrees warming. Actually, very interesting, because the Norwegian Prime Minister will follow me. This cascade of tipping points and hothouse Earth dynamics starts in the Arctic. So the jet stream may be weakened because of ice melting. Finally, you will have fires across the Arctic Circle, Siberia, Alaska, as we have seen this year, by the way, Scandinavia. And this will affect the permafrost and will release methane and CO2 and so on. So if there is such a vicious circle, it will start in the Arctic. We have to take good care of it. Now let me end with one idea, which is very important. If we really want to confine global warming to less than 2 degrees, and this is a hell of a job, when we have to decarbonize global industry during the next 30 years. That's a tall order, clearly. But this will change the strategic balance of powers. Think of Russia, for example. In the morning, everybody talked about Russia. But Russia, without oil and gas to sell, will be a different state, of course. While China will rise anyway, they are not based on oil and gas. They invest heavily in renewables, and in the end, they are based on brain power. So we will have a different strategy on this planet. So I could talk for hours, of course, and I know you would be very eager to listen, but I will drag away from the stage now, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, please now welcome to the stage Vice Chairman of the Munich Security Conference, Ambassador Boris Ruger.
Good afternoon. The Munich Security Conference is very proud to be part of NATO Engages. We've worked very hard with our partners, the names of which you can see behind me, to make this event happen. We're delighted to have you here, great speakers and a great audience. Professor Schellenhuber just gave us a sobering presentation, not unlike the one he gave at the Munich Security Conference 10 months ago. And we at the Munich Security Conference believe very strongly that climate change must be addressed as a security issue. And that is why we're pleased to have it on the agenda today. And we're very fortunate to have with us Prime Minister Erna Solberg of Norway. And I would like all of you to welcome the Prime Minister. Thank you for being with us, Prime Minister. It's a real privilege to have you. You've been Prime Minister since 2013, and climate issues and issues of sustainability have been important topics for you. So it's great to have you here. Before we turn to climate, I would like to ask you very briefly, what is it that you're looking for from the leaders' meeting tomorrow?
Well, first of all, I think we are here to celebrate 70 years of cooperation over the Atlantic for security, for peace, and I suppose that our biggest aim was to have to remember that through the meeting, that we have had 70 years of securing this, and that even if we have discussions up and down on single issues, there still is a very fundamental, I think, trust that we can deliver on security for all member countries, and I think that's the most important thing that we've been working on the last 6 years, in fact, in this alliance.
Thank you. Now, turning to climate, you and I were listening to the professor's presentation just now. And as somebody who has thought about these issues and engaged on them in many different fora, I'd like to ask you for your reaction to what the professor had to tell us.
Well, I think this is among the issues that we have to start to discuss closer on security issues too. What will climate change, the heating of the world, mean for insecurity, for different changes, what new types of challenges? And some of them are not new. I mean, we now have a critical discussion in a critical situation in Mali, Burkina Faso. We have had extremism rising, but also some of this is fueled by lack of water, and that you get the herders to move into the areas where the farmers are, and then you'll end up in a conflict because the movement of people, climate change makes people move, and it changes and it creates new security threats in areas. It will change economies, and I think that is also a big aspect of it. And it will change sea routes and all of this that is also implicated by the Arctic. Just before this weekend, there was a news story in Norway saying that the temperature is on average since 1961, that's the year I was born, so through my lifetime, has increased by 0.9 degrees. In Oslo, it has increased by 2 degrees. In the Arctic, by 5.6 degrees. It's twice as fast than the mainland and even more faster than the average, the changes that we're seeing. And that will change the structures. And what we have to do is to see what will be the security implications of those changed structures.
So when we think of climate change in NATO, it's something that perhaps people usually don't think of as connected. How would you see NATO's role? It's primarily, in a sense, a matter of adaptation. How do we deal with the fallout of climate change? You talked about the southern neighborhood of NATO, migration, and the impact that can have on our security. You also mentioned the Arctic, and perhaps we can explore that a little more. But is NATO's role to deal with the fallout?
I think NATO's role is to make sure that they analyze the root causes for changes in security in different areas. I mentioned Mali, Iraq is also a very difficult issue when it comes to water supply. The whole Middle East has a water problem for the future, and it will lead to more conflicts in these areas. And that's understanding what happens means that you learn more about security. I don't think we will solve this by our defense part of NATO. But on the political part, it might also give rise to a little bit more of discussion on how important is it to stop the change, because that's what we really have to do, is to stop the climate change, is to make sure that we invest now instead of having to really invest a lot in the future to work on the damages. It's much less costly to prevent climate change than it will be to adapt to it, and on all levels of our society. So I think it's for the political side more than for the military side of it. But of course, it has to be part of the analysis that you see where the new threats are and what will happen because of that.
My sense, and I could be wrong, is that one thing that NATO can bring to this is precisely the analytical side, the assessment side. I think at the beginning of this year, the US Department of Defense issued a study on the impact of climate change on US military installations and the operational impact that has. So my sense is that if military people write these things up with the credibility they have and say there's real-life consequences of this, it's not just an environmental issue. It's not just something that tree huggers care about. We as military people see an impact. It undermines our security. Do you think that political leaders, heads of state and government, ministers will take note if that analysis comes out of the NATO system?
Yes, and understanding that insecurity is the worst thing for security. I mean, when things change too much, it's difficult to plan. It's difficult to know how to deal with it. It's you have to rethink a lot of the strategies that you have. And climate change is a big insecurity created these days. Because it will, and when you have more people, I mean, in Africa, you know, migration is the big issue for Europe. Underlying this, climate change will lead to more migration. It will lead to more conflicts. It will lead to less sustainable development in all of the African continent, even though, you know, on the soft power side, the European Union is trying to work together with other countries to create more development in these countries to stop the migration waves. So I think understanding this and see how that fuels extremism. Because one thing is, of course, that there will be a hotspot and conflict between countries, but it fuels extremism, and extremism is global. It's not local anymore. It will have global effects.
Now, the Arctic is an area of particular interest to Norway. Can you talk a little bit about how climate change has already impacted and what that means for Norwegian security?
Well, what we see in the Arctic, of course, is that the ice cap is moving further north. It means that you will have the sea routes opened in the north that will be open because it's ice-free, but not open security-wise. I mean, if you're going from Europe to China by the North Passage, I mean, you go by Russia all the way, and it still is costly. It's going to be difficult to have insurance on your trade, so we don't really see that much happening. We discuss it more than what really is happening these days because of costs on that. What we do see is that it increases economic activity in those areas. It increases fisheries, tourism. So we don't really look upon the challenges in the Arctic at these days as new security issues. The new things are in fact safety issues. It's about rescue, it's about safety, it's about making sure that you can search and rescue people who are there. I mean, a big cruise ship having problems in the Arctic area is going to be a very challenging thing. So we have to think through all of these things. But the Arctic has always been an area for Russian operations. They have been testing their military equipment there all the time. It's not a new thing, the military activity. The new thing is that the civil activity is increasing in these areas and leads to those of us who are countries who have responsibility in those areas, who have economic zones, we have to plan more for what we are doing and probably have to regulate more what we are doing in these areas.
Earlier in the day, we had Secretary General Stoltenberg here, fellow Norwegian, and he spoke about the Arctic as well, and he said China was also active in the Arctic. And perhaps we can turn to China for just 1 second, because it appears that China will be part of the discussion among leaders tomorrow. And China is seen as the great power competitor, the rising power, extending its influence beyond Asia in a number of ways. So it's a competitor on the one hand, but when we look to the issue of climate change, it's obvious that we will not get a handle on climate change unless we find some way of bringing China on board, cooperating with China, using the Chinese potential for innovation. Can you describe how you see China if you look at it from this meeting and also with regard to climate change?
Well, in the view of climate change, we will not solve the issues without having the big emitters on board. I said that in Madrid when the COP opened yesterday. We need to have the big emitters on board, and they need to have stronger national targets the next year. They have to do that, and China is one of them. The US is one of them, which we would hope for getting back into the climate discussions again. But all of the big emitters have to participate in that, because they're still opening new coal mines to fuel the energy need of China. So we can do a lot in other countries, but if not China is not on board, it will be difficult. And I believe that the Chinese are thinking seriously about this. One of the reasons is, of course, because of the congestions in their and the air pollution in their own cities. It's harming the health of Chinese people. So there's a mixture of reasons, but I think they're on board with this. When it comes to the economic activity of China, of course, they are innovative. They are, all our businesses are working closely with them on different issues. It's a big market, but it's also a big technology developer these days. And I think there is a need to drag China into this international organization, to the multilateral organization, and work together with them, both on climate change, but also on all of the other issues that leads to lowering tensions in the world. When it comes to the Arctic, I think what we mainly see now from our side is that the Chinese, in their research work, on research and polar research, is very interested in the Arctic. And it's important to remember that the Earth's orbit is the shortest on the poles. That means that if you're looking at what happens in space and satellites, this is also an important issue for a lot of countries to be active in that area. And of course, they are on oil and gas.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Now we have a short 7 minutes left, and I want to bring in the audience. And specifically, I'd like to discriminate against all who are older than 35 years. So if we can have some under 35 sticking up their hands with questions. And do we have a mic somewhere? I'm looking. So we have one question right here. And I'd like to take 2 or 3 questions in a row.
I have 247.
No, that's right. Please.
Hello, my name is Richard Griese. I'm from the University of Munich. And my question to the Prime Minister is what role Svalbard, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, is going to play in the Arctic, and how Norway is going to act as possibly a broker or an actor in the struggle over the Arctic.
Thank you. 2 more questions, under 35s. There's one over there.
My name is Connor, and I'm a student at the University of Glasgow. We're seeing a rising movement of young people about climate change, but the political leaders don't seem to be reflecting the urgent need to act on it. Do we need to see our political leaders take action and kind of bring some uncomfortable truths and uncomfortable laws to society to make us change? Because at the moment, we don't seem to be doing it by choice and through our actions. So that's my question.
And we have a young lady over here.
Hello, my name is Ekaterina, and I'm part of the Atlantic Club of Bulgaria, our youth organization. So our organization, and the seniors and the younger ones, have been working on the Bulgarian presence on the Antarctic. And we will be happy to also cooperate with Norway on that issue. But for that reason, we will be happy also Norway to open its embassy in Sofia and not to be regional.
Will there be an embassy in Sofia, is your question? Okay. Then I'd like one more question. Is another young lady here? Pass on the mic. And if you could keep the questions to the point, please.
Okay. Hello, I'm Sofia. I'm from Yato, Portugal. Being that Norway is a role model regarding a total defense system, how can you apply some measures to tackle or to respond to climate change challenges? Thank you.
Thank you. Prime Minister.
First of all, let me start by the Arctic. There is no battle over the Arctic. The Arctic is a well-regulated area. It's regulated by the law of the sea. And there is a UN commission that decides on where the economic zones go. So those who believe that this is a wilderness place where there's no law that applies, there are laws and there are caretakers, and 9 countries are the main caretakers in the Arctic Council. So it's important to say that this is not a free zone for people to do activity. It's on the national authority, and it's well. And Svalbard is part of the Norwegian of Norway. It has a special treaty around it, but it's a part of our country. And what we do there is that we try. First of all, most of this is vulnerable nature, so a lot of it is regulated because of the nature that's there. But we are working a lot on cooperation when it comes to research. There is a large international community of researchers there. And of course, there is a bit of tourism, a little bit too much maybe, but we are now trying to look at how we can make sure that it doesn't become too much for the nature and the caretaking of the Arctic area. But there is a well-regulated system for all of this. The challenge is, of course, as I said, is on the safety issues, because when there are more tourists, more boats, it's difficult. You know, we have a small hospital, we have some transportation means, but we cannot rescue a whole cruise line up there if something really goes wrong. It's going to be quite difficult. If we are too comfortable, we as world leaders, I think that depends on who are the leaders that are facing climate change. I believe, and I sincerely believe that there is a big responsibility that most national leaders feel today. But there is also a problem between the short-sightedness in politics and the long sights. And it's difficult to get the compromise. And I was in a panel in Madrid yesterday talking about just transition. And that's the big and difficult issue, because there will be countries losing jobs. If you look at what has happened in riots the last 2, 3, 4 months in different parts of the world, it's one of the guidelines in the work against climate change that people are trying to follow up is to cut petrol and oil subsidies in countries, and it leads to street riots. Maybe not only because of that, there's probably a lot of other reasons why the riots come, but it says that it's difficult to do that type of structural changes without really having a public support for it. That's why it's important to engage, it's important to discuss, it's important to get people to understand, and it's important for all of us politicians to understand that we can't just let a part of our society take the cost, for example, by losing their jobs or by getting much more costs because we are putting in policies that are hurting some parts of it. Even in my country, I have to admit, we have a discussion on, we have a very extensive electrical car policy. The ones who buy new cars and expensive new electrical cars are quite well off compared to those who would buy their first car, and it would be a 10-year-old car, and they will not get an electrical car by that. So it's sometimes the social distribution of connected to it is difficult. We try to be very good at working together with Bulgaria, even though we do not have an embassy there. Sometimes we have to run efficiently also our foreign services. And I think the total defense system is an important part of working also against, changes, and especially when we are adapting to the more challenging weather systems that you have, that we will get by with climate change. Our total defense system is an important part of it, because the civil defense systems have to be increased, I think, in most countries, because you get more flooding, avalanches, and all of that. And I think my time is up.
And our time is up, Prime Minister. Thank you very, very much for being here. We could go on for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please now welcome to the stage the Deputy Secretary-General of NATO, Mircea Joanna.
I'm coming from the stairs, and I was wondering if we are performing today a Romania's Got Talent show. Is that the case? Or Wheels of Fortune? This gets closer a little bit. The Apprentice? I'm coming from Romania. And I was lucky enough to be the first Deputy Secretary General of NATO representing a new ally. A region, my country, millions and millions and millions and millions of Europeans who have been separated from our natural family by communism. Who would have imagined that 30 years, our region will be a fully fledged part of the Western world? Members of NATO, members of the EU. Sometimes I think I'm living a dream. As a young Romanian, trying to apply every summer for a visa to get out and see the West. You know what I've got every summer? A postcard in an indistinguishable color. I think it also had a bad smell. A postcard from the Securitate saying, your visa request has been approved. It was printed negatively. Year after year after year, not allowing young Romanians, Bulgarians, Poles, Baltic countries, Czechs, Slovaks, and so many others to do things that for our Western friends and colleagues and allies now seems to be the normal thing to do. It was not a done deal that NATO would enlarge. No, no, no. There was a big hesitation. And I have to thank, as a Romanian, two incredibly important leaders like Václav Havel or Lech Walesa, because they also made the moral, not only the strategic argument for why should we reunify Europe? Why should we give back to the generations of Europeans who have been denied the blessing of freedom, the divine right to choose your leaders? It was the right thing to do. NATO enlarged 20 years ago with the first countries, 15 years ago, Solomon Pasi, this guy with the red sneakers here. We were crying together in the old headquarters of NATO as foreign ministers of Bulgaria and Romania. He gave us a Trabant as a gift. If you visit the headquarters, you'll see a nice Trabant, NATO 04, that's Solomon. When our countries, together with other 7 nations, were welcomed as new members. I even have my signature on the European failed constitution. I'm just saying that what we are bringing to this alliance of ours, to this Western institution of ours, is a sense of intense urgency for us to continue to stay relevant, to stay true to our values, not to be deterred by the world which is changing so rapidly. A Romanian as a Deputy Secretary General of NATO. That's a good one. I remember also having an intense provincial complex. After receiving the beautiful, bad-smelling cards from the Securitate that I was not allowed to travel, my first big experience in the West was going to the ENA, École Nationale d'Administration, mon général, a great school. I remember I was scared to death because I thought that I would not be up to the job. But yes, I was, and yes, we are, and yes, we will be. So when someone comes to us and tells us, choose between Europe and America, I'll say we cannot do that. Because Europe and North America were the two sides of the same coin. Don't make us choose because we always choose security. Because we have in our history, in our geography, in the part of Europe I represent, a very, very narrow sense of survival. We have a very narrow sense of survival. There's no way in which the West should give up the fight. Because the fight is not only my young friends, my younger friends, and I'm speaking to you because you'll be the leaders of our societies. You'll be the ones who will be leading, irrespective how much economic, technological, or vagaries of history will be on your shoulders as future leaders of the world. Remember, there is one thing that makes the difference, is the values we share. Never doubt of our values. Never doubt of the values of freedom. Never doubt of the values of democracy. Never doubt of the values of an open society. But your fight, if my fight as a generation is to reunite Europe, or as the fight of the founding fathers of the Alliance was basically not to repeat the devastating wars that destroyed Europe and the world in the 20th century. And I think what Article 5 says was what Thomas Jefferson said at the inception of the American experiment. If we'll have that quote, I will quote it. If not, I still have a provincial complex. But looky there. That was Thomas Jefferson saying, I have but one system of ethics for men and for nations. There's not a different set of ethics for men and women and for nations. This is the difference between democracies and authoritarian regimes. To be grateful, to be faithful to all engagements and under all circumstances. This is Article 5, my friends. To be faithful to our engagements no matter what. And there is something that I will beg you to do. When you will be in positions like these, continue to innovate. Democracy and freedom are not things that will not survive if you don't invest and innovate. NATO is innovating, European Union is innovating. You should continue to innovate. 30 years ago, in the streets of Bucharest and Timișoara, in the only bloody revolution in all former communist countries, in my country, young people like yourselves and like myself, they took out a big hole from the national flag of Romania, just as a symbol of separation from the incredible tough past. Through that hole, we imagined a future. Through that hole, we wanted to catch up with a historical lost time. History is impatient with us. History will give us and will give you, the younger generation, so many hurdles and so many challenges. Never doubt of yourselves. Never doubt of our values. Fight for democracy. Fight for freedom. Fight for our shared values. And we'll have another 500 years. Not 70 more years, but hundreds of years of things like we have to do today. Embrace and cherish freedom, my friends. This is the message which comes from a difficult part of Europe. And I'm here to serve the greatest alliance, not only in the history of mankind, but an alliance that will shape the future for many generations to come. Salute, and God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome to the stage Honorary Chairman of GLOBSEC, Ambassador Ratislav Kalcha.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored and very pleased to greet you all on behalf of GLOBSEC, one of the members of this fantastic consortium running this event. GLOBSEC is a leading think tank in Central Europe and the organizer of many events down there and partnering on events like this all around the world. I see in the room a lot of familiar faces who come to our strategy forum in spring or Tatra Summit in the autumn, and it's very nice to see you all here. We are getting to the point to get on the stage two important prime ministers and look into whether 70 years of NATO is a reason to celebrate or remind ourselves where we are. We were already told 70 years in human life is enough, and we look back and you know, well, you know, there are still lots of plans, new 40 as we heard. There are those who say NATO is an organization, it's a dinosaur who should have been gone already by the explosion or implosion caused by the Berlin Wall. There are those who even today would say NATO is a brain death because it cannot cope with the challenges and shouldn't be here or should change some substantial in the way that we've gone. There are those like me who are true believers in NATO. And I was opening NATO office 25 years ago, Slovakia, and I still believe committed. I'm still committed to its vision, and I think there is a purpose. And it's a success story. However, 70 years of any type of success doesn't guarantee that in the upcoming years we will be fit to survive this Darwinistic survival fight. We need the old capabilities. When you would look at the Article 5, it says armed attack. Today we look at the things in security where armed attack, okay, you know, it's still a risk. But there are many other things which can come in our face and are threatening our security. So, two prime ministers, I'd like them welcome. I'd like you to welcome them on the stage to say two things, to see how fit we are, how willing we are to commit ourselves to the old principle of Musketeer, one for all for one. What are our capabilities, and how are we going to survive this Darwinistic fight, which is spinning faster and faster? Let me welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Deborah is our moderator and Prime Minister of Canada and the Netherlands on the stage.
Thank you very much. So, really warm welcome to Prime Minister Trudeau and Prime Minister Rutte. I'm going to ask a couple of questions. Timing is quite tight, and then I'll open it up to the audience for questions. We're looking hopefully for younger members of the audience, under 35s, to ask some questions if that's possible. So, gentlemen, you're here to mark the Alliance's 70th anniversary. How do you see the future for NATO? Does it even have a future? Will it be here in 70 years' time?
I'm convinced it will be there in 70 years' time. It is the strongest, most powerful defense organization in world history. It's crucial for the safety of Europe, but it's also crucial for the safety of Canada and the US. Because it is very important that this part of the world stays stable, but also that Canada and the US know that they have partners here on the European side anchored in that relationship, be it on the defense side, but of course also broader on the other political issues. So I'm absolutely convinced this is there to stay. NATO is there to stay.
But I think we recognize that, of course, the world has changed over 70 years. And it hasn't just suddenly changed now after 69 years of being the same. It has always evolved and has always seen new challenges come up and new configurations come forward. And we've adjusted and adapted and stayed true to the original values that brought us together. I mean, Canada shares a history with the Netherlands in the liberation after World War II that brought us together and has us looking at the world in a very similar way. And throughout the NATO alliance, yes, you have different people coming from different places, but the way we look at the very real security challenges we're facing now and the way we know we can overcome them means that I think the future for this alliance is bright.
Prime Minister Trudeau, what do you think is the biggest threat to NATO? Is it internal infighting, or is it an external threat? And if the latter, is it terrorism, Russia, China, or something else?
Well, I know that's such a journalistic question that everyone's, is the internal threats bigger than the external threats? You know, NATO has survived for 70 years because we've always had frank, real conversations. There have been disagreements that we've worked through. There have been differences in perspective, differences in priorities that have ended up with a more resilient, more flexible, more agile organization that has adapted to the times we've had. Now, yes, you've listed a number of the threats that are out there. We're in transforming global circumstances right now where poles of power are shifting, where citizens are really anxious about their own futures, about what the world's going to look like for their kids. And institutions like NATO that are actually tackling these complex problems in sophisticated and nuanced ways are really, really important, and that's what we're going to keep doing.
And Prime Minister Rutte, Donald Trump this morning has come out and said that President Macron was disrespectful when he described NATO as experiencing brain death. Is President Trump correct, or does President Macron have a point?
That's an interesting question.
You asked him.
And here I believe you need a nuanced answer. I do think that Emmanuel Macron made some valid points in his Economist article, where he talked about the need for Europe to step up, for the need for Europe and the US and Canada to stay engaged. I remember all the discussions we both had with President Obama about his pivot to Asia, and I was always trying to convince him that he can be more successful in that pivot if he would work together with Europe. And then collectively we would have that pivot towards Asia and not just the American side. So there are a few issues which Emmanuel Macron rightly addressed. I was not in agreement with his assessment of brain debt. I thought that was taking this whole thing a step too far. So I didn't agree with that particular way of expressing it. But I do acknowledge that there are a few issues we have to discuss. And this goes back to what Justin was just saying. This is an organization of fundamentally democratic countries. That means that we can differ. We can have differences of opinion. The worst thing we can do is not to discuss them, because that will be the end of NATO. The fact that we are able to sit together now for 2 days and hammer out these issues and then come to collective agreements is the best proof that this alliance will stay there for the next 70 years. And this is the big difference with some of the more autocratic systems in the rest of the world, and what makes us different from them. It makes us strong.
Do you both therefore agree with the idea of this wise group, this group of wise experts that France and Germany separately have suggested to talk about the future purpose of NATO over the next 2 years?
Oh, I don't think you survive 70 years as an alliance without regularly reflecting on what is the best way for us to help. Where are the strategic priorities? What is it that we need to do together to have the best impact, not just on our members, but on the world itself? I think it's great that we're going to be doing a reflection about how we can, respond and lead in complicated times.
Then it's crucial, I completely agree, it is crucial that we agree beforehand that some of the fundamentals are not at stake. For example, this one for all and all for one idea, Article 5, that is still the cornerstone, and through this reflection will stay as the cornerstone of NATO. That is crucial. At the same time, we have so many issues to discuss. How to deal with Russia, pressure and dialogue. How to deal with China, which is presenting lots of challenges but also lots of opportunities. How to deal with the issue of space, so that next to air, sea, land and cyber we have this fifth dimension, and how to deal with that, how to deal with new technologies. So there are many issues which... Terrorism, so these all require a fundamental rethink without losing the cornerstones of NATO. They have to stay there.
And a final question from me for both of you. Both your countries are falling way behind on the 2% target for defence spending.
Is it that late already? I have to go.
when will you both individually, when will your countries meet that target, bearing in mind that 2024 aim that people are going towards? And also, can you just explain to people, how do you look Donald Trump in the face, given what he's been saying and how much he's been berating allies for not meeting that minimum threshold?
When my government first got elected in 2015, we took a hard look at how Canada can best help in the world. And that is the frame that we took. We talked about Canada being back, and we knew that investments in defense was going to be an essential part of it. The previous government had cut defense spending, and we knew we needed to do more. I've got my defense minister, Harjit Sajjan, and our foreign minister, François-Philippe Champagne, qui sont ici. And we came together as a team, and we said, okay, we need to spend more on defense. We're spending 70% more on defense over these 10 years. That means stepping up in purchasing massive upgrades to our ships, to our new fighter jet fleets. It means leading a battle group in Latvia on the Eastern Front of NATO that Canada's taken on. We're now leading the mission in Baghdad, the NATO training mission there. We're engaged in substantive ways, but also ways that reflect our leadership. 3 of our top NATO leaders that are Canadians are actually women, incredibly qualified women, both in Rome, in the maritime fleet, and leading in Iraq. These are the kinds of things that Canada does by stepping up. Yes, we're going to continually invest more, but we're going to do it in a way that is right for Canada and right for the alliance.
So when will you hit that 2%?
We're continuing to move forward and investing in the right way.
Okay.
And that is what we will keep saying. And that's what we'll keep doing. That's exactly what we'll keep doing.
And for you?
For us, the Welsh pledge was clear. We have to move towards 2% by 2024. That's still our aim. We are spending billions and billions more than a couple of years ago. The whole of the alliance outside the US, so the European and Canadian part, are spending 130 billion more now since 2016. There are now 9 countries, last year it was only 4, now 9 countries achieving the 2% target. So in that sense we are making a lot of progress. And we will continue investing more over the next years. And there will be elections in 2021 and then a new government, and that will mean, again, I'm absolutely convinced if my party is part of that new government, investing extra money to move towards that target. We pledged ourselves in Wales.
Do you think you've done enough to satisfy Trump, given his threats to walk away?
I think he can point at the fact that since he is president of the US, the investments in NATO on the non-US side, so again, Canada and Europe, have come up with this incredible number, this huge number, so that will help. And he is right there. I mean, we cannot have the US shoulder all the burden. And he is completely right when he requires from all of us that we do what we need to do.
So, questions from the floor. Young people, lady at the front there with the blonde hair, the third row back, just there. Thank you. If you could introduce yourself.
Yes, Professor Katarzyna Pisarska. I'm the co-founder and director of the Warsaw Security Forum. I know the age limit is super strict, so I will not tell my age and defend myself this way and go straight to the question. I wanted to ask you, because we talk so much about the defense, the military part of NATO, but NATO is also about values. How worried are both of you, coming from Canada and the Netherlands, about the democratic recession that we see throughout not only Europe but the Western world?
Well, of course, this is also an issue which is we are dealing with within the European Union, which is also a community of values as NATO is. So we do have some thorough debates within the EU about the state of play in some of our member states in terms of what it means in terms of democracy, rule of law, independent judiciary, independent press. And all of these are crucial for a rich, diverse democracy we want to have. So I think Canada and the US are well-functioning democracies. I have no critique there. But on the European side, this is the debate we are having inside the European Union, as well, of course, as in NATO. But I think we, first of all, should deal with this within the EU.
Much of the reasons we see backsliding in democratic values and principles, rise of extreme populism, things like that in the Western world, is because people are really anxious about the state of the world, about their future. They don't know if they can see their future and their children's future in the way the world is going, and they're uncertain that the institutions that have served our societies, governments, various institutions over the past decades are actually paying attention to the things that will reassure them about the future. So what we have to do is try and allay those fears by showing that we are listening, that we are responding to those concerns, we are empowering people to see themselves in the future, in a transformed future, which through migration, globalization, climate change, security issues, is going to look different than the past. But our ability to come together as an alliance or as various alliances and say these values underpin what we do, and we are working really, really hard both to listen and work with you to build a better future, that allays the fears rather than some corners that want to exacerbate and exaggerate those fears.
Thank you. And the gentleman over there.
Robert Baines, President of the NATO Association of Canada. This is for Prime Minister Trudeau. Canadians have always seen themselves, certainly for the past 30 or 40 years, and certainly since a certain historica minute, they've seen themselves as peacekeepers, largely. You have poured a tremendous amount of effort in leadership, and specific leadership of
Can you keep your questions short?
NATO missions. I'm interested in how you've changed the story of peacekeeping to just traditional UN engagement to peace through strength with NATO.
Well, I think, there is this story that we tell out there, Canadians and others, about Canadians being peacekeepers because we were peaceful people and we're polite and we're nice and we always look for conciliation. I'm sorry, we weren't peaceful when we stormed the beaches at D-Day. We weren't peaceful in the trenches of World War I. We stepped up with strength on the world stage and showed that we understand the sacrifices that need to come with protecting our values and creating a better world. And yes, we were very much involved in peacekeeping, UN peacekeeping, but we also know that it is constantly going to be evolving. And being there as UN peacekeepers, as we were recently in Mali, being strongly part of NATO missions is also a recognition that the world is changing from standing in a line between two opposing armies that will not shoot at each other because you might nick a Canadian. That might have been peacekeeping, a few generations ago. Peacekeeping now is a very different thing, and Canada is on the forefront of it with so many of our NATO allies.
There's two questions over there, the lady with the blonde hair and the lady with the brown hair. If you just take them together, one after the other.
Great. Prime Minister Trudeau, you mentioned the incredible...
Can you say who you are? Sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry. Stephanie Van Laerke, I'm a professor at Queen's University. You mentioned earlier the contribution that Canada has made with strong female leadership at the helm of NATO missions. When you look at the percentage of women in military operations, it's really low for NATO. And Canada has spearheaded an initiative at the UN called the LC Initiative to increase the number of women in military operations. Can the same be done at NATO? And Prime Minister Rutte, would you support that?
Hello, my name is Mariam Inayat. I'm a student at Newcastle University. I would like to ask why you think it's important for young people like myself to be at an event like this and why we should engage further with NATO. Thank you.
Great. On the first issue, yes, more women in military operations, more women in leadership positions in general, but also in military operations, makes for better outcomes. More diversity in general makes for better outcomes. When you have a whole bunch of people who went to the same school, have the same backgrounds, are the same gender, are the same, you're going to get the same kinds of answers. When you bring in people with a broader range of perspectives, you will get better solutions. It starts with adding women, but there's much more in terms of inclusion that we need to do, and that we are pushing on NATO, and I know Mark certainly supports. On the second element, young people need to know that they can and must actively shape the future by the things they do today. You're not leaders of tomorrow, you're leaders today. Being here today and making sure that this message is getting out to young people who want to see the world change and be a better place and are looking for levers to do it, well, coming out here today is a great piece of it. Watching it online is a great piece of it.
I agree with that, and it is difficult to get more women in senior positions in the military. We are working on that, but it is not easy. We have at least now the last 3 senior politicians were women, and the present minister and state secretary are women. but you also want to have more men and women in senior military positions. I also agree with Justin's answer to your question. I still, to put it a bit negatively, I still remember the outcome of the referendum here in the UK. And you had all the young people who were shouting this should never have happened, but many of them had not voted. So it is crucial for the younger generation. You are here, I don't have to address you because you are here, so that's great. But it is crucial for us as political leaders that the young generation is involved in current affairs, does understand why we need to protect ourselves, why we need forward defense, why we need to be active all over the world to help in countries where our help is needed and we can add something. Because if we cannot support that collectively, then it is very difficult to do that and to keep the political momentum going. So I think the referendum here in 2016 was the best example. And I'm not saying that I had a particular outcome in mind, of course. I should not interfere in UK politics. But for me it was an example that when young people don't go to vote, don't complain afterwards. But it's not addressed to you because you are here. And thank you for that.
Thank you. And the gentleman at the front, the second in the front row, please. And then also there's a lady in the middle with glasses on with her hands up. She can come afterwards.
My name is Vasyl Morochnichenko. I come from Ukraine. I have a question for both of the prime ministers. I would like to hear your views on the President Macron's idea about potential rapprochement with Russia. I wonder, what do you think about a discussion about potential improvement of relations with Russia, while still Russia has to be kept accountable for shooting down MH17, for occupying parts of Ukraine and Georgia? Thank you.
Let's take that question first.
We had this discussion around the G7 just in Biarritz at the end of August, and the consensus was fairly clear around the table. Well, it wasn't a full consensus, but it was a very clear sentiment that we left the table with, which is Russia was excluded from the G8, which became the G7 once again, because of unacceptable behaviors and action. And until Russia clearly demonstrates a willingness to reverse those unacceptable behaviors and behave in very different ways, it'll be very difficult to talk about genuine rapprochement. We know that the incursion into the Donbass, the occupation of Crimea, the way Russia continues to interfere in democratic processes around the world, the threat posed, which is why Canadians, we have close to 600 Canadians in Latvia right now as part of the NATO Forward Presence battle groups. We know that Russia continues to be a significant challenge, and we need to understand that Putin responds to strength, not to concessions, and we need to remain strong as an alliance and as allies.
And because, yes, I agree. And because of that, the pressure has to be maintained. At the same time, of course, there's room for dialogue. We cannot just ignore the phone call. We should still also have that dialogue. But it should start with pressure. Crimea, Donbass region, all the examples Justin just mentioned of what Russia is doing internationally. And that is running against what is acceptable between countries in this world and how we want to see the world functioning. So given that fact, we have to keep the pressure on. At the same time, of course, there's room for dialogue, but let's not be naive. This is difficult.
We've got 2 minutes left. There's a lady there with glasses on who's been waiting patiently.
Hi, my name is Carlota and I work for One Young World. First of all, thank you for such an interesting panel and for both of you of attending One Young World Summit. And talking about young leaders, because we work with them a lot, is that we're here engaging with the younger generation to address the world's most important alliance. But what does that contribution actually look like? And what is it that you ask of us as young leaders when we leave here today?
And sorry, when you're answering this question, do you want to give a final thought as well?
Well, first of all, thank you for coming and for organizing this event. And you are sitting here the whole day listening to all these presentations and being active in the dialogue. And that is crucial. And it really gives a lot of support to all of us on the leader side when we are sitting in that room tomorrow, that we are not on our own. So in that sense, that's crucial. And as I said earlier, we cannot function as politicians if there is no genuine dialogue about the issues the world is facing, in which young people participate, be it the environment, be it how to fight terrorism, how not to be naive about our own defense, the need for an organization like NATO, including And here we also need your help. The fact that it is a values-based organization, not only a military organization, but also based on values. The Canadians liberated us after the war. And so my final thought would be that I hope you will have influence on as many people as possible around you to also get involved. And that is what I find crucially important, be it in the Netherlands, be it in Europe, be it in Canada, in the US, that in the Western world, the next generation is involved, is engaged, and does understand that this is not free for all, just nice play. No, this is to the core of who we are and what we want to achieve.
20 seconds.
To follow up directly from what Mark said, I agree with him entirely. You've got to remember NATO countries and these Western countries, we're democracies. And in order to succeed as democracies, we need engaged, thoughtful citizens that push us in the right directions, ask us the right questions, hold us to account, and aspire to be part of building a better world. It's not just about having the right leader set in all emotions, it's making sure that the voices of citizens are part of the conversation, even at the highest levels, and that people, individuals, and young people specifically are engaged in imagining the future. We know we have to be thinking responsibly, not just about the next 4-year mandate, but about the next 40 years. And the decisions we take in order to take that into account need to have young people folding into dialogue. There's so many young people out there who want to change the world, who want to see the world change, but don't necessarily believe that politics or political activism is a very effective way of changing the world. Well, the only people that can change that are voters and citizens themselves deciding to change that. So the more you get engaged in various ways, the more you actually shape the future for the better. We need young people to be involved. We need all citizens to step up, get informed, and be part of the decisions that our countries are taking.
Well, thank you ever so much.
Applause to that.
NATO and voicing concern about cracks in the alliance. I can't think of two better champions for transatlantic defence, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Merci tout le monde.
You're still able to cover a lot of ground.
Thanks very much, Deborah, for sharing that fantastically well. We have about 3 minutes before our next storytelling session, and we have some time for reflections from the audience, please. So we have some mics, if you could just...
I think people are reflecting wanting to get out.
If we could reflect inside our heads first, and then out loud, that would be fantastic. Everyone, sorry, hello?
Do you want to give some thoughts first?
Yes.
What were your takeaways from those that session?
I thought it was very interesting to see both Prime Ministers, the consensus on the terms of engagement with Russia. In the interview that President Macron gave to us, he emphasized the role of counterterrorism cooperation as a potential avenue for dialogue and cooperation with Russia. We didn't see very much of that there. We haven't seen very much of that this morning. We're still seeing the G7 consensus hold. We have very little time for questions, everyone, so we do want to get to these. So if you could please, if I could see some hands up for reflections from the floor. Excuse me, gentlemen, could you just take your seats, please? Thank you very much.
Sorry, we're just trying to get the audience to engage rather than engaging with each other on the way out. So if you want to leave, obviously head out and have a coffee, but if you'd like to stay, then please
take your conversations to the hallway. We'd appreciate that very much.
So has anyone got any thoughts they want to share at this point in the day? If you want to stick your hand up, we can get a microphone
and on reflections on any part of the day, including the morning, please, not just a session we've had, on anything we've discussed so far.
Is that Robert Fox? Yeah, I think Robert Fox has got a reflection. No,
we'll have a microphone, please.
I do apologise. My name is Robert Fox. I'm even older than NATO. But my wife was liberated by Canadian troops under occupation in the Netherlands, so I do have a small dog in this fight. Deborah, wonderful comparing, but the dog that hasn't barked is what Macron was really driving at. Could the European Defence Union replace, displace, supplement, or complement NATO? And that's the question I wanted to ask Mr. Rutte and the Norwegian Prime Minister in particular. I think it's a huge debating point.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you.
We have a question over there, please. The lady in the scarf.
Hi, I just want to say how brilliant it is. Oh, I'm Gracie Chick from One Life Share It. And I just think it's amazing to have so many young people and young voices here today. It's really encouraging. And just to say, like, what the two prime ministers or the presidents were talking about just then was, you know, about bringing people together, about, you know, like involving everyone in solutions. And I think that's really important. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your thoughts.
I spotted someone over here who I want to hear from, Madeleine.
Thank you, Deborah. Madeleine Moon, President of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. Europe is changing, and politically it is increasingly diverse. We see that diversion and variety on a daily basis in the Parliamentary Assembly. It most certainly is not brain dead, but it is challenging. So we have new politicians, many of them with no experience in politics, many of them with no experience in defense and security. And we have very experienced people. Is part of the problem with President Macron's view of NATO being brain dead, in fact, that the feedback from assemblies such as ours are not reaching up to the top, where the diversion is different, the diversity is great, and the conversations are great. It's just there's not listening at the top.
Thank you for that. And we have a very briefly, just over here, please. Lady in the red scarf, just here.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the wonderful event and discussions today. I'm Beatrice Mosello from Adelphi, a think tank based in Berlin. I was really interested about 2 points that came out. First of all, the point about inclusion and the strong focus that came very strongly about inclusion of women, but also more generally diversity and within decision-making in different levels in the security sector that traditionally has not been great on inclusion. And second point, recognizing climate change and the impact it's going to have on shaping the security challenges going forward, already today, but going forward even more. And it's great to hear climate change being mentioned in a meeting on the NATO.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all those interventions. We now have another storytelling session. Building on everything we've heard, we'll hear from another storyteller with personal experience of a NATO's actions. To introduce him, please join me in welcoming NATO Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, Claire Hutchinson. Thank you very much.
Hello, hello, hello. Greetings, gentlewomen and gentlemen. It's lovely to see you all here today, and lovely to see so many women in the audience. So great. So I'm thrilled to be here to introduce to you the next speaker, a storyteller who has a powerful story of a journey. And for the work that we do in NATO on women, peace and security, the power of the story is very important. Because quite often in communities where women don't have education, they don't have access or opportunities, the only way they can transmit their information, their stories, their histories, their culture, is by telling stories to the next generation. And so it is that voice, a voice of empowerment that we look to in NATO. But we're flipping it because it is the story of the youth that we're going to listen to today. And a youth voice is also very important to us in NATO. As head of the Human Security Unit, this is some of the work we're looking towards in how we can get the voices of youth and we can listen to them, and listen to them a little bit better. So I'm thrilled to introduce our next speaker, who will take you through his story, which is the journey of his family. And I think you'll be as thrilled to hear his story as I have been. Because the journey, as you will all know in life, it is the journey that matters and not the destination. So please join me in welcoming our next storyteller, Adi Janjeva.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to talk about what NATO means to me. I'm speaking from the point of view of someone born in this country to Kosovar parents. Now, their generation has an experience, an affiliation with NATO that's of a completely different magnitude to mine. But I can share with you today some stories which show how pieces of my identity have been shaped by the actions of NATO, whether or not I've always realized it. I can shed some light on an upbringing which never failed to make me aware of the very real meanings of words like life, liberty, and freedom. Words which, for me, a lot of the time, are translated in all too abstract and theoretical ways. And that's why I believe it's important on days like today, where NATO opens itself up and welcomes views from across the societal spectrum, that we can provide some insight into the personal. For me, this means making the voices of millions of Kosovars heard and their appreciation known. Because for our people, NATO isn't some abstract entity that meets once a year for a chat and a catch-up. NATO is the new roads and bridges built from the rubble, connecting you to the rest of your people. Once you step outside of our family home in Mitrovica, the concrete that you walk on was put there by NATO. NATO is the liberation to go on and pursue an education in your own mother tongue. The reason my parents left Kosovo in the early 1990s was because all Albanian-speaking universities were closed down. NATO is the opportunity for grandchildren to have relationships with their grandparents. My grandparents fled the war in 1999. After the first NATO bombings on March 24th, they hid for 3 more days in their house. It is only by what can be described as sheer fortune that on the 3rd day, when my grandfather peered out of his window, spotted by a Serbian sniper, that he wasn't shot there and then. On another day, with another sniper, he would have been. Within 2 minutes, dozens of soldiers turned up outside their door. And if one stroke of luck wasn't enough, how about a second? One of those soldiers, recognizing 2 of my granduncles, who were also hiding away at the time, gave them 15 minutes to escape instead of a bullet. After weeks of upheaval in the search for food and shelter, my grandfather being shot in the foot along the way, they found themselves on a bus to Montenegro. After 4 weeks in Ulcin, they and 200 others boarded a 50-capacity wooden boat sailing for Italy. With Italian soil in sight, the captain stopped the boat and informed the passengers that an unsponsored boat of over 200 people would only be turned away by the Italian authorities. So, the captain turned around to the passengers and informed them that he would now be destroying the engines just enough to be able to call for rescue by NATO forces. And so they waited, and so those forces arrived, ensuring safe passage to Italian land. As did my grandparents, arriving here in London sometime after, just a week after my 2nd birthday. So you see, I don't believe it's an exaggeration or a cliche to say that NATO means life itself. I will try and end, if I have time, with a small current affairs anecdote, which I think, a different kind of anecdote, which I think puts all of this into perspective. On Sunday, the 17th of November this year, the Kosovo national football team hosted England for a game of football. Sporting authorities have a tendency to try and keep politics out of the game, whether it be at World Cups or Olympics. Yet if ever that felt wholly inapplicable, it was that day. Growing up, there was no Kosovo football team to cheer for. I had England, and that was enough, despite all the heartbreak associated with that. But now, I have both. And I know that all the family that were crowded around our TV that Sunday felt the exact same pride. Because in 20 years, going from the brink of wipeout as a people to being part of a sporting family battling for qualification like dozens of other countries, felt in many ways like an incredible milestone. The welcome that England received over that weekend was unprecedented. It cast my mind back to images that I'd seen after the war in '99 of NATO soldiers being showered with flowers and kisses and people crying at their feet. And fast forward 20 years, and that weekend reflected the fact that Kosovo hasn't forgotten England's role as part of NATO at the end of the last century. With these two contrasting anecdotes, I've tried to show the different faces of war, its aftermath, and NATO's role in that. What is consistent in all war-affected countries is that peace requires a relentless effort from parties all across society to make sure that we don't forget how easily it can unravel. I've been lucky enough to be born and raised in a country like this, which has given me the opportunity to speak on platforms like these and remind everyone that countries like Kosovo do not forget. Thank you for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome to the stage technology editor at Politico, Mr. Mark Scott.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I know it's sort of halfway through the afternoon, so I hope everyone has lots of coffee and are ready for a wonderful session with the panelists here. So I'm going to go from left to right to introduce them. To our left, we have Norm Persky, the Global Public Sector Lead at Palantir, the tech giant. To his right, we have Camille Grand, the Assistant Secretary for Defence Investment at NATO. Following on, we have Angela McLean, Chief Scientific Advisor to the UK's MOD. And here to my left, we have Serene Dakaru, Director of the European Satellite Centre. So that's it. We're here to talk about tech, R&D, and the future. Wherever you look now, it doesn't need to be just defense. That technology, I mean, it seems a bit like a cliche, but it is part of all our lives. And AI, big data, and all these topics are going to be becoming quite pertinent for the next 5, 10, 15 years. Angela, I'm going to turn to you first. There has been a supposition that the NATO countries are the best at this when it comes to tech and R&D, that they, going back decades, they could, frankly, had the dominance on the technological side. Frankly, with some of the rise of some of the other global actors, frankly, that isn't really the case anymore, or at least the NATO dominance is being challenged. How does the coalition maintain that level of technological edge, particularly when other actors around the world are investing, frankly, a lot of money in all of this?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think one of the things we can do is really terrific technology scanning. So looking out across really our widest innovation environments. So that'll be our own government laboratories, our universities, the big businesses, and of course that whole ecosystem of small and medium-sized enterprises that have been such an engine for innovation recently. So finding new innovations in those arenas and then figuring out really good ways to pull them into use for bolstering the security of our people. Some of our governments have been doing this for a long time very well, and others of us are learning how to do it. And I think there's really two important bits of cooperation amongst ourselves there. One is, I think, to learn from each other how to do really great tech scanning. And the other is, of course, if one of us finds some really fantastic innovation, something that's good for protecting the security of my people, is good for securing the security of everyone in NATO.
Camille, I suppose it all comes down to cooperation and coordination. Yes, to Angela's point, you can't just keep it in your own silo. You have to work with others to bring these technologies to the fore.
I think that from a NATO perspective, the challenge is a bit twofold. First of all, as Angela was pointing at, we are in an environment that is more competitive. The notion that NATO can take its technological leadership for granted is probably no longer true in certain domains, and we have to sort of really focus to make sure that we don't lose track of that, whether it's in specific technological domains, and we just heard Supreme Allied Commander for Transformation mentioning some of these, but also more broadly, what does artificial intelligence, the use of data, mean for the alliance? So that's one element. And on that, what we're trying to do is to do two things. First of all, internally, make our work more focused on innovation and not lose sight of that. And from that perspective, we have established just in the last few months an innovation board chaired by the Deputy Secretary General and a small innovation unit which will try to look at what the allies are doing. The point about NATO is not NATO suddenly becoming a multi-billion euro organization spent on science and technology, but to really make sure that we work together. And the second thing, which is probably even more important, is how do we leverage everything that is happening within the alliance and in the broader sense, of course in our ministries of the defense of all 29 allies, but also in all the universities, the tech companies that are there, which is a sort of massive untapped potential of science and technology that can help NATO stay at the edge, which is really the big issue there. And in a way, what has been extremely interesting, and I've seen that happening in some of the groups I'm chairing, is to see how allies can share their experience. And with one thing that is, I think, fascinating in this new environment, which is that some of the smallest allies by size have a lot to bring to the table. This is no longer necessarily only a big nation debate, and this is something that has been truly fascinating for me.
Serene, in your current role, looking at the outer space, and your previous role at NATO, looking at cybersecurity and the cyber realm, does that chime with you? The idea that some of the smaller allies are bringing a lot to the table, and the need to cooperate to make this work.
I think the cooperation is indeed the name of the game, and not just among states. And I agree that with the new technology that can have what is called equalizing effect, also different allies can play significant roles, but also cooperation with the industry. It was mentioned this morning that today's industry that is driving the innovation, not as in the previous century, the government, the defense sector. So it's key to have such cooperation. I know NATO has industry partnerships, not just on the procurement side, but also on these new technologies. I would also highlight that, since you mentioned the two domains, I would say in outer space and in cyberspace, or in the digital space, one can see a really technological gold rush with huge impact upon everything that happens on Earth and our societies, but also upon security. And we need to have this in mind. On the one hand, these spaces are huge enablers, including for our military planning for security. And from Earth observation, the domain that I'm now in, I can say we have a whole digital twin of the planet where we can really analyze what's happening. But on the other hand, we should also look at the vulnerabilities that they imply, and our reliance on this. So when we're saying innovating the alliance is not just about employing the most innovative technologies into what we're doing, but also bringing innovation into the strategic thinking, the institutional build-up, the planning, going beyond what I would call an analog hangover and moving forward in the digital world with the thinking, with the work ahead.
No, I'm turning to you from an industry perspective. It's quite strange to think that as much as the governments involved in NATO have billions of dollars of budgets, but a lot of the tech innovation and frankly the money is coming from industry right now, both with yourselves and others. Where do you fit into this puzzle? Where you as a Palantir, but also the industry itself, what do you bring to the table that maybe some of the governments can't?
I mean, I think there's a couple of pieces to this. The first is, I think innovating in this space is somewhat different than in the conventional space, right? An AI model is never done in the way that a weapons system is done when you field it. And so industry, or especially the tech industry, is used to this conception of constant iteration and innovation and putting things into the field and then making them better over time. And that's something that, honestly, traditional defense industry has not been great at. So learning from how you actually do this in the field, how does this actually work? What implications does this have on how you procure and how you build programs is really important. But I think what we can bring to the table from industry is probably relatively straightforward. What's interesting to me about right now, though, is where kind of Silicon Valley writ large is in this. And I think right now Silicon Valley writ large is actually a really serious threat to the security of the West, honestly. You look at things like Google pulling out of Project Maven, which is kind of the obvious thing where there's these
so can you just explain what Project Maven is for those?
So Project Maven is a US Department of Defense project to kind of build an AI platform for imagery. Incredibly important when there's tremendous amounts of imagery data being generated and understanding what's going on in it. And so you have in the US ostensibly one of the companies that's best at, or should be best at this, choosing to walk away from that program. And this speaks to a larger, I think, cultural issue, which is, you know, I think in the 80s, if you were to turn to a young engineering student at Imperial here and ask her if she, you know, was willing to turn her technology and her mind to the defense of the nation, she'd probably say, of course. And I think if you ask that same question now, you'd get it probably considered, you know, oh, thank you, but no thank you. I'm going to go make ads better somewhere. And I think that's culturally incredibly difficult. And I don't know that NATO, or honestly, that government quite understands what the divide is and is ready to bridge it.
I find it striking that you say that maybe the Valley right now is sort of not I think harming is the word you used. The sort of the NATO establishment when it comes to this realm. That strikes me as sort of counterintuitive, right? But I mean, does it strike true with the other panelists that maybe the pulling back from some of the tech players, many of whom do have access to this technology? Is that something that you have also felt in your work?
I can't say it's something I've noticed, but then I'm very new. I was going to ask a different question, though, which is what can we do about it?
I mean, I think clarity is really important. So I think not being clear on the ethics of what we're doing, having an open conversation about it, about intention, is really important. I think government has a role in providing good foundations. So instead of asking private industry to collect data, government can take that responsibility and provide really clear guidelines around how this is being used, and then create these platforms where industry can innovate on top of. So rather than Google collecting healthcare data, you know, the NIH can collect healthcare data and then provide that to industry to innovate on, controlled well. So I think clarity is important, but then engaging in the public debate and discussion on what is the role of technology, of people in technology in this space, especially when our adversaries look the way they look. I mean, with fully integrated kind of between the political class, technical class, and industry against a common goal, that's quite difficult to meet when we look as splintered as we do.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think linked to this, we have to consider the importance of really investing in building education and bridging actually technology with policy, legal study, the ethics, and so on. Because otherwise we are living in this separate worlds, and it could haunt us. That's number one issue of concern. The other aspect is the importance of governments to be involved in looking on the, let's say, safety, security implications of the technologies upon societies, upon people. Especially when I think about security, we have seen how new technologies are used by adversaries with the kind of what was in the past, like carpet bombing effects. You know, just hitting at innocent civilians or non-prepared civilians with special techniques, either in cyberspace, in the information sphere, cognitive sphere with artificial intelligence. So for this, we need this combination of education, but also taking some role of government and also intergovernmental organizations.
Let me start with that sort of ethical debate. I think it's a major debate, but it can also be a sort of rabbit hole that we all jump into, especially those of us who are more political scientists or lawyers, which is the standard training of diplomats and so on. So we sort of immediately focus on that, which is, even though it's absolutely essential to be firm on our values and to make sure that we have the right standards, but I think it's important to really look at both sides of the coin and to be part of that conversation, to make clear that NATO, or the EU for that matter, intend to use technology in an ethical manner, and that but not to sort of jump to discard the technology, whether it's autonomous systems, whether it's the use of AI, of artificial intelligence as a threat immediately. And because we very quickly jump to the sort of a Terminator type of discussion, which is not completely helpful. But the second thing, which I think is extremely important, is in the engagement with the tech community. And I think, Noam, you really nailed it in saying, okay, how do we make sure that we can work together and that both the tech giants and the startups are interested in working with institutions like Ministries of Defense or NATO for that matter. And there, I think that we have a sort of a mixed experience. In some cases, you do get people who say, just no, I'm not interested, anyways, I'm not making good money, and I have plenty of ways to make good money. And secondly, what you do is not what I want to be involved in. But on the other hand, we do have lots of engagement. I spoke at, we have a couple of events in the NATO environment hosted by the NATO Communication and Information Agency, NITEC, NIAS, Sorin has been at those. And it's kind of fun for me as a NATO official to be sitting in front of 5,000 people. I'm the only guy with a tie who are interested in engaging with NATO and doing stuff with us and getting into our world of contracts and things like that. So I think there is lots of room, and I think NATO has a sort of pretty good image in that context where it is interesting to engage. The last thing we need to find, and it's just one sentence, is to find the good ways to do it. Because our processes can be damaging from that perspective, because we don't like failure. We like to write the requirements and not to be agile in our engagement with industry and so on and so forth. So I think that's where we need to do our homework.
Mm-hmm. And I would venture to say that the most important thing is access to real problems. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So if you're looking at what young people want, or people in technology, or what we as companies want, is access to the real problem. Give us that opportunity, not in a lab, not in an innovation hub, not in a corner somewhere. And that's really the power that institutions like NATO have, is the ability to open up that access to real problems.
And I completely agree. I think there are two things we can offer to young people. One is this access to real life, really important problems, actually more important than targeting advertisements. And the other is training. So there's a lot of people coming out of universities at the moment with a good science education, but they're not actually data scientists yet, or they're not RF scientists, or they're not trained in cybersecurity. All of those are things that we need people who can do them. So I think we have a great opportunity to train people up in those things, maybe offer them a 3-year graduate apprenticeship, something like that, and just know that afterwards they're going to leave. They're going to go off and work in our industry. Frankly, that's great, because industry needs them too. Universities do this all the time. We call it a PhD studentship. And it's just a really great way to get all the energy and innovative thinking of somebody who's just come off a degree into working in science. And it works for us. I think it could work really, really well in defense too.
Sorry. If I may just add one other issue, and this is the challenge that the new technologies bring to what I would call stability regimes. Previous century was defined by strategic deterrence, arms control, and so on and so forth. These new technologies make some of the previous experiences not so applicable. How do you do arms control for cyber weapons? You don't have the calibers, you cannot judge them, you cannot even showcase them in order to make the point. So I think it is important that especially nation states look at the range of effects which such tools can produce and establish or strengthen some rules of responsible behavior and link it to international law, see what is applicable. So from this point of view, I know that both EU and NATO, as a matter of fact, anchors everything that is doing with the respect of international law, and also establish this kind of values-based community that works together to develop these future norms. Otherwise, we are going to be in the kind of continuous destabilizing trend, and we need to stop this.
But in a world of sort of move fast and break things, how do you do that at speed to make sure you keep up with the evolving technology threat or opportunity while maintaining some of the safeguards that you mentioned? It seems very difficult to be able to push the boundaries, but also sort of keep the legitimate controls in place.
by being anchored with the different kind of innovation hubs, trying to just have as much cross-fertilization with the innovative private sector as possible at the government level and also intergovernmental organizations level. That's the only way, cross-fertilization and at the same warp speed that the technology is doing.
I would say that we have to continue to change the way we do business on that, meaning that there are some ways of approaching this that are no longer efficient. You can't reasonably turn to some of the smarter companies in the world today and say, we've written for you a 20-page or 2,000-page requirement, and can you come up with the software that will fix that? I think the problem-solving approach, the embedded teams, the ability of working together, of bringing the operator in the military next to the engineer at NATO, next to the company that can bring this together, is the way of addressing those challenges. It is very demanding because it touches upon very boring topics such as contracting rules and things like that. But on the other hand, it's the best way. The good news is I think that most of our allies have been working on this by establishing innovation hubs, innovation units, which look also at people and processes, not only at science and technology, which is very important. And that's something that we're doing in the NATO environment more and more as well. I can praise the Allied Command for Transformation for really looking into this and trying to be improving this. Of course, it is an never-ending battle. It's, you don't say, okay, I've changed one process, it's done. I think it's also changing a mindset, which is demanding and something that we need to do.
Yeah, I mean, and I think to that context, what we see is when there is a flagship program, not an innovation hub, not a side thing, a flagship program where they decide to procure in a different way and to really look at this from an outcome-based perspective instead. And honestly, the U.S. military, of all places, which you would maybe not expect to be the fastest at this, in the last, I think, about 2-3 years, we've seen a sea change in a willingness to look at, we're not going to write requirements. We're basically going to spec out what we want the end result to be in terms of capability of the warfighter, and then you have 6 months to prove it. And then we're going to buy the thing that actually works best at the end of 6 months. And to actually do this at scale, again, not in a sideshow program, but hundreds of millions of dollars of money behind it, then companies like us get really, really interested in putting all of we're good at taking risk, right? But we want to do it under the right conditions, and conditions like that work for us.
If I may just give an example of what we're trying to do, and again, I hope it will succeed. We have a program which is called the Alliance Future Surveillance and Control, which is the successor to, the flagship AWACS fleet, the big planes with a radar dome on top. And this is a 2035 capability, which is technically tomorrow. The way we are doing it right now in the concept stage is turning to industry and say, what smart ideas do you have? And we don't say it's going to be manned, unmanned, a swarm of capabilities, land-based, space-based, air-based. We just say, what are the smart ideas that you have to propose? So we're exactly in that phase, and we are throwing not enormous amounts of money, but significant amounts of money into both the traditional defense companies, but also the tech companies to say, do you have a new smart approach to this? And interestingly, and we open for competition. So we have multiple contracts on the same notion for this initial concept stage, which will then enable us to narrow the thing. The challenge is, of course, for the next phase to move into, to continue that open spirit rather than sort of saying, okay, thank you, you've just helped us write the requirement.
I'm conscious of time, and we're going to open up to Q&A in a minute, so I see your hands going up, so we'll get to you in a second. Part of this seems to be a mentality shift. The idea you have to be more nimble, frankly, not something the defense industry or frankly governments have been quite known for in the past. Angela, in your role as a scientific advisor to the UK's MOD, how do you put that in place? How do you get people to start thinking to the US government's example of trying to, okay, we'll give you 6 months, go hack away, and we might give you a contract? How do you change people's minds to start thinking in a different manner?
So I think, as Noam described, we're actually quite good at doing it in little ways. And I think for us, the big challenge is how to find the daring to do it in a big way. And I think we're taking a deep breath and gearing ourselves up for seeing if we could do that, because even in 3 months I can see that we as a government department know that we have to change, which I think is always a big step. Knowing what it is you need to do is the first step to doing that thing. Laying the risk off to somebody else sounds great. So given, I think that would be a good way forward.
And also embracing risk, yeah, the ability that, to use your example, after 6 months you might have spent some money and failed, right, but learned along the way. So I believe there are individuals in the audience who have questions, and there are microphones. What I'm going to do is take a couple questions, and then so we can get to as many as possible. We can go. This gentleman over here had his hand up first, and then anyone on this side of the audience has a question. Okay, we're going to come to the lady over here.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Razin. I'm founder of Hydroco. It's a company focused on biotechnology and AI. I'm also a student at the University of Glasgow. So my question is, how can the weaponization of AI, as in the rise of deep fakes, disturb the peace in the world, and how can NATO encounter that, as well as another thing that I would like to ask is about Google's quantum supremacy that got recently demonstrated. So how do we prepare for a post-quantum world? And in doing so, how could you also bring in emerging technology startup companies from emerging economies into the scene for NATO to work with? So these are my few questions. Thank you.
It's three there. Before we go to answers, have a quick think. There's a lady over here. Could you just give us your name, where you're from, please?
Thank you. Isabel Rocha with BSA Software Alliance, also here with a delegation from Women in International Security. I have a question relating between the commercial area in which those companies operate and how they cater to specific needs from an organization like NATO. In a commercial area, companies are facing trends of protectionism, where data has to be stored locally, or they have to use local standards as opposed to global standards. They have to consider increasingly privacy, ethical considerations, not opining on whether this is good or bad, but this is just the reality in which they operate. I'm curious from the panelist's view, how does that impact, again, how companies are able to cater to NATO's specific needs, and if those are considerations that NATO is looking at as well in terms of how it plans future procurement. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So let's start off with the first one. Sort of, how does NATO respond to deep fakes? I believe, just to paraphrase your question. Anyone want to take that?
Let me, first of all, we do recognize that as part of the sort of a battle domain is the information domain in many ways. We are confronted with more and more challenges in this, and in a way, what used to be the role of our colleagues in public diplomacy, like organizing events like this one, is also to get be constantly aware of what's happening in this era, and how do we counter disinformation campaigns, some of them based on deep fakes, and there are, that we do need some tools to do that, and this is something that is, there is a growing awareness, and now is how do we move from awareness to being actually able to counter that and to recognize that there is something ongoing, or that there is a campaign that is really, and of course NATO is often a target on that. The second thing we can do as NATO is to look at what, setting the best norms and practice. It's interesting that in the cyber domain, the so-called Tallinn Manual, which is recognized as the sort of basic for good practice in cyber, was established in a NATO Center of Excellence. It is not a NATO-approved document, but this was created in a NATO environment. So from that perspective, you can see where when 29 nations work together, the experts from those multiple communities, they can emerge a norm that helps addressing those new challenges coming from technology.
Yes, just to follow up on the same line, I think the best way is to really think that it's AI that can counter AI. It's just like a network counters a network. And I can give you a couple of examples in my current job and also a previous one at NATO, whereby AI is already used as a huge enabler, for example, in Earth observation to scan large surfaces, oceans and so on, and really depict those elements that are important. And this is not done anymore by the human eye. It's done by artificial intelligence, and the human eye then focuses on the flag that appears in those aspects. And that also, this gives anticipation capacity, so that you're not looking for a needle in a haystack. It's the AI that finds the anomalies and anticipates trends. In cyber, in NATO, there are so-called analytical tools that the Cyber Threat Assessment Cell uses in order to depict the kinds of attacks, including the false flag attacks and so on. And I think also in terms of fake news, NATO is a kind of platform of fact-checking in...
Sorry, I'm going to have to stop you there. I want to get through as many questions as possible, excuse me. To the lady's point over here about data localization, privacy ethics, and how that, does NATO cater to that?
I mean, so looking at this from our perspective, it is interesting to be part of the emerging discussion around national champions, even within NATO. And in the same way that people were concerned about where the parts of the fighter jet are coming from, people are now concerned about where the AI models are coming from. And that's kind of fascinating to see. And it is definitely slowing things down. We see the beginnings of kind of protectionism within the different NATO countries around their national champions in each space. I would say in that space, what's interesting is to look at the speed at which the US is able to operate because of the US Gov Cloud. And I know that this sounds like incredibly boring, but honestly, their investment in having a secret and top secret cloud infrastructure means that small companies and interesting ideas can be deployed incredibly quickly versus a lot of the European states where this is incredibly unclear, and getting something certified and operating on a network is incredibly tedious. And it seems like a technicality, but it definitely sets the speed at which one can deploy innovation into these places. Same thing goes for privacy assessments and other pieces. And the speed at which one can deploy new tech and learn if it works in the field is incredibly determinative of one's capability today.
Angela?
I want to grab the quantum computing question, because that's such a great question. So what's it going to be like in a post-quantum computing world? Well, we all know that our existing cryptography isn't going to work so well, and that's going to be tricky. But there's also just so many really, really exciting new bits of science that we're going to be able to do, because there's a lot of computational work. I'm a computational biologist on Fridays. There are so many things where we know what calculation we need to do, but we just can't do it because there isn't enough time. And I think particularly in computational chemistry, and also I would say this in computational biology, a whole swathe of things become possible that simply haven't been possible up to now. Well, for us in defense, of course, we would think about materials and energetics, but then also about biologicals, so things that will affect well, for example, will make fantastic new kinds of therapeutics for people. I think if you think how far we've already come in computational science, it's impossible not to be tremendously excited about what, several orders of magnitude more computational capability is going to do for us. And for defense, that is exciting too. And one of the things we can do is put money into the bits that are really useful for us. And by the standards of small, young bits of science, our money can make a huge amount of difference.
I think on that very optimistic note, we have to call it a day. I'd like to do a round of applause to the panelists. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mark, for a fantastic panel. You're all waiting for your daily fix of what has President Macron said about NATO today. And while we've been in this session, we've had a fascinating press conference with President Trump, President Macron, and we've heard him say, our common enemy is Islamic terrorism. Russia is not the threat it was. Times have changed. There is no Warsaw Pact. I can't wait to hear what our next panelists have to say about that, their perspective on this. The next session is going to be about NATO's front lines, from the Baltic to the Black Sea. Many of you will be familiar with the fact that, as has been mentioned this morning, NATO has battle groups in Eastern Europe for the first time in its history. What you may not know is that the Black Sea is also becoming an increasing site of competition. I was lucky enough to spend a week this summer on the Black Sea on a US destroyer and a Ukrainian frigate as they exercised for Exercise Seabreeze. And NATO ship numbers in the Black Sea have gone up year on year in the last few years as that has become more of a focus for the alliance. So from all the way in the north to the southeastern flank, we're going to have an excellent discussion now. Please welcome Bill Neely from NBC News.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming. Good afternoon. Our focus in this session is on NATO's front line, from the Baltic to the Black Sea. 70 years ago, the countries you're about to hear from, of course, were part of the Soviet bloc. 4 of the 5, in fact, were part of the Soviet Union, and NATO's mission was to keep them out of the West. Well, things change. NATO's frontier has moved. Russia feels threatened, or at least it says it does, and these states are on the front line. So how safe do they feel? Does NATO do enough to reassure and to deter? And who scares them more? President Putin, President Trump, President Erdogan? Please welcome our guests for this session, beginning from Ukraine with the Foreign Minister Vadim Prystaiko. From Georgia, the Foreign Minister David Zalkalyani. From Lithuania, the Defense Minister Raimundas Karoblis. From Estonia, the Defense Minister Yuri Luik. And finally, from Romania, the Defense Minister Nicolae Ciucă. As you settle yourselves, gentlemen, I'd actually like to take a vote, just a quick poll here from the audience. Could you please raise your hands if you believe the greatest challenge to NATO in 10 years' time will be Russia? Well, that's certainly not unanimous. In fact, that's 50% or less. And just one other quick question. Is NATO right now doing enough on its eastern frontier? Please raise your hands if you think it is doing enough. Can you raise your hands if you think NATO is doing enough on its eastern border? And I think that's very, very few. Let's see if these gentlemen can convince you at all, or if things change by the end of the session. I would like to start with some brief comments from each of you. I am going to keep them brief, if possible. We'll start, no particular order, except from north to south. So I'm going to start with Mr. Yuri Luik from Estonia. What is the big challenge that you face, and is NATO doing enough?
Well, to be honest, the big challenge is what was pointed out here with the show of hands, which is Russia. I mean, I think Russia has shown with its actions that it is a serious security threat. And the fact that there are troops in Estonia, EFP troops, British and French at the moment, I think are a great testament that NATO is doing a lot in supporting its easternmost members. And when people speak about Russia threats and ask whether it's high or low, I always say that this depends on what we do. If we are serious in our actions, if we are clear and concise in our messaging, then the threat is quite low. But if we are weak, if we are wobbly, then the threat can go up. I think the biggest problem at the moment is not the forward presence of NATO troops. They are there. It's a small presence, but they are there. But what we need is more exercises showing how we bring in additional troops if they are necessary, reinforcements if they are necessary. And there have been a huge amount of important exercises. Now, just an exercise was finished called Tractable, which was a large British exercise. And next year we are very excited to look forward to an exercise, Defender 2020, which is a huge US exercise in Europe. So it depends on what we do. Thanks.
Mr. Karoblis from Lithuania, I was in Vilnius in 1990 when Soviet troops attacked your television station during the battle for independence. Do you still fear Russian troops? Is NATO doing enough for you?
It's doing quite a lot indeed. And, well, you mentioned 1990. Of course, after that we had, all in Europe, we had so rosy glasses period when we are looking very optimistically vis-à-vis Russia and thought that there are chances for Russia. But the war against Georgia in 2008, and in particular after the attempts of reset of the relations, which was unsuccessful, it was, of course, the aggression against Ukraine, and it's continue. So Russia, unfortunately, continues with this threat to our region, to both to Baltic region and then in the Black Sea region. And for Lithuania, it's the only existential external threat which we have. It's without any doubts. If the country does not respect international obligations, if it does not respect sovereignty, independence, territorial integrity of countries, and also if its continue actions to disrespect and to continue with influence in its neighborhood, it means that it's a real threat. And I think from 2014 it was done quite a lot. And Yuri has mentioned already, so this EFP, NATO Enhanced Forward Presence. We have the leaders of Germany, enhancing of the air police, adaptation of a NATO structure, so which is really also very, very important. The Readiness Initiative, of course, it's again about the conventional threat, which in our view, first of all, is Russia. What we need to have more exercises, definitely. So we're looking to, this time, US 2030 Defender exercises, but of course NATO as such is also involved here. And yes, but also other measures which we need. So air defense, which we are still lacking, more precise defense planning, and, well, other similar measures. But I think Lithuania has never had such number of guarantees and allies as we have now, and this is really important.
So Russia, the only existential threat. Mr. Chuka from Georgia, arguably the Black Sea situation is more complicated, more players. We have, for example, Turkey. Do you feel that Russia is the only threat to you?
Of course. First of all, thank you very much for this opportunity to address this audience and to talk about the top foreign policy priority for Georgia, which is full integration to NATO. And Georgia is one of the most advanced aspirant country, and it's well recognized for our fact that there are all practical tools which Georgia has, the annual national program, NATO Georgia Council, as well as substantial NATO Georgia package, which is really very helpful to speed up the process of eventual goal of Georgia, which is a full membership. At the same time, in the region, in the Black Sea region, which is becoming more and more important place of attention to NATO. One of the main security challenge comes from Russia. As we speak right now, the process of occupation is going on in Georgia. It's a legal process of borderization, installation of barbed wire fences and artificial barriers across the occupation line. People are kidnapped, they are detained in illegal custody. The normal people are suffering there, and just recently the famous Georgian doctor was kidnapped and sentenced to illegal custody. Unfortunately, for the time being, he is still there, and we are trying to consolidate support of international community. But it's what we are facing there is the humanitarian disaster, and we. In response to this, we are trying to consolidate support, and we believe that the Georgia's way towards integration into Euro-Atlantic structure is not directed against a third party. It's for strengthening our defense capability, for strengthening our resilience. You have mentioned Turkey, which is important country in the Black Sea region. It's a littoral state, also a member of the NATO. And we are developing very strong strategic partnership with Turkey. So Turkey is a very strong ally to Georgia. So Turkey still continues and will continue to support Georgia's NATO aspiration and Georgia's supporting Georgia's sovereignty and territorial integrity. So it's in our interest to stabilize the security situation in the region with taking into consideration all legitimate interests of all NATO member states and the littoral states of the Black Sea region, because without secure Black Sea, there will be no security in the Euro-Atlantic security space.
Let me bring in Ukraine, because like Georgia, you have faced Russian troops, Crimea annexed, part of your country invaded. I was in Donbass earlier this year and it didn't seem safe to me. Do you feel safe, reassured in any way by NATO? We have President Trump playing games, it seems, with aid, military aid to your country.
I agree with you, and you know what I'd like to tell you immediately, that by the number of hands which were raised on your question, I came to two conclusions. First of all, too few Ukrainians in the room. Second of all, we are failing as Ukrainian Foreign Affairs to explain to the rest of you who are not Ukrainians what is the real threat to all of you. We have 14,000 people dead. Just because they decided to impose their political system, will wish whatever they have to. And we are casually discussing what could be the biggest threat in this region. What I see that, yes, the north of Europe, the Baltic states, Poland, now under the focus of the NATO, we can talk about more or less troops. I'm not NATO myself, I can give you the recommendation. What I see that we are overlooking the region of Black Sea for many, many years. We believed collectively, we are not subscribing with NATO, we are not member of NATO, it's our fault, we didn't become, but we believe that this region is safe because of the presence of the NATO, because of the Turkey. Now we have to understand, all of us, what Turkey is, and here I am on the same page as NATO, because this is neighbor, this is somebody who is keeping the keys to the Black Sea, where we happen to live. So if we are losing this, concentration, because there are so many other priorities, south of Europe, other parts of the globe, we believe that we're left on our own. And that's something which we would like to avoid. And reciprocating on your quite provocative question, I have to give you another thing, which Ukrainians sometimes asking Westerners, especially the NATO, telling guys, we actually, whether you like it or not, defending your eastern flank. And sometimes we've been hearing, who asked you for? Why would you do it? We'd never ask you to defend our flank. We are quite capable in defending. So do you believe that Ukraine's sort of input is needed, or Ukraine's role is important to NATO as much as we see the NATO is important, at least in our part of the region?
And Mr. Chuka, from Romania's point of view, Black Sea as well, do you feel that the only threat to you might be Russia, or is it a resurgent Turkey, and is NATO doing enough for you? You're in, they're not in. From the inside, is NATO doing enough?
The Black Sea, it has a very geostrategical relevance, taking into account that it links Europe, Asia, and Middle East. So, taking into account that since 2008 and 2014, since Russia invaded Crimea and created in the Black Sea an outpost from where it is projecting their forces where they are interested for, I do consider that the Black Sea is having a very, very important relevance for all the NATO and European countries. And I think, back to your first question, if NATO is doing enough, I will start saying that Russia is looking to the eastern flank as a whole. What we did, we are having two different decisions. We are having EFP in the Baltic and Poland area, and we are having the TFP in the Black Sea region. I am not saying that to compete with the measures taken in the northern part of the eastern flank. What I am saying is that NATO and EU needs to have a very coherent approach to the whole flank. So what is now happening in the Black Sea, it's that we are having three main partners: Ukraine, Georgia, and Republic of Moldova. We are having three NATO riparian countries of the Black Sea: Turkey, Bulgaria, and Romania. So all our activities are planned and conducted together. And I can say that taking into account the Romanian initiatives to set up a multinational brigade, a multinational division, now a multinational core headquarters, all of these are done on our money and with the participation of all the NATO countries, and very much looking to the partners to be part of that. So I do really believe that we need to focus on strengthening the NATO and EU presence, and also the NATO and EU cooperation in order to support the partnership countries of NATO and the EU as well.
So it would appear that President Macron doesn't agree with what the panelists have said, because in that famous interview with The Economist, he said, Russia isn't NATO's biggest threat, that's terrorism. Just anyone at all, was that a wise thing to say? Was it, as President Trump said this morning, a dangerous thing to say?
If I may, sir, sorry for
yes? Not at all.
Involving myself again. I think here in the Black Sea region, we should not forget the Balkans. And this morning somebody was asking if is the Balkan to be considered the soft belly of the alliance. I think if we will not take all the measures to consider the threats coming from east, the threats coming from south as well, because here we have a crossroad, this is going to become the soft belly of the alliance. So this is my personal opinion.
So on President Macron's view that terrorism is the key threat to NATO, President Trump saying this morning President Macron's comments were dangerous.
At least I would repeat what I told. For Lithuania, Russia is the only existential threat, and really that's it. And I think also for full NATO, at least the eastern flank of NATO. And how it's possible to say that, well, we can't agree with this suggestion. Well, in particular, if Russia, of course, its military doctrine says that so the NATO is the adversary of Russia, and exercising and concentrating its main and most capable military forces, it's impossible to say that Russia is not posing threat. Regarding terrorism, yes, it's also another area of NATO work, but we are ready and we continue our efforts there. Our troops are in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Mali, and elsewhere. So we really need to cover all the areas where we see NATO as the defense alliance see the threats. Russia, terrorism, and of course strategic competition with China.
Minister, was it wise of President Macron to open up yet another divide in NATO by saying this?
Well, I agree with my Lithuanian colleague. I think the key is we very much appreciate the fact that terrorism is a major threat. Looking from our point of view, it's clear that Russia is the, as my Lithuanian colleague said, existential threat, meaning that it's a nation state which, having enormous military capabilities, can exert enormous damage. So deterring Russia, the only organization which can viably do that is NATO. So if we talk about the role of NATO, then I believe that's very clear. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't fight terrorism. For instance, the biggest Estonian operation now abroad is in Mali. And it is together with the French, it's a military mission called Barkhane. So nobody should tell us that we are not investing enough to work and fight against terrorism. And as my Lithuanian colleague also said, most of our operations are actually in the south, fighting terrorism, maintaining stability. So that's what we do.
From Ukraine's point of view, you know Russia very well. I mean, is President Putin laughing as NATO celebrates its 70th anniversary when arguably there are more splits within NATO than we've seen for a very long time?
I believe that he is not laughing. He still appreciates and respects the mightness of the alliance. That's actually the only language which Putin understands. And I have to bring to your attention that sometimes we're missing. We're trying to achieve deal with him, all of us. And in reality, he understands that's only other language. And the second thing is, you know, when you ask him about what is terrorism or Russia, I don't actually feel the difference. Terrorist by default is somebody who is exerting violence to achieve some political something. How can you tell that Russia is not doing the same? Is killing people in Ukraine, is threatening with biological and chemical weapons around Europe. For what? Just to waste some of the resources of reducing chemical weapons? No. They are trying to achieve some political goals. So this is a terrorism on a very high state level.
How worried? Yeah, sorry, yes.
So I think by identifying the threats and challenges, it's not necessary to divide the alliance, but the alliance should stay united, should analyze all those threats and challenges, and to find the instrumentation in order to cope with all these threats. So I've just left the military committee of NATO, and I remember that all the chiefs of defense were very clear that the approach of NATO should be 360 degrees, and I do really very much believe in that.
NATO should remain united, but of course Turkey has just invaded an Arab country without consulting any NATO ally except perhaps one which green-lighted it. I know I'm being provocative here, but honestly, should Turkey be a member of NATO anymore? Do you feel that they are undermining the alliance? Anyone, sir?
Yes, of course. But first, coming back to your previous question, you know, that about the terrorism, whether it's a threat or not, or challenge. Of course, this is a very serious threat and challenge. And what is important to underline that it's, of course, there are 29 members, there are different positions and different evaluation of the current threats and challenges, but it's really important to stay united. The united position, solidarity within NATO partners is really important. You know, as an outsider, but not a member of the NATO, you know, our advice and our wishful thinking for...
But I suppose that was my point, that Turkey clearly didn't feel any obligation to stay united.
Turkey is a really important player in the region. It's needless to say the important contribution Turkey is doing for the strengthening of the European security. Of course, there are different positions and different assessment of the current situation, but we have to take into consideration the very serious position of Turkey playing in the region for strengthening the security in the Black Sea and the wider Black Sea region, and also for the Euro-Atlantic security.
Sir, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, of course, Turkey is an important member of the alliance, and I think when people say that we should bring more issues to the NAC table and discuss them, then let's also recognize how difficult it is. I mean, for a sovereign country to come to the NAC table and put an issue to be debated by all NATO members. Very few countries actually do it. I would say European big countries don't do it, at least not very often. I mean, the United States is perhaps a very good example that it can be done. For instance, the United States brought to the table the IMF treaty and actually achieved, which is quite unique, a unanimous opinion about US leaving IMF treaty and Russia being to be blamed for the violation of the treaty. But as I see Deputy Secretary General of NATO here, as he knows well, people are not necessarily bringing all these issues to the table, and we shouldn't name only Turkey here.
And I mean, you mentioned the US there. Do you have confidence that if President Trump is re-elected, so we have another 5 years, that he will maintain his more recent stance towards NATO as opposed to his earlier stance when he said NATO was an obsolete organization? Do you have trust in President Trump in 4 or 5 years' time, sir?
The answer is yes, and it's not only about the personality of President Trump, but also about the administration in general. It's about also US traditions here. And the transatlantic link, transatlantic bond is really strong. And these questions, the first question I got when I became a minister was exactly about this, the same as you asked right now. And it's already 3.5 years ago. And what is on the ground? That during this time we have more American troops in Europe. We have on the ground more engagement with partially, quite seriously, with the US leadership. We have very important agreement on the NATO adaptation, on the enhanced forward presence in the Baltics and Poland. Now deployment of US troops in Poland, which is of critical importance for us, and also this deployment of for half a year at present, which we have, so the battalion of US troops in Lithuania, and the 2030 defender exercises, which we will have among the biggest exercises in the region, so after the Cold War. So this demonstrates that full US engagement, its leadership, and we don't have any doubts that it will continue.
Minister Pryszajko, do you feel the same way? I mean, as I said earlier, Mr. Trump appears to be playing games with your military aid.
You know, I'm getting back to my favorite topic, Russia. That's more or less the same page, but from different sides. Yes, I agree completely. President Trump will get to understand NATO more and administration. It's like with the Russia. Each and every administration tried their way. Somebody was looking in trying to find Seoul. Somebody else was pushing big red button to restart the relations. And it's been part of American modern history, political history, to try to reset and to relaunch relations with Russia, which was and is and will be failing each and every time, and administration will know it. Sometimes in a hard way, sometimes they will be much more flexible from the very beginning, and that's not just American, NATO itself. And in Ukraine, look at us, we are trying. My new president is trying to reach out to Putin and understand how we can get this course settled and how can we get out of the war. That's what all of us were honestly trying. And this will bring us all to, unfortunately, I'm not happy with that, to understanding that we have to reinforce alliance and to understand that, unfortunately, Russia is not with this us part.
Mr. Chuk, I know you had your hand up, and then I'd like to take a couple of questions from the audience. Sir.
Okay. Sir, I think the first we have to trust on President Trump is the American people. We trust very much because we are having a very strong strategic partnership with the United States. And as I mentioned, we are having our initiatives, and those are part of the TFP, and the very relevant presence within those initiatives are the American soldiers. So I can say that in the last period of time, United States has increased the presence. We are hosting also the American airfield and air base, so that's also very important for us, and we are very much looking forward on developing all these relationships, taking into account the challenges in the Black Sea.
To be fair to President Trump, he gets a lot of stick, but he has authorized greater defense contributions in the last few years. Lady here with her hand up, please, a question. Okay.
Hi, my name's Sadiha Chowdhury, and I'm a sixth form student hoping to study politics and social sciences next year. And my question is kind of slightly off tangent, but it's in regards to refugees, and I kind of wanted to know each of your opinions on how refugees are handled, not just in your own countries, but globally, and if you personally think that there's room for this to be improved, and if so, in what way?
So the refugee wave, which can also be a destabilizer, it can be an issue of national security. Sorry.
Easy with me. We have our own almost 2 million refugees because of the war, which we have to adapt within Ukraine. We're not sending another wave to Europe. We're doing it right now. So we do understand and feel the pain of the refugees. So we are understanding in solidarity with these people who are trying to find their safe havens, bringing their kids and the rest of the belongings.
Same is about Georgia. We have our own refugees, and more than 300,000, almost 400,000. It's almost 10% of Georgian population. We have our internally displaced persons, and people are really suffering. You know, what we are facing in our occupied regions is a humanitarian disaster. The population is decreasing 5-6 times, and we are dealing with the problem. We have our moral and legal obligation toward these people, you know, to alleviate suffering of those who are displaced because of occupation and crippled annexation of these territories.
I'm going to push it on because I think we can all agree that the refugee wave from Syria and elsewhere, not least in this country with Brexit, has been a destabilizer. Lady here, yes.
Thank you so much, and thank you, ministers, for engaging us in such a fascinating discussion. I'm Elena Poptodorova from the Bulgarian Atlantic Club. And yes, Minister Chuk, I was the one who raised the alarm, so to say, over the Balkans becoming the soft belly of transatlantic security if not measures are taken. Actually, I happen to be one of those who think it's about NATO doing too little too late. The Atlantic Club of Bulgaria has long argued the need, the necessity of enhanced NATO presence in the Black Sea. Experts claim that there is a disbalance of 6-to-1 superiority for Russian maritime presence in the Black Sea. So my question to you, gentlemen, would be, ministers, would be, given the restrictions of the Montreal Convention, how do you think we can go about it? Do you think NATO would be prepared for enhanced military exercises, presence, rotating presence, if you wish, in order to make sure that we can achieve the goal, being respectful at the same time of realities which we cannot change now?
Okay, I will take that one. Yeah, you're right, the Montreal Convention is limiting in some way the NATO presence in the Black Sea, but I can tell you that in the last 2-3 years, we are having a NATO presence at least for 160, even 185 days per year. But I do very much trust in all the NATO riparian countries to develop their own maritime capabilities in order to have the instrumentation to be able to respond by themselves and also to support any NATO presence in the Black Sea.
I gather, Mr. Tuka, you have to leave.
Very sorry for that.
Here's an important engagement. There was a gentleman at the back there who had his hand up. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Vaidotas Benishis. I'm a journalist from Vilnius, Lithuania. Mr. Karoblis, in his introductory remarks, said that among things that Lithuania needs is more precise defense planning. I would like to ask Lithuanian and Estonian ministers whether you believe that you would find solution with Turkey during this leaders meeting to get approved, updated NATO defense plans for Baltics and for Poland, and why they are important for the security. Thank you.
And I would add to that, do you feel that you're being taken hostage by Turkey, that they're blackmailing NATO?
Well, I would not say that it's about blaming that. And this is one of, first of all, we have defense plans. And it's the revision of that, of course, to have more precision and similar aspects and to have the adjustment. And it's only one of the topics we have in NATO, and of course, so among others. And really, so the life is continue. And regarding the results, we'll see. So the meeting, the summit, the leaders meeting will start now. But earlier or later, during this meeting or later, of course, we will find the solutions. We see the progress. and it's one of the issues. So NATO is the alliance of 29 countries. Naturally, the positions from time to time, they differ. And the beauty of the alliance is that we are finding the solutions. And I am sure that also we will find the solution earlier or later on this issue too.
Mr. Lewick, I think the question was for you as well.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, the discussions are going on all the time. Obviously, there are opportunities during the summit, attempts to find a compromise. If we don't find a compromise here, we hopefully will find it a bit later. But I'm absolutely sure that we find a compromise. I have no doubt about that. But it's very important to understand that Baltic states have defense plans related to Article 5. So it's not that we are lacking defense plans as such. I'm also a bit sad that the issue of defense plans, which according to NATO's usual procedure are not to be discussed openly at all, have become a major subject of discussion all around the world. But that's how the modern world works.
Just a very brief question to Georgia and Ukraine. You were promised membership. I mean, it was more than that. You were approved, if you like, more than 10 years ago, and still you're waiting outside the door. I mean, do you feel frustrated? Are you beginning to feel that you could be betrayed by NATO? Mr. Zelkow?
Yeah, you are absolutely right. The decision made during the Bucharest summit back in 2008 was more than 10 years ago, and this is the decision where clearly describes that Georgia will become the NATO member. Since then, there were a lot of summit meetings and also with the different decisions and declarations that Georgia will become a NATO member. Of course, we realize that the current situation within the NATO, that there is no political decision made yet, but we are fully using all the existing practical tools, as I have mentioned, the implementation of annual national program as well, NATO-Georgia Council, the substantial NATO-Georgia package, which is also important practical way to speed up the process of Georgia's full integration, moving Georgia closer to the eventual membership. So these are the very important instruments. At the same time, Georgia is already acting like an ally. So we are in the same line as the NATO standards, for example, on burden sharing. 2% we are spending on GDP, 20% on major military acquisition. Georgia is the biggest per capita contributor to the resolute support mission in Afghanistan. Although we have suffered casualties, 32 Georgians died in Afghanistan. For a small country like Georgia, it's quite a big loss, but we realize that this is our contribution to the global security. Of course, when this is not reciprocated, when a country like Georgia delivers, it has to be reciprocated. We need a practical political solution, but we are not discouraged by this fact. We are continuing our vigorous efforts. We are working bilaterally with all the members of the alliance, with the strategic partner, with the United States, with Turkey, with France, with Germany, to increase our defense and security capabilities in order to increase our resilience. So we are doing everything possible to prepare country for the momentum. When this momentum is, momentum to come, we have to be ready for this moment.
And very briefly, from Kiev's point of view, if you're not in NATO in 10 years' time, what would that say? What would you do?
Thanks to my Georgian friends, I had the time to, to gather all my diplomatic 20 plus years to describe in diplomatic terms what happened in Bucharest. I believe is a great mistake. That we were not allowed. First of all, we were promised to be a member of NATO. Then it was an idea that membership action plan for Ukraine and Georgia is resolved, and by the end of the year, ministers of foreign affairs had to report to their respective leaders to tell how it's working. It's been more than 10 years, and we are not invited neither to MEP nor to membership. So I believe the indecisiveness of NATO at that time and since then allowed Russia first to invade Georgia and then in 6 years to come to Ukraine.
Just before we finish, just another question to the audience, because one thing we haven't talked about is China. I'm afraid that is another subject. But should NATO, just a show of hands again, in 10 years' time, should NATO's focus be as much on China and the challenge from China as it is on Russia? Raise your hands if you think China is equally important for NATO in 10 years' time. Well, that's the biggest show of hands so far, and maybe we should pause or maybe end there. Maybe we've just got time, literally 10 seconds. What would your message be to NATO? Really short, snappy. What would your message be to NATO for the next 10 years? Priorities.
China.
Change.
China.
China. Sir.
Georgia, please keep Georgia always.
And from Lithuania's point of view.
Unfortunately, I think that Russia will continue. Still, this mid-term threat will be Russia. But China, yes, will be second, and the challenges with China will increase.
Sorry, you get the last word.
NATO is a unique organization. A unique organization. No NATO country has ever been attacked by a nation state. This is my measure of real success. Let's keep NATO alive, because it is a framework. It's like a constitution of a country. I mean, there might be those politicians and these politicians, but nobody says, let's cancel the constitution because one or the other politician you don't like. NATO is the constitution of the European security. I think that's the basic message I would deliver.
So much we haven't talked about China, the cyber threat, climate change. Should NATO look east? Should it look up to space? But I think we have covered some of the present problems. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bill, thank you very much for sharing a fantastic session. Let's pick up where we left off. If we could all please take our seats or exit quietly. I'm not trained for crowd control. Thank you. Let's pick up where Bill left off and move very far away from the Alliance's eastern flank. We know that Australia is one of the Alliance's most important global partners. Excuse me, folks, could you all please move out of the hall if you're going to have conversations? We'd appreciate that very much. Thank you. We know that Australia is one of the Alliance's most important global partners. We know that it's been side by side with the Alliance on some of its most important counter-terrorism operations in recent years, and so may have advice and insight into the question of how NATO engages with counter-terrorism looking ahead. But we also know it's at the leading edge of engaging with China's rise in all of its dimensions: security, defense, economics, and so on. So we're very, very pleased to have an Australian perspective here next. Please join us in welcoming former Australian Minister for Foreign Affairs and Executive Chair of the International School for Government at King's College, Alexander Downer.
Well, thanks very much for having me at this conference, and you might think having an Australian here is a bit out of context. And what I want to do is try it in the 5 minutes I have available to me to try to put my country in a context which makes it highly relevant to NATO in the future. So we don't live in 1949. The world has completely changed. And when I was the Foreign Minister of Australia, which was between 1996 and 2007, one of the thoughts I had was we need to engage with NATO, and I was the first Australian minister ever to address the North Atlantic Council. Now, why did I do that? The most important single geopolitical issue in the world today isn't anything to do with Europe. It's the rise of China. Now, we don't want to confront China. We don't want to pursue a policy of containment of China. We want to engage with China. But a country like mine, an ally of the United States, and countries like Japan and Korea in the Indo-Pacific region, also allies of the United States, we uphold liberal democratic values. We support democracy in its broad sense, international norms of human rights, and very importantly, the rule of international law. And it's those values, and if you like, those policies, in particular the support for the rule of international law, which we have entirely in common with NATO. And we also have in common with NATO an almost identical alliance relationship with the United States of America, which of course dominates NATO. So in this more globalized world, where you might question what threats you face in Europe and whether the transatlantic relationship matters so much anymore, our submission to you is that you should think globally. We shouldn't just think regionally. And we should be thinking about how the liberal democracies of the world, those countries that share those liberal democratic values, those countries that want to uphold the rule of international law, those countries that believe in international norms of human rights, those countries that think those things are going to contribute to a stable and happier world, how we as countries work together better than we have done so far. I don't want to portray an image of us believing that the rise of China, a sort of recalcitrant Russia, certainly not a rise of Russia, a declining power, but nevertheless a difficult power, or a country like Iran, are countries that the whole time we need to confront. They are countries that need to understand that there is a great body of nations in this world which uphold those broader liberal democratic values and which cooperate with each other and coordinate policies with each other. So, very quickly, NATO embraced countries like Australia from outside of NATO, but allies of the United States, in Afghanistan, where we work together very easily. Common doctrines, of course. I mentioned earlier, common alliance with the United States, in our case, a very strong and historic relationship with the United Kingdom as well. We were able to work hand in glove with NATO in Afghanistan. Afghanistan is not, of course, in the North Atlantic region. So it was where NATO started, if you like, to spread its wings. So what we would like to see is an outward-looking NATO, a NATO that not only embraces partners like Australia, Japan, Korea in the Indo-Pacific region, but that NATO starts to think of itself more as the centerpiece of, if you like, very broadly defined Western security architecture. So I can imagine in the years ahead at the NATO summit, you wouldn't just have the Australian Foreign Minister turn up, you would have the Australian Prime Minister, you would have the Japanese Prime Minister, you would have the Korean President, you would have these people participate in the summit. Because nowhere in this world today do Western countries get together in that way to coordinate security policy. And NATO can be the catalyst to build a stronger, more global alliance of Western liberal democratic powers. And I can see up there it says my time is up, so I hope I've delivered my message to you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a 10-minute coffee break. The programme will resume at 4:40. That's 20 to 5, ladies and gentlemen, back in your seats by 4:40. Thank you.
And we also have in common with NATO an almost
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Digital Forensic Research Lab's Senior Fellow. Would you kindly take your seats? We are about to continue. We are about to continue. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Hi everyone, hope you're sitting down, ready for the next session. I'm impressed that you're all still here and glad, because the next session that we've got is one of the most important topics that NATO has yet to really grapple with, and that is how to deal with disinformation, the panoply of hybrid techniques that are being used against the West. But disinformation is an area that we've seen in recent years, particularly here in the UK after the Salisbury attacks. And so we are going to be hearing from experts about fake news, disinformation, how to spot that and how to counter it. But before that, we're going to have a bit of an audience quiz from GLOBSEC. So if you could all get your phones out, because I think you're going to have to be a bit interactive. And I'd like to welcome onto the stage the GLOBSEC Strategic Communication Programme Senior Research Fellow, Katerina Klingova, who will lead the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Katarina. I'm from Slovakia, and I have a quiz for you. So please do take out your cell phones, and yes, it's allowed now. Go to the section Interactive, and let's see what's your knowledge about the problems that we face as researchers in order to overcome disinformation. So the first things that we have to overcome in our work are public perceptions. So my first question to you is, on average, how many Central Europeans think that NATO and US-led coalitions supported terrorists in Syria? It's A, 22%, B, 26%, C, 31%, or D, 40%. What do you think? This is actually one of the questions that we polled back in 2018. We do our own polling, GLOBSEC Trends, in order to find out how widespread is disinformation in Central Europe. And we found out that a lot of Central Europeans believe in conspiracy theories. You know, 53% of Slovaks believe in conspiracy theory that there are totalitarian, secret societies aiming to establish totalitarian world order. But then we get a lot of data on the perceptions of threat. And this year we found out there are huge differences about the perception of threats among the Central Europeans. So, for example, there are 41% of Slovaks who think that United States pose a threat to their national security, in comparison to only 12% of Poles who think similarly. But let's go back to your polling and see how did you vote it. Okay, so majority of the people voted for D, and actually that's not correct answer. On average it's just 26%, but actually 40% of Slovaks, which is D, think that NATO and US-led coalition supports terrorism in Syria. So these kind of conspiracy theories and disinformations are very widespread about NATO in Central Europe. Okay, so let's go to our next question. How many websites have been identified by a group of independent researchers as spreading malign, disinformative, and conspiratorial content in Slovakia and Czech Republic? It's A, 118, B, 150, C, 162, or D, 180 websites. What do you think? I mean, we are a country of 5 million, and we're unique in the sense that we have a website that collects a list and provides a list of disinformation websites. It's called Conspiratori.sk. It's a project of PR agencies, and they basically rank any kind of website. It doesn't have to be disinformative or informative on the scale of 0 to 10, and if a website scores number 5 or over 5, they're considered to be spreading malign or disinformation content. So what are your results? Let's see, how did you vote it? Yes, correctly. There are 162 disinformation websites being listed in this database at the moment. And unfortunately, the numbers are rising, constantly rising. Okay, so next questions. In February 2017, a video of a transfer of military convoy of Allied forces through eastern part of Slovakia was spread with the disinformation narrative of preparation of NATO's invasion. How many people do you think saw this video within 24 hours? Was it 150,000, 575,000, 935,000, or over 1.3 million? It's 5 million country, it's 2017, so not a lot of bots and trolls, but we see a lot of disinformation being spread, especially when there's a NATO convoy passing Slovakia. So what do you think? Okay, let's see how you voted. Okay. Can we have the slide about the voting? Nobody voted? Almost. It was only 935,000, but it was 3 times as much as usually the Slovak video bloggers get when they post a video. So it became very viral and was pushed by those over 100 disinformation websites. Okay, next question. What is the ratio between the budget European Union set for detection of disinformation and the budget of the Russian state-sponsored media allocated for 2020? It's 1 to 6, 1 to 60, 1 to 160, or 1 to 260. As we know, I know I'm speaking a lot about Russians, but in my region, in Central region, it's predominantly Russian disinformation. I mean, China was mentioned several times in here, but still in Central Europe, it's predominantly Russian disinformation that is spread by a lot of disinformation websites or actors. Okay, let's see the results. It's not correct. The correct answer is 1 to 260. 260. I mean, in the next slide, you're going to see where some of the money is being allocated. In real time, it's 5 million to 1.3 billion euros. So yeah, it's 1.2, its ratio is 1 to 260. Okay, next question is going to be on online advertisement. According to the Global Disinformation Index study, what was the value of advertisements that were posted on 20,000 disinformation websites? Was it 150 million, 235 million, 300 million, or 325 million that were posted in 1 year on these 20,000 disinformation websites? What do you think? Monetary incentives are very, attractive for various actors to spread disinformation, and it's a good business eventually. Yes. Well, yeah, you guys have the correct answer. Almost $250 million worth ads was posted on disinformation websites. So a lot of money is making a lot of actors is making a lot of money on disinformation. But the good thing is that there are lots of good practices that we can share among each other. There are lots of good practices how we have been countering disinformation and hybrid threats, and we need to share them because we are NATO and we are stronger together. Thank you for your attention, and I'm going to yield the floor to my colleague, Jakub, who's going to be ready with a different presentation and different quiz.
Ladies and gentlemen, please now welcome to the stage the Digital Forensic Research Lab's Senior Fellow at Atlantic Council, Jakub Kalenski.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Jakub Kalenski, and I work for the Atlantic Council's Digital Forensic Research Lab, where we focus on identifying, exposing, and explaining hostile information manipulation, and we do it by using open source data. Within this very short time frame, I can't really describe everything that we're doing with the Atlantic Council on exposing disinformation, so I have one very, very short case study. You have a model situation: Russia denies something. In this case, they denied that their military contingents would be present in Venezuela. The speculations that Russians are in Venezuela have been there already last year, but it was only in March when we received some pictures which were supposedly proving that they are there. Now, how do you verify that they are there? First, you can rely on the experts. You can consult one of the most knowledgeable accounts on Twitter, which is Darth Putin KGB, who tells you do not believe anything until the Kremlin denies it. Kremlin has denied that the Russians are in Venezuela, so it must be true. And you would be right, but there is a more reliable, although a bit longer way. That's what we are doing. And in this case, we actually used the technique of geolocation. So we took the picture and compared it to Google Maps. On the left, you see the picture from the internet, and on the right, you see Google Maps. And as you can see, we highlighted the pole in the green, the fence in the yellow, the parking slot for the cars in the blue, and the red-roofed building in the red. And then there are some more pictures of exactly this plane and the soldiers there. And as you can see in detailed pictures, they are wearing desert camouflage, meaning they were probably flown directly from Syria. So we were able not to locate them only on one specific airport, but we were actually able to locate the Russian soldiers at exactly one hotel in Venezuela. Please mark the columns and the semicircular roof above the columns. Here you could actually see it on a bigger picture. The columns, the brown umbrellas, and the semicircular roof, very distinctive shape. And you can see this very distinctive shape at exactly one hotel in Venezuela. So on the left, you would see the picture from Google Earth, and it is this hotel, Hotel Círculo Militar in Fortuna. One more quick example. This is Legacy Strategic Services. This is a private military company, quite similar to the better-known Wagner Group that is run by so-called Putin's chef, Yevgeny Prigozhin. And we were trying to trace where this private military company is located in Syria. Again, we worked with pictures acquired via social media, and there you can see that the comment said that we should be looking in the proximity of Aleppo. And there is actually just one area near Aleppo with the exact location of the fenced area and those two buildings and the road there. Now, in more detail, you see the bigger building highlighted in the blue, the smaller building highlighted in the green, and you can see the road on the left. And it's exactly this area that you can see on the map near Aleppo. One more picture, here you can see the road better. It is exactly the location of the buildings and of the road. Now, further digging through open source data can actually reveal some more surprising information. So we looked up the address of Legacy Strategic Services, and then we were looking for people who actually who are on the social media admitting that they work for this company. And we have found this gentleman called Anatoly Smolin, the director of Legacy Strategic Services. And I think you wouldn't guess where he looks for the recruits for his private military company. It is a dating website. Find your Ukrainian beauty. So he was looking for recruits at this website, but apparently he was quite successful. He has found some beauties, and there you can see him on the picture in Syria conducting a training for the local Syrian fighters. So as you can see, working with open source data might be a bit of fun and might be a bit of surprising, but the main reason we are doing it is actually to protect the facts against those who are trying to undermine them, and thus to protect democracy and its institutions. So if you like this work, please follow us on Twitter, subscribe to our newsletter, read it and share it with your audiences and help us do our work. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please now welcome to the stage Director of the Global Focus Centre, Oana Popescu-Zamathea.
Good evening, everyone. And as I gather from your previous questions, this is the session that you've all been waiting for. Because a lot of the questions have been about disinformation and interference. And I think the reason this session is particularly relevant is that we're all here today looking at the alliance, NATO, founded to counter, to prevent conventional, unconventional threats, and to essentially protect us against conflict, war. But the thing is, much of what we'll be facing in the future, in the very near future, is not going to be called conflict, it's not going to be called war, and very likely it's going to not necessarily come from our enemies, but it's going to come from within. It's going to use our own populations against us, it's going to use our own governments against us, and very often we're not even going to be aware that this happens. I have here today Mr. Rand Waltzman, Deputy Chief Technology Officer and Senior Information Scientist from Rand Corporation, and Carl Miller, Research Director of the Center for the Analysis of Social Media at Demos, trying to sort this out for you. And I think, you know, what I'm going to start with, just asking you, gentlemen, to perhaps focus your remarks on, your initial remarks, is these threats, whatever we call them, that we're being faced with, they're not necessarily manufacturing. It's not about manufacturing problems. It's not about somebody creating problems for us. It's just about somebody using problems that we have already and that we have created. So maybe if you can focus some of your initial remarks on the question, well, how is an alliance that was founded and conceived to defend us against our enemies going to do a good job in defending us against ourselves? So please, if any of you wants to take this up, I'd be very happy to hear.
All right, well, let me begin then. Well, firstly, hello everyone, thank you so much for having me here. The good news is that if NATO doesn't do something about this, then we truly are lost. This is the alliance which desperately, desperately needs to step into this problem. I'll begin, I'll deal with your point, but let me begin just by stepping back. So over the last 10 years or so, several things have happened which have all come together. Firstly, information has become so much more central. So data, information, the idea, it's changed almost every different social and economic part of life that we can imagine. And it also has kind of been brought into the heart of what militaries think warfare is as well. So information has always been used in war. It's always been an important part of conflict. But I would say over the last 10 years, something else has happened. And this is point number one. Militaries have kind of made this conceptual flip. And rather than see information as a tool of war, it's seen information as a space which war happens within, as a domain of war, which is alongside air, sea, land, and space, and so on. So it's a domain, a conflict area. So militaries around the world, both liberal, democratic, and autocratic, have all pivoted to begin to fight and indeed win in this new domain. I think that is one of the first and most important things that's happened. Secondly, just as militaries were doing this anyway, we saw the rise of these new online social spaces which were open, they were anonymous, they were frictionless, and they were the new battlegrounds where we were all fighting our various political and electoral races, of course social media. Easy for anyone to join, where no one knows who anyone else is, easy to game, easy to be reverse engineered, and where people are increasingly turning to in order to learn more and more about social and political life. Right now in the UK, of course, as we near our own election, we have the politicians desperately fighting on social media spaces just as they're out there on the street. And those two things then came together. So just as militaries were pivoting to understand their new role in a world where war was being fought within information, just as online spaces were rising, we saw the rise of what I would call dark influence, for want of a better word. Sometimes it was coordinated inauthentic networks, sometimes it was fake accounts, sometimes it was the amplification of mainstream news stories, sometimes it was really targeted campaigns. This was when militaries began to reach through these online spaces in order to have various kinds of attitudinal or behavioral effects in countries around the world as an extension of their own geopolitical strategies. Now, this wasn't necessarily fake news. It wasn't necessarily even disinformation. Like, more often than not, this was about cherry-picking perfectly true stories to create a very distorted picture of the world and making people angry about things that they already believe. It wasn't necessarily about lying to people, but it was about changing what they thought and what they saw. And then, so over the last 10 years, we've seen this break out in almost every single election and major political and social event that has happened all over the world. Now, sometimes that spotlight shines on the US election, sometimes it shines in the UK, but it's a hell of a lot worse if you're in Georgia or Estonia, and it's happening not just on Twitter and Facebook, but on pretty much every online platform that you can imagine. It's happening, I mean, we did an investigation to expose it happening on Wikipedia, it's happening on SoundCloud, it's happening on WhatsApp, it's happening on TikTok, happening almost everywhere online. And then lastly, if I have enough time, then, as we saw this new kind of conflict break out, we're now facing this situation where it's a kind of warfare which increasingly we feel is gripping our own societies, and we have no idea what to do about it. The tech giants and civic society are talking more about digital literacy, which by itself really won't work. Governments aren't really even able, I think, to define this problem, and everywhere we're scratching our heads because offense is so much easier to do than defense. We haven't even begun to talk about de-escalation of information warfare. We haven't even really understood what can be effective in countering the existence of these campaigns.
Carl, thank you very much. And before I turn to the next speaker, I just want to make two very brief notes about what you just said. One, we actually did 2 studies at the Global Focus Center focusing on this demand side, on what we don't do enough that would prepare us for resisting malign interference. And the studies were in the Western Balkans and the Black Sea region. And one of the major findings was that members of NATO had very, very similar weaknesses with non-members of NATO. So, you know, and I throw this question to you, turning back to the role of the alliance, then what good is it? I mean, are we actually protected? Does NATO protect us from malign interference as well? Is this something, is this a purpose it can serve?
Well, at the moment, I would say nobody is protecting us. I mean, governments of Europe and the United States have decided to leave their populations essentially undefended at this point, as far as I can tell. There are many reasons for that we could go into, but at some point you have to stop admiring the problem and actually start doing something about it. And so far, we've gotten to the point where people are at least willing to listen to what the problem is, but I don't think we've gotten to the point that people are actually willing to take any actual positive action. And the point about the action is that this is the kind of thing which you cannot solve in a passive way. This requires proactive type activities. So you have to actively message people, you have to actively, you can't, for example, so you can't counter disinformation really, you have to displace it. And in order to displace it, I mean, this is just the way people's minds work. In order to displace it, you have to provide something to displace it with. So one of the problems that we face is who is actually going to decide what narratives you would like to be out there as opposed to the ones that you don't like to be out there. It isn't enough to just say, this is a bad narrative. You have to say what you would like to be and make sure that you somehow get that out there. And that requires action. So building up resilience is also a question of being proactive and putting out narratives. And so then offensive is also putting out narratives, being proactive. So in both cases, building resilience and an offense, you have to be active.
But is this something for governments to do? Is this something for nation states to do? Does this require a supranational, international response? And, you know, last of all, especially when you look at countries in Central Eastern Europe, do we feel safe for our governments to address this? Because again, going back to the studies that we did, very often the governments are actually part of the problem, not of the solution. So do we trust them to actually do anything good about this?
I mean, I think we need a new kind of informational mutual defense clause. I mean, I think the problem, the gap, is that our kind of legal and international architecture has not kept up with the threats that populations face. I think it's pretty much as simple as that. So, you know, states are now kind of interfering and extending geopolitical influence in ways which none of our mutual defense anythings are actually defining or therefore allowing us to collectively counter. Now, you're absolutely right. Like, governments and political parties and heads of state are also doing a huge amount of this too. Like, that's part of the problem. But civic society cannot tackle this alone, and they are basically being the only part of society which is actually mobilized to actually try and deal with this.
Mm-hmm. But, you know, it cannot do that alone. But I'm looking at protests from Hong Kong to Lebanon to Chile to Europe. And the thing is, clearly, political parties have probably lost their power of representation, and institutions of representative democracy have not kept up with the social changes. So can they actually address this problem within the framework of representative democracy? Or do we risk that just like people go out into the street, they will go out on social media, they will go out and trust people in churches, in all sorts of congregations, and they will not trust the institutions of representative democracy?
Well, the institutions have to build up trust. So you have to establish trust somehow. If you don't do that, then you can't really do much of anything.
But we are at an all-time low of trust in institutions.
Well, but the question is how much effort has really been put into building up trust?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And so I would posit that really not much effort has been put into that.
But, I mean, look, the current, like, kind of solution toolkit that we currently talk about is unbelievably narrow. I mean, people basically either dwell on digital literacy training, which will reach people in formal education and might have
Is
some...
this an illusion? Is this...
Yeah, I mean...
Are we entertaining the illusion that if we inform people and educate them, they will be bright and smart
it's
and
the warm,
resist this themselves?
It's the fuzzy, warm solution which doesn't tangle with any of the, arrangements and divisions of power which we currently have. The tech giants love it, and it might have some effect in 10 years' time of the people that have gone through it. But it's clearly going to be inadequate until then. So it's either that, or the other thing that people talk about is like direct governmental intervention at the content level into online platforms.
Ooh.
So, well, right.
I mean, that's,
right. Which
I already feel like leaving.
Which is offensive to Liberal Democrats for an entirely understandable and completely different reason. Now, the one thing that we don't ever talk about when it comes to trying to solve online kind of information warfare or illicit influence is platform engineering. We never talk about platform engineering. So the reason, like Facebook and Twitter and all these platforms are designed largely to do one thing, which is to grow as large as possible. And that means growth within the tech giants has been the most dominant, most powerful team that you can imagine. What growth wants to happen within those platforms basically has happened over the last 10 years. And that means that all online platforms that we use basically share one characteristic, which is frictionlessness. It's very, very easy to join, they're very easy to do stuff on, and you volunteer very little information to do with your identity or anything else when you do stuff on there. And that's all because they're designed to grow. Now, we might, as a society, at some point, come to a decision that platforms which are central to our social and political lives aren't best served by platforms that are also designed to grow as large as possible.
Except also, I will interrupt you because one, we like comfort. As consumers, as people, we like comfort, so we will go for whatever is easy. And then the other thing is democracy itself is a slow-moving animal, okay? I mean, democracy does not offer the same kind of smooth, frictionless process, and that's perhaps the beauty of it. So before starting taking questions from the audience, I will just ask you, is building resilience enough? Is it enough to strengthen ourselves so that we would be more resilient? Or do we also need a form of response? Do we need to clearly identify who's doing this to us and try to target those individuals or entities?
Well, at the end of the day, I think the best thing is to build resilience. That's where you're going to be strongest. Because if the population is sufficiently resilient, then these kind of efforts by at least foreign influence can be resisted. The problem is that you have equal amounts of influence, maybe even worse, by domestic operators. Mm-hmm. So I would say, for example, in most countries, domestic operations by domestic operators are a much bigger problem or a bigger threat than by foreign influence. Mm-hmm. So somehow you have to get that under control.
Well, because we have 6 minutes and a half, I'm going to take questions from the audience. I'm going to take 3 at once, and please speak in tweets. Over there, on the right-hand side first, there's a lady.
Hi, I'm a behavioral economist working in international security from the Institute for European Studies and Women in International Security. So you talked about building resilience. What does building resilience actually look like? Because when we're talking about increasing defense spending and specifically NATO being agile and active in the digital age, what can we actually do to build resilience and combat, not counter, disinformation campaigns?
Okay, so how do we build resilience? Let's take a second question as well. Here, just in front.
Boris Ruger, Munich Security Conference. Rand, you spoke about internal actors, but isn't that a false dichotomy? We have internal actors, but we have external actors who are amplifying those messages that are so divisive. So how can you draw a line between those and say those are two separate categories completely?
So how do we differentiate? And then we have a third question just behind you. Please put up your hand.
Hello, it's Razin here again, founder of HydroGo, focused on biotechnology and AI. So my question was that, like, you guys are talking about, disinformation and everything, but how do we adopt a Bayesian way of thinking to basically identify the signal from the noise? So, like, probably to incorporate a probabilistic way of thinking, would that be the case? And how do you incorporate that as an innate instinct within the demographic? Thank you.
Okay, so since I asked for the questions to be delivered in tweets, please answer in tweets as well.
Well, so first to your question, I don't actually draw a hard distinction, because you could have domestic operations which are supported by foreign influence, who the domestic operations have to serve their interests. You could have foreign originated operations, which I think is much actually of less consequence probably, but yes, so you can't really separate those out. But if you're going to get at those kinds of things, you have to get at the domestic operators, because if the domestic operators weren't taking action, then the foreign, where they're going to play off of? There wouldn't be anything there. So it's still, you still have to focus on the domestic operations.
I think there was also the question about how do you build resilience, because
so building resilience has to do with proactively putting out strong narratives that you find that are favorable to the society. So if you put out strong narratives, I mean, people are, cognitive psychology makes people resistant to changing narratives. So if you have strong narratives to start with, it's difficult to change them. And the stronger they are, the harder it is to change, and that translates into resilience. But in order to do that, you have to first decide what narratives you want to put out there, and then you have to actually put them out.
Okay.
This is an area where me and my colleague here probably massively disagree. I simply don't think this is a problem of counter-narratives. We're dealing with platforms that want to serve you up the most engaging content possible to keep you on their platform. Now, what kind of content is that likely to be? It's content which will make you really angry about stuff, or it's stuff which is really funny. Basically, it's usually one of those two things. Now, outrage is the easiest way to manipulate people. You will share whatever makes you outraged across social media like it's going out of fashion. You will react to that in ways you don't react to almost any other content. And that's why on campaign after campaign that we pull apart, day in, day out, outrage is the one consistent factor.
So what do we do about it?
You change platform engineering. Like the reason that these things, I mean, partly this is to do with who we are as human beings. There's nothing we can do to change that. But we don't want these platforms to essentially echo our own cognitive psychological defects in the decisions that they make about what information to surround us with.
And can we genuinely stand in the way of technological advancement and of people's preferences? I mean, we're going to do that. Aren't we going to be faced with a new challenge and a new challenge?
These aren't people's preferences. These are commercial decisions which companies have made around how their platforms work in order to get bigger. These are not people's preferences at all. And the idea that we can't implement kind of democratic values into the platforms which have become central to our societies, I think is probably one of the most dangerous ones, which is currently washing around the policy debates on this.
Okay.
Well, so actually another thing that you can do, which I think would be a reasonable idea, is to create a sort of take NATO, for example, to create its own, a national public or international public social media platform, where you then have complete transparency, you have complete control, and then you can, and not only that, but everybody can contribute to solutions equally. Because right now with the platforms, for example, they're businesses, and whatever they say they're doing, you don't actually know that they're doing anything that they say because they won't actually show you. So, I mean, Mark Zuckerberg is not an elected public official, and looking to him to solve the problem, I think, is a big mistake. Right? If you want to solve the problem, then you do something like we did with CERN. In CERN, right, people got together, all countries got together, contributed money, and built an accelerator. Okay? You do the same thing. Everybody get together, you build a public social media platform which provides all the transparency and all the information that you need.
Because just before you intervene, because it's fashionable, can I see a show of hands of how many of you actually believe technology is your ally, our ally, in dealing with malign interference, and how many believe it's an enemy? So first of all, how many believe it's your ally in fighting malign interference? Okay, wow, that sounds overwhelming. And your enemy? Technology is your enemy. Okay, that's quite hopeful.
Well, no, it's both.
So,
it is both, you're right.
Very last words, because we have 20 seconds.
So society, partly as a result of these influence campaigns, we think, or anyway, societies are becoming angrier, they're becoming more split, they're becoming more paralysed. That's why we've done nothing about it here in the UK. Countries are becoming further apart. International cooperation is becoming more difficult. This is clearly something which cannot be dealt with on a nation-state per nation-state basis. NATO is, and this is the reason it's so important to talk about this in front of you all, NATO is one of the few institutions left that is the glue between nation-states around the world which allows that kind of cooperation to happen. So if NATO cannot step in to help us deal with disinformation, we are going to have a very, very rocky next 10 years.
So a trans-border problem, trans-border solutions. Rand, would you agree or add anything to this?
To what?
So it's a trans-border problem which requires trans-border solutions.
Yes, absolutely. I agree with that 100%. Nobody can solve this by themselves. Within one country, it can't be a civilian or it can't be a government thing alone or an industrial thing alone. Globally, it can't be one country alone. It has to be trans-border, absolutely.
Thank you very much. I think this was probably the fastest paced session. And I hope you got at least part of the answers that you were looking for. Thank you very much to the speakers as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, please now welcome to the stage lecturer in international relations at Leicester University, Blevin Bowen.
Thank you very much. So I'm here to talk to you today about outer space and what it means in the military context, given that NATO is about to officially declare outer space as a new operational domain for the alliance. What I'm going to do is hopefully give you some meaningful context as to what that means and also portray an accurate picture of the realities of military operations in outer space. And we'll hopefully touch on the issue of weaponization as well, which is never far away in media commentary on this issue, and something you'll probably hear a lot about in the news in the weeks ahead. NATO is about to declare outer space as an operating domain for the military. And this essentially brings NATO up to speed with what some of the larger member states of NATO have in practice done for decades, and in the case of Britain and France have put into writing in more recent years. So the United States Air Force has been talking about space as a military domain or an operational domain since the 1980s, the early 1980s. And Britain and France have recently followed suit. Britain has seen a lot of activity with new space doctrines and new policies and space security policies being published as well. And what this means essentially is that there's a recognition now in the NATO alliance formally that space is essential for military operations and for tactical and operational uses of military power. So rather than just strategic uses of space technology for slow burn intelligence, imagery intelligence, signals intelligence, it is now useful on the battlefield. And this is not new. Space being arguably decisive on the battlefield or essential goes back in the United States to at least the 1991 Gulf War. So this is a formal recognition really within NATO that space is essential for warfare, and therefore in a time of war, it is not unreasonable to expect those space systems to come under some form of attack or denial or disruption because of their utility in military operations. So one of the words that's bandied about in talking about outer space and military issues is space militarization. Indeed, one of the questions I got for this talk, or the prompts, was, should space be militarized? And that's like trying to close the barn door after the horse has bolted. Space began as a military realm. If it wasn't for the military applications of ICBMs and rockets to deliver nuclear weapons and to deploy spy satellites and communication satellites for military purposes, we would not have seen the massive amounts of investment in space technologies in the 1950s and 60s in the superpowers of the Cold War, and also amongst other European states and other countries like China and India as well. So space has always been a military realm. So talking about whether space is being militarized is something of a misconception, really. So we shouldn't be too alarmist about these sorts of declarations, because space began as a military environment. It's always been an environment that has been used primarily for military purposes. And scientific and commercial exploitation of space is something that has come after the initial military and intelligence exploitations of space. So space has always been a military realm. Weaponization then, in some of the initial press releases already, it seems NATO has had to say there are no plans to weaponize space. And one of the realities is that to engage in space warfare, you don't need to put weapons in space. So if you are afraid that putting weapons in space will allow space warfare to happen, you're missing the real fact, the strategic reality that you can engage in forms of space warfare with weapon systems that are based on Earth and not always those that are based in orbit. So anti-satellite weapon systems are proliferating. The United States, China, Russia, and India all have kinetic or physical anti-satellite weapon systems program. Russia, I believe, is still the only one that hasn't tested one in recent years. But there are many other forms of attacking space infrastructure that are so-called soft kill mechanisms, like electronic warfare or computer network operations or computer network infiltration, what is fashionably called cyber. So there are many other ways of doing space system attacks, and they can happen on the ground, or they can happen with systems that are based on Earth that point up into space. So worrying about space weaponization has to be put in the context that we can wage space warfare now, at least from the perspective of the major powers of the international system, without putting weapons in space. So with that background, essentially my understanding of NATO now getting more interested in space as an operating domain means NATO has to figure out what its member states can do to better integrate and coordinate the rather disparate space capabilities of especially the European member states. There's a lot of complementarity in some member states. Different member states have different kinds of sovereign space capabilities in military satellite communications, intelligence capabilities, and various other space services as well. So NATO does have a role in trying to figure out where can spending be better allocated amongst its member states to try and combine the total space power assets that are within the NATO alliance, because put together, NATO has by far the highest number of space systems available. So a good chunk of those over 2,000 active satellites that are now in space are owned by or registered in NATO member states. So there's a lot of thinking to be done there with NATO as to what it can do to better align those disparate European member states' capabilities in space. So I will leave my comments there. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for that fascinating presentation. I think we have time for just to probe you on one point. How difficult is attribution in space? This is something we spent a lot of time wondering about in hybrid scenarios. What do little green men look like in space?
Yes, good question. So if it's a big hard kill weapon system event, so if it's a ramming vehicle that is shot up into space, that is quite easy to attribute. Things like cyber attacks or computer network operations, they are harder as any form of cyber attack would be. So the fact that it's going into a satellite control system doesn't change the fact that it can be hard to attribute. Electronic warfare, a lot of that happens unintentionally every day as normal operations within the radio frequency spectrum, unless it's very high-powered jamming, and the longer it goes on, the easier it becomes to identify and track it as well. But things at the beginning of a crisis with soft kill methods can be harder to attribute, but a big, spectacular hard kill incident should be fairly easy to attribute thanks to physics.
Do you think we have sufficient rules of the road in understanding of each other's thresholds in avoiding escalation in this domain?
I would say no, but space is not unique in that regard. So we're not particularly clear on how people would react or should react with terrestrial incidents, so why should space be any different?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please join me in thanking Glenn. We are now very, very pleased to welcome a special storyteller to personify the power of the transatlantic alliance. This one is going to focus not on space security, but very human security. To introduce our storyteller, please welcome NATO's senior civilian representative to Afghanistan, Ambassador Sir Nicholas Kay.
Right, excellent. I thought I was going to be introducing Ariana Saeed, but maybe she'll be coming in a moment, I'm sure. Let me just say, you've been hearing about cyber before, social media. I think space is the next thing. Let's try now to bring you down to real people in real conflict. If I can, let me transport you in Afghanistan back to the year 1996. October 1996. I was there as a young diplomat 4 days after the Taliban arrived in Kabul, captured Kabul. I think I was the first foreign diplomat into Kabul after that. And I thought, well, I better go and see the Minister of Foreign Affairs. So I was taken by my embassy to the ministry, and it was in a little bit of disarray. They just had a change of occupants. The old head of protocol there, a lovely gentleman, said, "You'll have to excuse me, sir. The new lot are a little rough around the edges." So I went in and sat and had a meeting with the acting foreign minister, the Taliban acting foreign minister. I had speaking points to make, which were along the lines of, well, now you are running this country, you've captured Kabul, you will be held to the standards of international respect for international conventions, human rights, particularly women's rights. The conversation didn't go very well. He polite, I guess, more or less, but there was absolutely no meeting of minds as I was trying to tell him that if he wanted international recognition for Afghanistan, then respect for women's rights was going to be central to it. Wind the clock forward 20, if I do the math, 21 years, I think. And August 2017, I arrived back in Kabul. The first time I'd been back to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as British ambassador, and I went into the ministry, also very spruce now and well run, and went in to present the copy of my credentials to the acting foreign minister. And she, because it was she, a woman, Adela Raz, who is now the Afghan ambassador in New York, was, of course, extremely interested. We had a very, very good conversation. One of her responsibilities in 2017 was women's economic empowerment. And I suddenly thought, my goodness, you know, this is absolutely the night and day transformation that Afghanistan has gone through from the dark days of the Taliban to the days in now when you have a deputy foreign minister responsible for women's economic empowerment. Afghanistan is full of inspiring and courageous men and women of the post-2001 generation. And NATO we primarily, of course, think of it as a defensive alliance, very interested in military matters, but in its founding document in 1949, signed here in London, it said it is an alliance founded on the principles of democracy, individual liberty, and the rule of law. And in Afghanistan, the NATO mission since 2003 has very much enabled Afghans now to enjoy and to aspire towards the same rights that we all enjoy. So hugely inspirational people include very much the young woman that we'll see shortly, Ariana Saeed. I first met a couple of years ago in Kabul. She's very well known, famous. She hosts a TV program there called Afghan Star, which is a bit like Pop Idol. She's an incredibly powerful performer and singer in her own right. And 2 years ago, when I first met her, she had been back in Afghanistan to perform live in a stadium. As a young woman, this is very, very controversial. She received death threats. She was warned by the security not to perform. She ended up not performing actually at the stadium, but she performed at a smaller venue, and later that night I met her as she'd just come back from that concert. She's very impressive, and I would like you to welcome extremely warmly, so she can tell her story far better than I can, Ariana Saeed.
Thank you so much, Sir Nicholas Kay, for the kind introduction. You've honored me. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Before I say a word, I would like to draw your attention towards a few images, and I would like you to take a guess where and when they're from. Yes, as some of you might have guessed already, this was the Afghanistan of 40 to 50 to 60 years ago, when it was ahead of so many of its neighboring countries and even some parts of the Western world when it came to human and women's rights. But then, unfortunately, we were hit by extremism, backward thinking, war, misery, and terrorism, as a result of which millions of Afghans had to flee the country, and that included my family and I. We first had to go to Pakistan, and from there, believe it or not, I was smuggled out of the country to Switzerland when I was only 12 years old. Our refugee case was rejected in Switzerland, so we came to England, where they gave us a beautiful home and an opportunity to grow. After finishing my studies, I decided to pursue a career in music. But even then, I never thought that someday I would return to Afghanistan, and that too as a female artist. What actually opened my mind towards taking such an unbelievable step was the progress and the change being made inside Afghanistan by the presence of NATO, and the fact that the world was finally paying attention towards Afghanistan. So I took my first trip back to Afghanistan in 2010. And on my way back to Afghanistan, I have to be honest, I was very nervous and I was quite scared as well. And when I got there, I was suddenly so heartbroken and so sad because of all the poverty and the misery and the sadness around me. However, after performing my first concert in the city of Kabul, I felt and experienced something very amazing. I felt joy, I experienced happiness and positive energy and hope. And that made me realize something so important. It made me realize that with what I do, I can actually leave an impact there, and I can inspire and give hope to a nation that was in need of it. So I decided to stay in Afghanistan, and I started performing major concerts in various different parts of the country, including 3 major concerts in Bamyan. And I performed right in front of the Buddha statue. Yes, the very same Buddha statue that was destroyed by Taliban not so long ago. And these concerts were attended by up to 20,000 people each, which, to be honest, still feels like a dream to me. I performed concerts for fundraising. I performed concerts that were attended by women only. And I tried to give hope wherever I went. One of the major challenges I took upon myself was to perform in the heart of Kabul city at a football stadium, where Taliban used to openly execute women by shooting them in the head in the crowds. It's interesting to see a nightmare turned into hope in the same place. And of course, all these performances would not have been possible without the major security and partial peace of mind provided by the Afghan forces who were actually trained and supported by NATO. To share some of my personal experiences in regards to or related to improvements in the lives of Afghan women. And don't get me wrong, there's still a lot that needs to be done in that country. But when I went to Afghanistan first time in 2010, and whenever I looked outside my window and if I saw 100 people out there, for example, only maybe 3 or 4 of them would have been women. But if I look outside today, out of those 100 people, at least 30 to 40 of them are women. Women today have the chance to study. They are working, they're becoming politicians, they're becoming doctors, teachers, and they're even joining the armed forces. And to me, I personally think that these were the first and initial steps that had to be taken for Afghan women to finally have hope for a normal life. Now, I know, ladies and gentlemen, that there are discussions about the international community to walk away and leave Afghanistan, or to potentially reach a deal or a compromise with Taliban. Even though I personally support peace like everyone else does here, but I do not want us to sacrifice or risk the rights of Afghan women or all those achievements or the progress that has been made in that country for the past 20 years. And before I wrap up my story, I would like to take a moment and express my utmost appreciation. I want to express my sincere condolences to all those NATO families who lost their loved ones while serving in Afghanistan. But I want you to know that your sacrifices did not go in vain. That the future generations of Afghanistan finally have hope for a better tomorrow. And before I wrap up, I would like to show you a few more images of the changes and the progress that has been made in Afghanistan. For example, this image that you see, this is actually Kabul city during the Civil War, which is approximately about 25 to 30 years ago. And so is this one, completely destroyed. This is the very historic and famous Dar al-Aman Palace, which was made by King Amanullah Khan, and this was the state of it during the Civil War. This, of course, is the brutal rule of Taliban when they openly beat up, punish, and execute women. And of course, the very sad and unforgettable moment that was seen and heard around the world. Now, once again, I would like to go to the peace negotiations. And as I said, I know there are discussions about the international community to leave Afghanistan. But I wanted to tell you, and by these images, actually, look at this. This is the same Kabul city today. And you saw the same Kabul city, which was from 30 years ago, and it's rebuilt. It may not be as beautiful as London or New York or Paris, but this is the Afghanistan today. And this is the same palace. And I personally think that this is a sign of hope and a rebuilt Afghanistan. And this progress has not just been made in Kabul city, but in the other cities as well, like Mazar, Herat, my personal favorite city, Bamyan, Kandahar. Believe it or not, this is Kandahar, where it used to be the hometown of Taliban. And so is this one. Now, let me repeat again. If you leave and walk away from Afghanistan, I think that Afghanistan will return to civil war, where all those warlords are waiting to start attacking and fighting each other for money and for power. And they will not care about all those millions of innocent souls and lives that will be lost in the process. And Afghanistan will yet again go back to being the home of terrorism. And with the last image, to wrap up my story, I would like to tell you that if you forget and walk away and leave Afghanistan, you will be risking the lives and the future of these beautiful children. Thank you for your attention. I am Ariana, and I represent today's Afghanistan. Thank you.
Well, thank you ever so much to Ariana for sharing her stories, and for anyone who knows Afghanistan, they will know the incredible courage that she has demonstrated in managing to forge a career like that and to speak out so strongly on what's happened to her country, how it's transitioned, and how right now, as President Trump has said, talks with the Taliban have resumed. The very real possibility of some kind of deal taking place is back on the table. That warning should be listened to by all of you of the need to make sure that there is an enduring political solution to the situation in Afghanistan that involves everybody and not for NATO to walk away. So we're going to change the tone from what we've just heard in Afghanistan back to the sort of future shape of NATO in different domains. NATO declared cyber a domain a couple of years ago, and we know that it's an area, an offensive and defensive area that troubles all of our countries in terms of cyber attacks happening every day. It's a form of this hybrid warfare that people talk about, and yet most members of the public don't really understand that type of attack that's just under the threshold of all-out war and yet subverts democracy. So we've got a fantastic panel led by Clara Jordan, of the Executive Director for the EU and Africa at the Global Cyber Alliance, and she'll be talking about cyber, defense, offense, and hybrid warfare. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome to the stage the Executive Director, EU and Africa Global Cyber Alliance, Clara Jordan.
Good evening, everyone. Is my mic on? Is my mic on? Yes, good evening, everyone. So it's almost 6 p.m., and I know you've all been waiting to hear the C word. We talked about information warfare, we talked about disinformation, and now we're going to address kind of the last element of what we now call modern warfare. So we have three great panelists here today with us. We have Karen Martin, who is the head of UK's National Cybersecurity Centre, Teija Tikkainen, who is the director of European Centre of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threats, and Max Smeets, who is senior researcher at ETH Zurich's Centre for Security Studies. So the panelists will have 2 minutes to deliver their opening remarks, and I will right after that open for questions to the audience, because I know you all have pressing questions on cyber warfare, hybrid warfare, and everything that has to do with NATO's core mission of defense and deterrence. So the first speaker, Karen, will talk a little bit about kind of what it generally means for cyber, all these new tactics of warfare. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Clara. There's a great website called haveibeenpwned.com. It's run by an Australian called Troy Hunt, and it tells you if your personal details have been stolen in a hack. You should look it up because you're probably on it. Now, on that site's past form, in the course of both minutes that Clara has kindly allotted me under pain of severe punishment, in the course of both minutes, cyber attacks globally will cause 16,200 successful personal identity compromises. And experience suggests very little of this will be nation-state activity of strategic significance. But the attacks will damage our citizens, they fuel crime, and they'll harm prosperity. And I'm mentioning this not to raise awareness. I think certainly in terms of this audience, we're way past the awareness-raising stage. I say it to show we must never forget, first, the link between cybersecurity and digital prosperity, and second, the vulnerabilities inherent in our digital societies. So for me, the absolute prerequisite of changing the rules of the game is to build markedly safer digital homelands across our alliance. NATO has rightly made cyberspace a domain of operations, but cyberspace is first and foremost a peaceful domain. It's not just a platform for our economies and societies these days, it's a fundamental part of them. We live and work online, so we have to keep cyberspace as safe and healthy as possible. Cyber attack capabilities are called viruses for a reason. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a cyber pacifist. The UK was the first country to offer offensive cyber capabilities to NATO, but we're a responsible cyber power. We observe laws and ethical standards that distinguish us from our adversaries. But responsible cyber powers have to use and guard our capabilities carefully. We can't be like the North Koreans with WannaCry or the Russians with NotPetya, launching attacks that spiral out of control with serious unintended consequences. Our free, open societies will always have more to lose from weak defense than our adversaries. We need to make our attackers work harder. Some will be deterred by this. We have to accept others will not, so we need to stop them succeeding. To change the game, even taking to the field requires much better defense.
Thank you very much, Karen. So now we're going to move to you, Taya. Tell us a little bit about the hybrid warfare aspect of challenges posed to the alliance, internally or externally, from where you stand at the Center of Excellence.
Thank you so much. I will start with the very basic question concerning why exactly are hybrid threats, hybrid warfare, other forms of hybrid action, why are they so difficult for the target country? We know that it is a phenomenon, hybrid warfare, that operates in the grey zone. It's nothing that we know from other conventional contexts. It is warfare in the grey zone between war and peace. It's hybrid action between the domestic sphere and the foreign sphere. It is information between information and disinformation. So by nature, these hybrid threats are such that it's very difficult for a target country to decide which exactly are the instruments with which it should counter this phenomenon. Also, the normative framework is very unclear. What are the rights and duties applying to such a phenomenon? What are the rights of the targeted country when it's not exactly the typical form of warfare? This element of confusion is a thing that makes this phenomenon very difficult. It is also very difficult for the alliance, NATO, because the means used are not the standard used forms of military aggression. We know that it is attacks against critical infrastructure, it is attacks against the information environment, it is forms of aggression that don't fall into the fields of NATO's competencies, it's tasks. So this is a difficulty for NATO because when we compare the forms of aggression with any other types of traditional aggression, it is a question of essential threat in this case, but it is very much more difficult for the alliance to find the proper responses from the instruments at its disposal. Still, I would like to argue that NATO has sent a political signal to any adversaries. It is exactly as stated by the colleague here. It has defined the cyber domain as one of its operational domains, the cyber element being one instrument for hybrid action. NATO has done a lot also in the broader hybrid field, and the Center of Excellence that I represent forms one part of that agenda where NATO and EU cooperate and try to find joint means to this phenomenon. I want to conclude with deterrence. If we want to respond in our traditional vocabulary, if we want to respond to aggression, deterrence is a well-known instrument there. Why is deterrence so difficult in a hybrid environment? It is being used by building resilience of our societies. NATO is doing that. It also provides a very important political framework for its member states in terms of deterrence by denial. Signal is sent to the adversary. But we also have the other form of deterrence called deterrence by punishment, which is a stronger form of deterrence. NATO has stressed that it is its willingness to, if needed, use the Article 5, activate Article 5 in a hybrid threat scenario or hybrid threat case. But we also do need to take into account that it's not easy for an alliance with those values as NATO has to use similar instruments as the adversaries use. So deterrence by punishment is difficult also in this respect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, this kind of ties it very well to Max. We talked about different instruments that NATO has. We talked about, deterrence by punishment or deterrence by action. I'd love to hear, how you think about how the use of offensive cyber effects within the alliance falls into the defense and deterrence and the overall mission of the alliance.
Yeah. So last year, NATO reached a landmark that went largely unnoticed. There are now more member states which have publicly established a military cyber command or similar unit than there are member states which have not. As my fellow panelists said, there are several countries which have offered sovereign cyber effects to NATO missions and the alliance. And of course, at the Brussels summit, member states reiterated the cyber defense pledge and officially established the Cyber Operations Center to be fully operational in 2023. But we shouldn't confuse declaratory policy and even institutional development with an actual meaningful cyber capability. I wouldn't say it's all bark and no bite, but there are certainly too many problems at both the national and NATO level to believe that NATO will be effectively engaging in cyberspace the coming years. Just to put it in context, many of the military cyber commands were established between 2012 and 2014, after Stuxnet, but also at a time of austerity and severe defense budget cuts. Like, cyber was very much seen as this way to stay at the military forefront of war fighting and modern war fighting at a relatively small price. But as we realize today, that's actually not the case. Going cyber is actually pretty hard. For example, it continues to be very difficult to recruit talent, to retain talent. When it comes to exploit and tool development, it's challenging, especially because of the uncertainty of lifespan. And even within nation states, when we think about intelligence sharing between intelligence agencies and military cyber commands, we see an enormous amount of challenges. And lastly, as was said, still many of the strategic questions remain unanswered. It's still not clear to what degree cyber deterrence is an effective strategy at all, especially in a space where we are already constantly engaging where we are not even trying to dissuade the adversary from conducting a certain activity because they're already doing so on a constant basis. There are many other questions. Think about to what degree we can use offensive cyber operations as maybe a counter force or even a counter value option.
Thank you, Max. So Max highlighted some of the progress and some of the challenges. I'll ask my first question in a minute, but I'll start to ask for a raise of hands for questions. So, I mean, we talked a little bit about the progress, and NATO has made significant progress. If you think about it, and in 2012, it was the first time NATO said, oh, we need to strengthen our cyber capabilities. NATO was in a phase of awareness. You know, then in 2016, we talked about cyber as a domain of operations. And we're now in 2019 talking about using sovereign cyber effects. So what do you think is next in terms of really operationalizing the capabilities offered? What do you think NATO has to do as a next step in this space? Any of the three?
Please. Well, so it starts, of course, at the national level, right? Again, as we've been mentioned a couple of times today, it's not NATO who owns most of the capabilities. And there, when we think about what we see at the national level, first of all, it's, as a military commander said, it's about people, people, and people. And we have made mistakes in the past. Many of these military cyber commands were established and were recruiting people from a variety of other military forces. So you basically brain drain from all those other military forces some of your most important IT talent, and then what you do, you provide a perfect recruitment platform for private sector companies who are also in dire need of that talent to recruit from. So you're actually losing a lot of the capabilities that you want. So one is, of course, continuing to invest in that. Now that comes, of course, with huge problems. Not least, it's very difficult to replicate talent. Many of the skills, the most important skills of operators, developers, and system administrators were retained at simply working together on GitHub, doing some code sharing, going to a conference, going to another hacker event. It's going to be really tough to put that kind of in a formal training program. But today, many of the training programs are literally 3 to 9 months long, and then they're pushed into a cyber command. We have to do better. We have to invest much more in that. And I think that's also a space where many of the NATO members can work together and are not doing that enough right now.
That's great. So let's start with the first question here. Then the gentleman.
Thank you. My name is George. I'm the Information and Cybersecurity Consultant and representing Georgia. My question is regarding the Article 5 and its invocation when it comes to the cyber. So, as you mentioned, there are too many unclarities and some blurry things regarding the cyber issues. But as we see, like almost 3 years, like NATO officially declared the cyber as a operating domain. So there are huge problems, there are huge issues regarding the attribution, regarding the proportional response, regarding the consequence and the magnitude of the attacks and so on. So I will not go into details. One thing, what I really think that it should be like the baseline and it should be start from that. So the Article 5, which is based on the armed attack notion, yeah? So how do you think, how long it will take to determine and to set the clear and strict determination of the armed attack in the cyber? Because all we hear about the armed attack should be like case by case, and we should just decide case by case the things, but it really brings more unclarities when it comes to the cyber. So how do you think when it's possible to have the clear and strict notion of armed attack in the cyber? It's not an easy question, yeah, I know.
No, I think it's a hugely difficult question, but a very important one. And I wonder whether there is a political will within the allies to make or agree on such a strict definition of when, what kind of an attack does it need to be. Also from the hybrid perspective, the cyber instrument is used in concert with many other tools, critical infrastructure attacks. And it might also be that it is a combination of attacks simultaneously that triggers the use of the Article 5, but I think it's, I don't see any great willingness, perhaps colleagues know more about a definition of when the threshold exactly is reached.
You know, and before giving a floor to Max, you know, I'll just say that states have a huge responsibility to talk about their understanding of international law, and there are many states who has done it. I think the UK's Attorney General recently talked about the UK's understanding of what, you know, how international law applies to cyber. I mean, it's up to each member state to talk about that, and that's how you kind of create the understanding of what it would be that would facilitate answering those questions. Max?
Yeah, and it's not just about being unclear about red lines and when Article 5 is triggered, but it's also how we would respond in those cases. And this uncertainty, some have argued, leads to more deterrence, right? The adversary is not entirely clear on when and how we will respond, and hence doesn't do so, which stands in stark contrast to many of the discussions that we had during the Cold War, particularly in relation to nuclear weapons, where we famously talked about the crystal ball effect that led to deterrence. It was the certainty of a certain effect that would be caused, the enormous havoc that would be caused after it, that led to a certain amount of deterrence. Having said that, I actually don't think that the biggest problem is when Article 5 is triggered or not. It is exactly the issues that we've mentioned here today. It is all that activity that is taking place below the threshold of armed attack, yet is still strategically meaningful. And that is something that NATO is grappling with today, and how to respond to that.
Anyone there?
Thanks, Clara. Pete Cooper, Atlantic Council. At the heart of NATO's collective action is the ability to conduct joint operations, multi-domain, multinational, at speed, and across a large geographic area. With space and cyber as new domains of operation, is it now time for NATO nations to start considering what force construct and C2 looks like for parity across all of these different domains, if it's to remain, if it's to maintain the ability to conduct agile operations and maintain workforce?
Take that.
Sure. So it's a dangerous one. Of course, every country now needs to operate at as quick as they can and have freedom to maneuver, or what the US Cyber Command recently proposed is to operate continuously, globally, and seamlessly. The danger in this space is that it is, and particularly cyberspace I'm now talking about, is that it is not like conventional domains, right? So when General Nakasone talks about also defending forward in cyberspace, like our navies are not patrolling or not at the harbor, but also patrolling at the sea, it's very different in cyberspace. The moment you go outside of your own networks, you're into someone else's networks. And that's a big difference, especially when we move away from not just being in allied networks, potentially as an ally for kind of observing reasons, for espionage, but also doing this for effects reasons, to be disrupted, to disrupt, deny, degrade, or destroy. And we've seen particularly the US moving in that direction with its recent strategy of persistent engagement and defend forward, arguing that they need to cause friction wherever the adversary maneuvers, but that area could also be allied networks.
I would just add to that, and I agree entirely with what Max just said. If you're looking at things from the perspective of a senior military commander and thinking about potential operations, you will ask the question like that, and you will be framing your capabilities in that sort of way. If you're in charge, as I am, of the national cyber defense of a country, including strategic capabilities, including helping the Ministry of Defense protect armed forces capabilities, but you're actually also trying to protect the digital environment of an advanced economy, you have to take a much more nuanced and social and subtle approach, thinking about those networks that you're traversing on, thinking about the fact that most of the threatening activity will fall way below law of armed conflict, triggering Article 5 and so forth, thinking about, frankly, the commercial and economic realities of what you're doing. So yes, of course, in terms of thinking of the future of NATO as a military alliance, these sorts of issues will evolve, but thinking about us as an alliance of like-minded advanced digital economies, we have to think in a different way as well.
So let's start with questions. The young lady at the back, please, and then we'll have a microphone back there for the next question, and then at the back.
Thank you, Clodagh Quain, researcher at the IAA in Dublin. I have a question with regard to human resources and talent, the market failure that you mentioned, Max, which is quite relevant. So how can you actually reconcile the the disparate resources, the resources gap as such, both the private sector and in the States. There's a brain drain at present. Go away from the brain death comment. And how can we actually find common ground and, essentially consolidating reputational risk, which is a common interest for both states and for private sector. Thank you.
You want to talk a little bit about what you've done for the talent at your centre?
Yeah, I don't like pessimism about cyber skills. I mean, we've got what we've got, and a lot of us, a lot of countries represented in the alliance are doing okay. We need to defend digital homelands better. We need elite defenders, but we need good enough defenders, and we need elite military capabilities. We also need ones that are necessary for just persistent engagement, defending forward, and so on. So let's not be overly pessimistic on this. We're trying to, in the UK, build two pipelines, if you like. The elite pipeline, intervening at a very early age in the school system, particularly in the female half of the population that's woefully underestimated on all sides of the cyber skills spectrum. Career paths in national security, but we include in that industry and so forth. But then just looking at, for the vast majority of people in any of the societies across the alliance, we will not be looking to most people to wake up every day and think about cybersecurity or think about contesting cyberspace. So we ask them to think about something else that's of national value, and we need to train them to be, even if it's just getting their phone out of the pocket after the meeting, to be digitally savvy. And that's a completely different skill set. And so that starts partly with the education system, it starts partly with large-scale training programs, but it starts partly with incentives, with regulation to get that right. It's a full national ecosystem, and I wouldn't be as pessimistic as sometimes the general consensus on this implies.
Thank you. And the question at the back, please.
Piret Kuzik, Estonian Foreign Policy Institute, ICDS. How should we approach the thinking or the question on whether NATO is the fit format for these challenges? Where does the line go? Does NATO have to fight financial crime? And how do you decide that line? Thank you.
I think NATO certainly belongs to the key actors, in my view, in the field, because by taking responsibility in this threat environment, NATO shows that it is capable of adjusting to changing conditions, and this is certainly what it tries to do. It's also the defense alliance of its member states, and when the threats are changing, it's adjusting. But of course, in this environment, it cannot protect its member states alone. It has been pointed out here that cooperation with EU, but also cooperation with private sector actors in this threat environment is more and more important. So partnerships of new type will be necessary for NATO, but still I think with regard to its basic treaty and the obligations there, it is the one that takes this responsibility, and it should do.
Yeah, it certainly has an important responsibility, but we shouldn't, as you may be referring to, militarize all the problems, right? And so it's a difficult balance, and I think we see this with the questions such as resilience too, where of course, depending on the specifics and what type of resilience we're talking about, maybe resilience against cyber attacks against critical infrastructure, or resilience, as the previous panel talked about, disinformation operations, where we address very different entities. We need to be aware of where NATO kind of stops and ends, and I'm, as much as I see an important role for NATO, there is a danger of kind of overextending that too.
So I'll take the last question there at the back, Sven.
Thank you. I'm Sven Zakov, International Center for Defense and Security, a think tank in Tallinn, Estonia, formerly at NATO Cyber Center of Excellence. And two short comments. First is on deterrence in cyberspace. One of the speakers said that he's not sure whether it works in a cyberspace. I don't think there is any reason why it should work in a cyberspace. In the same way as if a land threat is not to be deterred only on land, it has to be a multi-domain deterrence. And the second comment is on a threshold of Article 5 for cyber attack. I mean, essentially, Article 5 is always a political determination. And I think what the leaders will look at that is the effect of attack, not the domain through which it materialized. So I would say that if a cyber attack blew up a nuclear power station, effect of that would be catastrophic, and I think then this is over threshold. Otherwise, setting a threshold on such a matter invites adversaries to play just below it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any last reaction? Let's do a quick round of...
A couple of quick responses. Firstly, on the pragmatism about your approach to Article 5, I think that must be right, and it goes wider than that. When I started the National Cybersecurity Centre and was planning for what sort of major incidents we'd have to respond to, I'm not making an Article 5 point here. We didn't predict that our first one would be a North Korean ransomware attack that went wrong and hit the health service in this country, and I think we could model all sorts of things that might test Article 5, and then reality will contradict you. And I think on the wider point about deterrence, some people will be deterred, some people will have to work harder and they'll give up. But some people won't be deterred, and particularly as we worry about proliferation of cyber tools, which I think is one of the big strategic issues of the 2020s. We've just got to make sure that the attacks don't work.
Any last comments?
Well, from the hybrid environment perspective, I want to stress that cyber realm and cyber field is one of the instruments that are being used there. And the difficulty with this hybrid environment is that when a set of instruments are being used simultaneously, it's a huge challenge, as we all know, to a society, and that's why we need all of these systems of cooperation. Also, it's an interesting question whether including something in the tasks of NATO currently means a militarization of the issue. This is perhaps something that we need to think about. With regard to the cyber approach of NATO as well, it's quite far from its original tasks with these duties.
Last 10 seconds, Max.
Yeah, no, I may have been, I didn't want to be overly pessimistic or negative about NATO's developments, and I just wanted to quote Ambassador Soren de Caro, who is also sitting here in the room, who said a couple of years ago, or 2 years ago, talking about offensive cyber used to be kind of blasphemy. You wouldn't talk about it at all. We were talking about within NATO about cyber defense until maybe 3-4 years ago, but certainly not cyber offense. And so we've come a long way, and we may have still a long way to go, but that's important to keep in mind.
Well, join me in thanking the panelists for this very informative 30 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for sticking with us till the further into this day. A lot of today has been thinking about a few things. One of them is the transatlantic relationship and the position of the United States. The other one is about the future of the alliance and where it goes. What will this discussion look like when NATO celebrates its centenary? I think it's appropriate, having discussed this incredible range of issues, space, cyber, Baltic, Black Sea, all sorts of fascinating issues, that we come back to some of these basics. And so we are rounding off on a very, very important note, a perspective from the future of the alliance. To give us a sense of where we go and to root that discussion, we have Ambassador Nick Burns, who of course was US Ambassador to NATO, a senior US diplomat, and is now at Harvard University. Ambassador Burns will pave the way for our final speaker, who is one of the most impressive 15-year-olds you will hear. Olivia Seltzer, through her publication, is helping young people everywhere think about global affairs and current affairs, global affairs and current events that impact our lives today and tomorrow. Ambassador Burns will share her background in a moment, but for now, please join me in welcoming him.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Nick Burns. It's a pleasure to be here. On 9/11, I was a very new American ambassador to NATO. I'd been there for 10 days. And when we were hit hard, 3,000 people dead, in New York City and Pennsylvania and Washington, D.C., my phone started to ring. The Canadian ambassador. the French ambassador to NATO, the UK ambassador, the Dutch ambassador. We want to help. What can we do? And within 12 hours, we had decided to invoke Article 5 of the NATO treaty. An attack on one is an attack on all. And I can tell you, it was an emotional day, because Americans are not accustomed to being on the defensive, not accustomed to terrorist attacks on the scale of 9/11. All of our NATO allies stood up that day, and they supported us. It was emotional, and I felt grateful, and I feel grateful now. And that's why I support NATO, because Americans shouldn't want to live alone in the world. We're powerful, but we can't defeat climate change on our own, and we have to defeat climate change. We can't arrest war on our own. We can't get much of anything done without Britain, without France, without Germany, without Greece. I'm grateful to NATO. And so when our president said today, President Trump, here in London, the United States doesn't get much out of NATO, I thoroughly disagree. The United States of America depends on our allies. We depend on our allies. And the only way we can create a just world, a peaceful world, which we should all want, especially the younger people here I'm seeing in great numbers, a safe world, is to stay together in this terrific alliance. And by the way, after 9/11, when the NATO allies invoked Article 5, they sent their troops to Afghanistan. The NATO allies and their partners have suffered over 1,000 combat deaths, several thousand wounded, and they're still there today. So as an American, I wanted to come here tonight to London to say thank you to the British people, to the French people, and to the peoples of the NATO alliance. We have to be hopeful about the future. And there's a 15-year-old young woman here from Santa Barbara High School, in the most beautiful town in the United States, I think, Santa Barbara, California. If you haven't visited, you should. She has started a group called The Cram. She's trying to get young kids interested in being active, in being in the arena, in standing up for what they believe in, and registering to vote. And I want to introduce you to her because she's a member of Generation Z, Gen Z, and she gives my hope that younger people can lead us forward. So please join me in welcoming Olivia Seltzer. Welcome, Olivia.
Thank you.
This is the NATO Death Star, as we call it.
Thank you. I would like to start off by introducing you to my generation. We are young, between the ages of 4 and 24. We spend an average of 7 hours on our phones each day. We are the most ethnically diverse generation yet. We go by many names: the I generation, the founding generation, the Hamilton, yes, Hamilton is in the musical, generation. But mostly, we go by Generation Z. There's a running joke among Gen Zers that we are just stuck in this constant state of panic and depression, that we experience this never-ending sense of impending doom. And I think that's really a feeling that's been instilled in us from the very beginning. It's something I've tried verbalizing to my parents a number of times. We have grown up in a post-9/11 world where terror attacks are, at times, a daily occurrence, where school shootings, at least in the United States, are expected among almost every student, where climate change is always looming, a ticking clock that seems far too quiet, threatening our futures. In fact, it's estimated that in about a decade, we will have run out of time to halt the effects of climate change. I will be 25. My kindergarten class at my public elementary school was twice the size of nearly every other grade. Our classrooms were bursting at the seams. We were in the middle of a recession, and few families could afford private schools. I was single digits when the first iPhone came out. Since then, there have been countless studies on the effects technology and social media have on our still developing brains. I live in a world where cyberbullying is rampant, and mental illness claims more and more victims. So I think it's very fitting that my generation is Generation Z, the last generation. But my generation's story is not only one of pain and loss and suffering. My generation's story is one of hope. Because despite all this, despite the million different things so terribly wrong with our world, things that only seem to be getting so much worse, studies show my generation continues to be more optimistic than any other. Yes, really. Now let me tell you my story. My great-grandparents were Jews living in the Soviet Union under Joseph Stalin. In the early 1900s, they were forced to flee due to the pogroms, or mass killings of Jews. As refugees, they searched for a new home. Only 3 countries offered to take them in: Mexico, Cuba, and Argentina. My great-grandparents decided to escape to Mexico City and gave birth to my grandfather, Oscar. His first languages were Yiddish and Spanish. He would go on to speak 7. When he was in his early 20s, Oscar immigrated to the United States, where he illegally overstayed his visa. So my family's story is not just one of refugees and religious persecution, but also one of undocumented immigrants, illegal aliens. Oscar eventually gained citizenship and made a life for himself in Los Angeles, where he and his wife, the granddaughter of Jews who had also fled the Soviet Union, gave birth to my father. I never met Oscar. He passed away before I was born. But his legacy lives on in my younger brother, who carries his name. My family now lives in Santa Barbara, California. I've never been to Mexico, nor Russia. But my family's story has connected me to the world in unimaginable ways. Right now, immigration is one of the most talked about and controversial topics in the world. And in the United States, hate crimes are on the rise, with the majority targeting Jews. I'm not alone in this connection. When the 2016 US presidential election took place, there was a palpable sense of fear at my junior high school. The majority of the students are Latinx, and many of their parents are undocumented immigrants from Central America. So there was this sense that what was happening in our government was impacting us all in a very big way. After the results came out, all anyone could talk about was the election. As someone who has always been very political, I was even more activated by this event. And I could see that others were too. The election exposed the massive interest my generation has in the news and in politics. But there was an equally massive problem. My generation wasn't reading or watching the news, which left this massive interest without an outlet. It's not hard to understand why. If you read the news, any news, the reporters and journalists are all going to be adults. Similarly, their intended reader is not going to be someone of my age group. Try watching the news, and you'll see ads for fighting hair loss. While that might be a problem for me eventually, it's certainly not one now. And that's because, yet again, no one is expecting someone of my age to be consuming the news. This creates media that's completely inaccessible for teens and young adults, not just because the news is not intended for us, but also because, unfortunately, it's not very understandable or engaging for my generation. I saw this as a huge problem for a variety of reasons. Every day, something goes on in the world that affects countless lives. And if we don't know about these things, we're doing a serious disservice to the people being affected for a very big reason. You can't change the world unless you know about it. Meaning, how can we be expected to create change if we don't even know where change needs to be made? The short answer is, you can't. That's why, in February of 2017, I founded the solution, the Cram. Each morning, I wake up at 5 a.m. to read the news, create relevant stories, and rewrite them in a way that relates and connects to 13 to 30-year-olds. Then, I send it out in a quick, informational, and witty email or text. Our mission is to educate and activate, and our subscribers come from over 80 countries all over the world. Our monthly viewership is over 1 million. And you'll find this. recognizing a problem, creating a solution, is a common theme among Gen Zers. Because, yes, we are the last generation. We feel we are the last line of defense to solve the countless problems facing our world. But we are not standing idly by. We are not twiddling our thumbs. This sense of urgency has turned us all, myself included, into activists. And the interesting thing about this is how creative and innovative we've had to become in our activism. Many of us can't yet vote, so we raise our voices even louder in the hope that those who can will listen. We strike, we protest, we organize, we take to social media, we invent, we found organizations and charities. We do everything we can to ensure our future children won't have to fight, too. So we've established that Gen Z recognizes the problems facing our world. We've established that we see hope in ourselves and how we continue to fight. But how does any of this tie in with NATO? I turned to my Gen Z readers to find out. 75% thought they knew what NATO is, but some thought it had to do with trade, or maybe even got it confused with NAFTA. One Gen Zer thought it was a women's group. Of those who did know what NATO is, 86% thought it was necessary. The 14% who didn't were, interestingly enough, comprised of leading youth activists. And furthermore, those who did know what NATO is knew very, very little, on average, ranking their knowledge a 2 out of 10. 76% of those who did know what NATO is did not think NATO does enough to address world issues. But alternately, almost no one knew that NATO counts environmental safety and climate change as some of its focuses. The biggest overarching theme I saw was one of disconnect. And here is my theory on why. My generation is young. We are used to being locked out of the system due to our age. And I think that's led to a sense of moving on, of, oh, we can't get involved here, so we need to find a different path. When asked what NATO can do to better engage young people, the answer was simple. Come to us. We are here. We are waiting. All we want is for older generations to listen and take action. We are doing the work. We are gathered en masse in classrooms and on social media. We want to get involved, so give us a way. Give us opportunities to become part of the conversation at NATO, precisely like you're doing by having me up on the stage here today. Educate us, on and offline. The most common response I saw was to access my generation through social media. The work you are doing is relevant, but we just don't know about it. Or, moreover, as with traditional media, we feel it isn't accessible or intended for us. And if you want to know how to respond to these issues we so deeply care about, such as climate change and gun control, you have immense power. You are the policymakers, the world leaders. As much as we protest and organize and create, at the end of the day, our fate is in your hands. We only hope you care as much as we do. Thank you.
Thank you for that fantastic presentation, particularly for that very personal view. Before we have you run away from us, just if we could pose another question to you. You listened to lots of the conversation we had this morning and this afternoon. Did you feel anything was missing as we look ahead, we look at the next iteration of this, and the next time we have these discussions? What struck you as absent, or what struck you as missing in our talks?
I thought it was really great that so many of the speakers we heard actually did talk about young people and actually included young people in what they were speaking about. But I think the one thing that I felt was missing was that they were saying that they wanted young people to get involved, which is great. Of course, I want young people to get involved. But from my perspective, we already are involved. We already, as I mentioned in my speech, we already are doing the work. But we feel like this isn't being reciprocated from government officials, that they're not coming to us and wanting to work with us and actually listening to what we have to say. So I would say that that was the one thing I felt was missing, was the recognizing that we already are doing these different things and getting involved and taking action, but we would like for people to start listening.
That's a fantastic takeaway for the officials in this room, who I'm sure will be listening very carefully. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And really incredible to think at 15 to be putting up a website like that. I remember when I was 15, I got to do work experience on the Aldershot News. So we're reaching the end of what I hope you've all agreed it was a fantastic day. We thought we'd take you back to that question we posed right at the very beginning when we were testing the app out, about what you thought NATO's main focus should be or focuses in the future. And I think we've got the question and hopefully answers if technology has not thwarted us. Oh, there we go. So it looks like all of the above. Okay, that's kind of slightly boring, is the answer. Well done, everyone, you got it right. And I guess we were going to ask, over the course of the day, has your opinion changed at all? And we were going to redo the app to see if it had. Actually, let's see if it might go up a bit, I suppose, or down. So do you want to try again with your app and answer that question again and see if maybe your opinion has changed or not, and we can have a look and compare. But
it's a fascinating result, isn't it? In a period in which we have an American defense strategy that explicitly talks about the return of great power competition, about officials talk about ending 18 years of smaller conflicts, that we still see, in this room at least, a sense of the importance of some of those missions. There's not a sense of weariness in the same way as one might expect. But let's see how the discussion over the day may have changed some of that.
I'm not 100% sure how this works. Do we look now?
I think we can see the results now.
Okay, exciting.
I'm aware not everyone may have had time to
you're probably on the edge of your seat.
Yeah.
I would be if I had a seat. Oh, there you go. Wow. It's gone up.
Consistent. Yeah.
Okay, well done. Even more people are correct. Well, that's good. So we've had an effect, and I think for me the takeaways from today are obviously the people speaking on the panels are huge supporters of the alliance, and we've had a really strong championing cry for transatlantic defence. But I think also we've had a lot of wake-up calls, not just Macron's, about how NATO needs to adapt. Yes, it's fantastic that here we are, 70 years of transatlantic defence, but given the changing nature of war and given the changing dynamics in power shifts across the world, NATO really needs to think quickly and adapt if we're going to, well, our successors are going to be in a forum like this in 70 years' time.
I think what jumps out at me is this very powerful sense that we're dealing with a period in which there's obviously significant, very vibrant discussion about the future of the alliance that's shaped in many ways by changes in the domestic politics of member states, including waves of populism sweeping across different parts of the world. But that conversation, that discussion, is being additionally stressed by changes in the core business of what NATO does, which is that it's a military alliance. It has to prepare for conflict, but the nature of conflict or the character of war is also changing. We're seeing things that may stress the speed of conflict, may stress decision makers, the rise of artificial intelligence, the rise of missiles that can travel at over Mach 5 and stress existing defensive systems. We're seeing changes in the way precision missiles can target big platforms. So the political issues and the political challenges that we face are being doubly stressed by all of those technological shifts that are also changing the future force structures of armed forces, the equipment they need, the way they fight, the sorts of officers they train. And so this isn't just about the question of, is it about Russia, is it about terrorism, is it about the Baltics, is it about the Black Sea? This is, in a more fundamental way, about what does conflict look like over the next 70 years, because it definitely will not look like the sorts of structures that NATO had at its founding or in the decades afterwards.
Yeah, I agree. And we were thinking maybe we should ask you if anyone wants to talk or offer their thoughts after today, given that it is all about engaging. So is anyone brave enough to stick a hand up and offer their thoughts? Oh, brilliant. Thank you very much. I like you.
Once again, I'm George from Georgia, and I'm the information and cybersecurity consultant. Of course, I will have some takeaway, and I will just have some advice to the NATO countries and to the alliance regarding there was talk about the research and development within the technology and innovating the alliance and so on. So. For my perspective, what I've seen like recent 3-4 years when the cyber was declared as the operation domain, NATO is being a bit closed and a bit not much open to the research and to not much open to the some educational bodies and agencies. So I would suggest why not to give more chance to the aspirant countries and give more possibilities to be engaged and to be involved in NATO issues, to get closer much to NATO. I mean, the Ukraine and Georgia, of course, the first aspirant countries that we have right now, so almost 10 years and more. So there are really good capabilities within these. I work within the research on the Article 5 as well and so on. Yes, so giving more possibilities to the aspirant countries to be engaged in NATO, especially in R&D within the cyber. That's my takeaway from this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We had a question down here, the lady at the front.
Thank you so much. Cornelia Adriana Baju, Johns Hopkins University, Washington, D.C. campus. So one of my takeaways, I think, from this conference today is related to the major topic, which is that of the innovating the alliance. So I think this goes beyond of the technological aspect. When we are talking about innovating the alliance, we also refer to processes of innovation, of institutional innovation at strategic level. So I think this could be two key points which we would need to develop and advance in future discussions. A second thing which I would like to mention is when we talk about the future of NATO, my research is on evolutionary stable strategies, so I deal a lot with theories. One possibility to conceptualize the future of NATO would be to apply the alliance theory. The alliance theory predicts that the alliance strength will depend on three major factors: common threats, mutual utility, and mutual reliability. So I think this could be a possible starting point to aim to conceptualize future challenges and visions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And we've got the lady here.
Thank you very much, Helena Melikishvili, political scientist. So I think I was very much inspired by Olivier's presentation, and I would add to George's point, I think it's about new ideas, letting in new ideas and new members as well. And because NATO was a product of new perceptions 70 years ago, I think it's time to let these new ideas in and allow new people to bring their own vision. Thank you.
We have a question over here. If you could wait for the microphone, we'll just get you one.
Yeah, mine would be short too. I'm Sayın Yılmaz from Young Atlantic Treaty Association, Turkey. What I get from this conference is that I think the partner countries and member countries of NATO is pretty much aware of the problems that our alliance facing with, especially in recent years. But then there are some amazing ideas to solve problems, but we need executive solutions in order to make us united even stronger than before, because we have even more different voices within the alliance than we used to have. So yeah, when I turn back, I will definitely try my best to have solutions and create policy papers about those people. But yeah, thank you so much for this lovely event.
Thank you. And thank you ever so much to the audience for being such fantastic participants. Oh, sorry, one more. One quick. Yeah, sure, go on.
I'm Catherine Langley-Hope from Canada. I'm the Vice Chair of the NATO Association of Canada. I think what all of us need to do is support our Atlantic councils and our associations, and when we do that, we'll reach out to everyone. We need that support for education and funding, and therefore to reach out to young people and include them.
Thank you very much. So our last job is to say thank you. Thank you to you for all coming here and being engaged. Thank you to the organisers who put this fantastic event on, including, of course, NATO. Thank you as well to the speakers and the panellists and the moderators and everyone behind the scenes who's made this event possible.
And finally, please join us for a very well-deserved drink and follow-on chat downstairs. Thank you.